My name is Paul Kolbe. I'm Director of the Intelligence Project at the Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. Welcome to our retrospective on 9/11, 20 years later. On September 10th, 2001, lead stories in the New York Times were on school dress codes, morning TV popularity, and budget negotiations. The Middle East was focused on the Palestinian Intifada. The US was running a $200 million budget surplus. Russia was the original member of the NATO Partnership for Peace, and President Vladimir Putin was fresh in office. China was poised to join the World Trade Organization, widely seen as marking its debut in the institutions of the post-war world order, and portending closer economic integration and political liberalization. Slobodan Milosevic had just been ousted from power after driving a decade of conflict in the Balkans. American military and diplomatic power had once again proven effective in bringing peace after conflict on the European continent. Few Americans had heard of Al-Qaeda or Osama bin Laden, despite previous attacks on American embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam and on the USS Kolbe. At the peak of America's power and at the beginning of what seemed to be an era of a Pax Americana, America was already at war, but few knew it. The next day, September 11th, 2001, it all changed. The horror and shock of the attacks on that day set in motion a train of actions and reactions that led to 20 years of war in Afghanistan, the ouster of the Taliban, the global war on terror, the invasion of Iraq, Arab Spring, and the resulting civil wars in Libya and Syria, the rise of ISIS and the Islamic Caliphate, mass refugee flows into Europe, and terror attacks in France, Spain, UK, Indonesia, Morocco, and elsewhere. We fast forward to today, and we've circled back to Afghanistan and humiliating scenes reminiscent of Saigon, of America again withdrawing its forces from conflict amid scenes of desperate friends, families, allies, struggling to get on the last plane out. Defeat was seemingly snatched from the jaws of victory. To help think about the events of 9/11, 2001 and how it changed the world, we've assembled a distinguished panel of former intelligence officials, military officers, journalists, and historians to discuss the events of the day, the consequences for the nation, many of which were dictated by the nature of our own responses. We're hosting this webinar in a hybrid format. Some of our panelists and speakers will be here in person. Some will be joining us via Zoom link. Same with the guests in the room. We have a small in-person audience, and we have a much larger Zoom audience around Cambridge, around the nation, and around the world. The conference will be, a couple of notes, the conference will be webcast via a continuous link. Each panel will be using the same link. So the same session that we've started today will run through the day. If you're in the room and need to step away and rejoin, we ask that you simply use the same link that you signed in with. The day will move chronologically as well as thematically, and a perspective on the role of intelligence will weave through the discussions. To set the stage, we'll start with opening comments by Philip Zelikow, Professor of History at the University of Virginia and Executive Director of the 9/11 Commission. We'll then turn to the events of the day with perspective of three people who played key roles in the events on that day and the following response. Our second session will focus on the responses from federal government, intelligence services, military, state and local agencies, and the decisions that they took in the next few days and weeks, which shaped the coming 20 years. We'll hear from officers who led the first wave of American intelligence and special forces operators into Afghanistan to oust the Taliban, and how bin Laden participates in the Jawbreaker operation. We're especially privileged to hear the stories and perspectives of 9/11 victim family members who will be here with us today. A chance to hear deeply personal accounts of the human impact, reflections on how the moment changed not only the world in America, but also husbands, wives, mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, sisters, brothers of 9/11 victims. We'll apply a historian's lens to the attack. How are we beginning to understand the events and the aftermath in the longer scope of history and events. How is the gravitational effect of 9/11 bending the world, and how is it not? And finally, how do we apply the history, the lessons, the subsequent successes and failures, and use them to look at the world and threats that we now face 20 years on? Each panel will run for about an hour. We'll have a 15-minute breaks in between. I'd ask folks to enter and leave the room during those breaks. There'll be a Q&A section near the end of each panel, and we'll try to get questions both from in-person and from the Zoom audience. A couple of important COVID announcements. Masks are required for audience in the room. Guests and panelists here are required to be vaccinated. And then we ask you to be mindful of social distancing and practice. Practice is now familiar amid COVID mitigations. We want this to be a safe event for all. And then a small print announcement. While this virtual event is on the record, the event organizers prohibit any attendees, including journalists, from audio-visual recording or distributing parts or all of the event program without prior written authorization. All right, so now I'd like to turn over the microphone and the podium to Philip Zelikow, professor of history at the University of Virginia, executive director of the 9/11 Commission, co-author of the comprehensive and impactful 9/11 Commission report, for his opening comments and perspective. Philip, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And I'm grateful for the chance to be part of this conference that you and others have organized here at Harvard today. It's an extraordinary group. And I'm honored to be joined later today by so many people whose work I admired 20 years ago and still admire today. What I want to offer are some reflections on 9/11 20 years later. We all have our own memories associated with the tragedy of 9/11. In my case, I can remember going to Ground Zero shortly after the attacks and noticing that awful, pungent smell of the place, as if the terrorists had opened up some special sulfurous path to hell. Later, directing the commission investigating what happened, I have vivid memories of tramping through the Tarnak Farms camp in Afghanistan, where Osama bin Laden had once had a headquarters and had planned the attacks. Or I can remember being in a Washington office with my colleagues, leaning in again toward a loudspeaker to listen one more time to the cockpit voice recording recovered from United Flight 93, matching it up one more time with our reconstruction from the recovered electronics of the behavior of the aircraft, painstakingly trying to reconstruct moments of agony and moments of astonishing courage. We all have a need to construct meaning from occasions like these. In the rare cases where a historical event, especially a traumatic event, stirs emotions on a massive scale, touching many millions of people, it enters popular culture. Great numbers of people soon form beliefs about what happened and why. People usually try to make sense of events in ways that fit their prior understanding of how the world works. But sometimes a catalytic event opens their mind to new possibilities. In this case, the scale of danger that might be posed by an organization of zealots based on the other side of the planet in one of the most primitive countries on earth. At its core, though, the 9/11 operation was an effort to deform the actual nature of the struggle going on within the Muslim world. Within the Muslim world. Folks here at Harvard may remember that in the early 1990s, a famous Harvard political scientist named Samuel Huntington had posited a coming clash of civilizations. This assumed, for instance, that the West would be facing some major conflict with Muslim civilization. So the 9/11 attacks can seem to fit a trope in which, aha, here it is, it's the West versus Islam. Of course, that's Osama bin Laden's image of the world, or it was. What was going on, however, in fact, is a struggle, a long-standing struggle inside Muslim civilization. These extremists were relatively powerless within their world. They sought to elevate themselves by waging war against the United States, launching an attack that Americans could not ignore. In that sense, they were successful. That success was meant to elevate their faction of violent Islamists in their local struggles for cultural power. But every characterization of this war that reinforces a United States versus Islamist picture can divert and distract from the main story. Consider the faces that the Muslim world has presented to the rest of the globe. During the 1990s and culminating on 9/11, some Islamist extremists preferred to place the root of their troubles elsewhere, in America or Europe. This agenda was sometimes attractive to clusters of alienated expatriates living overseas and others whose restless energy is displaced onto a distant enemy abstraction. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, for instance, was truly a man without a country. On 9/11, the world was introduced to one face of this struggle, a set of fanatical mass killers. That image lingers. But flash forward 10 years later to September 2011, when for 6 months the world had been watching Syrians protest against their tyranny. These unarmed men and women gathering in the streets every Friday faced every horror that a clever, malignant regime and its creatures could devise. They suffered the deaths and terrifying disappearances of family members and friends, a toll then already numbered in the thousands. Then, against all odds, they turned out again the next Friday and the next. For this American, raised to black and white television images of civil rights protesters facing their oppressors, the smuggled fragmentary images of what the Syrian protesters endured week after week, month after month, presented as astonishing and heroic a display of raw, sustained civic courage as I have ever seen anywhere in the world. That image should linger too. Flash forward again, 10 years after that, to September 2021. Amid the recent chaos in Afghanistan, step back and take a global view of the continuing civil conflicts racking the whole Muslim world, from Niger to Indonesia. Doing that invites a broader historical perspective. My lifetime has coincided with a generational struggle in the Muslim world about how those societies should cope with modernity and globalization. The contemporary and most violent phase of this struggle began in 1979 with revolts and revolutions in Iran, Afghanistan, and Saudi Arabia. These immediately ignited major wars, and they defined often violent contests for leadership within the Muslim world. Over the past 42 years, these struggles have flamed or merely smoldered. They never ended. As a historian, I'm reminded of the struggles, internal and transnational, that racked the Christian world for more than 100 years across the 16th and 17th centuries, or the long 19th and 20th century struggles about how to organize modern industrial societies. It took a long time for those struggles to subside. The Muslim world has not yet found the ingredients of civilizational peace. The United States was always secondary to the primary struggle in the Muslim world. The main participants sought out America as villain or as an ally, and for a time, reacting understandably to the 9/11 attacks, but then adding the catastrophically misjudged invasion and occupation of Iraq. The United States seemed to place itself at the center of this struggle. But now, in September 2021, as the United States has receded from such a central place in the Muslim struggles, there are fresh opportunities to reassess whether, where, and how the United States and any other outsiders can play some constructive role in helping the Muslim world find that civilizational peace. A terrible crisis is also an occasion for discovering more about ourselves, about the worst and the best that it brings out in our society. We saw that Americans can produce the war crimes symbolized by the 2003 abuses of prisoners at Abu Ghraib. And Americans produced the daring professionalism displayed by an Abbottabad, the May 2011 operation that killed bin Laden. Thus, we can use the anniversary of 9/11 to reflect once again on who we are, about who we can be when our society confronts violent extremism. Before the 9/11 attack, there was a classic paradox in thinking about the terrorist danger. It was a paradox of prevention. As the 9/11 Commission observed in its 2004 report, quote, "It is hardest to mount a major effort while a problem still seems minor. Once the danger has fully materialized, evident to all, mobilizing action is easier, but it then may be too late." Close quote. That's the summary of the paradox of prevention. Al-Qaeda was most vulnerable in the years before 9/11. But before the catastrophic scale of the potential threat was manifest, massive action to counter it, like serious US military efforts against the Afghan sanctuary, seemed so disproportionate as to be inconceivable. This was a genuine paradox. It did not have an easy or obvious solution. That pre-9/11 paradox about the Islamist danger is long gone. It now applies to other problems, like the global response to the pandemic danger. A different kind of paradox has now taken its place, a paradox of adjustment. The danger of global Islamist terrorism is greatly reduced from what it was on 9/11. An attack could still happen at any time. A really large-scale gun massacre, like that in Mumbai in 2008, or by a right-wing anti-Islamist extremist in Norway in 2011, or Paris in 2015, is another obvious danger. Any attack will be publicized sensationally. Thus, any president who downplays the danger, trying to right-size the enemy and put the danger into a more normal proportion, invites humiliation if there is an attack. If there is no attack, public acts of reassurance invite an unwanted dulling of concern. For both these reasons, the cultural momentum of 9/11 rolls forward. The result in 2021 is the public image of the enemy that the Commission described back in 2004. Quote, "Al-Qaeda and its affiliates are popularly described as being all over the world, adaptable, resilient, needing little higher level organization, and capable of anything. The American people are thus given the picture of an omnipotent, unslayable hydra of destruction." Close quote. The paradox of adjustment is that efforts to right-size, to normalize a reduced risk seem too risky. Yet the reality is that the most serious threats are posed by a relatively tiny number of people, fewer in number and less well organized than the production crew of any one of Hollywood's larger films. A handful of deluded people derive most of their power not from their strength or the power of their ideals. They get their power from us, from our society and our culture. This paradox of adjustment also is genuinely tough to solve. If there is a way out, it may just be a gradual process of the kind that has slowly unfolded during the last 10 years. A catalytic event noticed by many millions, like the death of bin Laden, is the kind of thing that has helped politicians slowly turn the page. Contemporary societies will remain vulnerable to the abilities of even a few people to do terribly disruptive things. As the January 6th assault by American extremists on the US Capitol illustrated so well, that feature of our age is not unique to the danger posed by Islamist fanatics. A principal function of 21st century government will be to manage a process of healthy adjustment to the kinds of risks that are endemic to this generation, developing more systemic and transnational defenses to more systemic and transnational threats, which include other kinds of transnational criminal organizations. At the cultural level, a process of adjustment includes adjustment to failures. For there will be failures. The supreme measure of a mature professional institution or government is how it handles failure. Its capacity for honest self-examination and thoughtful accountability is key. This is one reason why my commission colleagues and I took a very hard view of the poor quality of work exhibited by parts of the government in their initial reconstructions of what happened on the morning of the 9/11 attacks. My colleague John Farmer played a crucial role in some of those investigations and wrote a splendid book, The Ground Truth, venting some of his unease about the government work and understanding what had happened. This dimension of institutional integrity is, in the long run, vital to the country's well-being. In air travel, for example, societies have adjusted to constant risks of catastrophic failures. So maybe the greatest virtues of America's National Transportation Safety Board are cultural and political. Aside from the particular talents of its employees, the board represents a habit of thought and earned trust. Something goes horribly wrong. Many people lose their lives. A respected institution will examine what happened professionally, rigorously. It will explain to the community what it learned. The community will further reduce the risks. And millions of people will board airplanes each day. They go on with their lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. You're on 2 other panels today, so we'll look forward to a chance to explore some of the things you've laid out, some of the questions that raises, and in particular, in the last session, we'll look forward on the questions you raised on what should America's role be in the generational struggles you've defined. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll get started for our first panel of the day. I see have joined us virtually, and you should be able to see on the screen up behind me our guests on this panel, and we've got in person, in the flesh, David Sanger. So I'd like to introduce Michael Morell. Michael worked for the CIA for 33 years, during which time he served as the agency's deputy director for over 3 years, twice as acting director. Michael is the only person who was with both President Bush on 9/11 and with President Obama when bin Laden was brought to justice. Amazing bookends. He's the author of The Great War of Our Time, the CIA's fight against terrorism from Al-Qaeda to ISIS. Michael, welcome. Thank you. It's great to have you here with us.
Great to be with you guys.
We've also got Lieutenant General James Clapper, who served from 2010 to 2017 as the Director of National Intelligence. Previously, Jim served in 2 administrations under Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, as the Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, where he was the Principal Staff Assistant and Advisor to the Secretary and Deputy Secretary of Defense on Intelligence, Counterintelligence, and Security. Jim also served as the Director of Intelligence for 3 warfighting commands: U.S. Forces Korea, the Pacific Command, and the Strategic Air Command. Jim, welcome. Great to have you with us today.
Thanks, Paul, for having me.
And we have David Sanger, White House and national security correspondent, senior writer at the New York Times. During his 38 years with the paper, it's been that long.
A little longer, actually, sad to say.
He's been on 3 teams that have won Pulitzer Prizes and previously served as the Tokyo bureau chief. David is additionally the author of multiple books, including the most recently, The Perfect Weapon, War, Sabotage, and Fear in the Cyber Age, which was made into an excellent HBO documentary by the same title. We wanted to take this session and talk. There was so many stories from 9/11 itself, and we'll hit many of them during the course of the day. But we really wanted to talk to some folks that were in key decision-making positions, some of them leadership decision-making, some of them personal decision-making, some of them reportorial, to get a sense, the visceral sense of where were you when you heard about 9/11? How did you react? What did you do? How did you feel those first minutes and hours? How did you prioritize where your actions were? And how did you start to think about what was obviously going to be an enormous change as the United States came under attack? So we'll start with Michael Morell for some opening comments, and then we'll go to Jim Clapper, follow up with David Sanger. We'll follow them with some moderated discussion and questions and answers. So Michael, over to you.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Great to be with you. Talking to you from a hotel room in New York City. Of all places, I had the curtains open earlier, but I was completely black, so I had to close them. As was stated, I was with President Bush on 9/11. I was his intelligence briefer from January 4th, 2001 to January 4th, 2002. I was with him every morning, 6 days a week, no matter where he was in the world, whether the Oval Office, at his ranch in Texas, traveling domestically or traveling internationally. I was with him every morning. Our sessions were in the Oval Office were scheduled for a half hour. They went for an hour. On Saturdays, they went for 2 hours, just because he had so many questions and wanted to go so deep on the intelligence. But because he wanted me to travel with him when Air Force One went wheels up on September 10th for a quick trip to Florida for the president to talk about his education policy, I was with him. I was on Air Force One. I briefed him that morning in his suite at the Colony Resorts, and there's a lot of BS on the internet, and one piece of that BS is that the briefing that morning warned about terrorist attacks. I'm here to tell you there was nothing in that briefing that morning about terrorism at all. The second intifada was in full force at that time. The president was following it very closely. Most of the briefing that morning was about the second intifada. There was one piece of intelligence, piece of NSA product actually, that caught the president's attention, and he called Condi Rice and asked her to follow up on it. She was back in Washington. She and Steve Hadley were back in Washington because the trip was so short. Neither one of them traveled. The briefing was over. We didn't realize it, but in the middle of the briefing at 8:15, the first transponder on one of the 4 planes was turned off. Obviously, we didn't know that. It was on the ride in the motorcade from the Colony Resort to Booker Elementary School, where this education event was going to take place, that we heard about the first attack. And the way I heard about it was that Ari Fleischer's phone rang, and he was on it for about 5 seconds. Ari was the press secretary, you remember. He was on it for about 5 seconds, and he turned around in the van and said, "Michael, do anything about a plane hitting the World Trade Center?" And I said, no. And the image in my mind at that point, right, I wasn't watching TV, was that this was a small plane, bad weather in New York, must be an accident. Well, when we got to the school, I walked into the classroom where the president's senior staff was holed up waiting for him to finish the event that he had just started with the kids. And there was a TV in there. And I saw a couple of replays of the first plane hitting, and this was not a small plane. This was a large commercial jet. So the idea of an accident quickly went out of my head. And then literally seconds later, the second plane hit. And I knew instantly 2 things. This was terrorism, and this was Al-Qaeda, and this was bin Laden. And, I think it's worth just saying, 1 minute or so about why did I know that? Why did instinctively I know that this was Al-Qaeda and bin Laden? And the answer is because the intelligence community had been warning about bin Laden and Al-Qaeda for years. We first warned about bin Laden in 1992. We said he was the leader of this terrorist group called Al-Qaeda in 1996, that he wanted to drive the United States out of the Middle East, that he wanted to overthrow Sunni Arab leaders and replace them with an Islamic caliphate, and that he thought the way to achieve this was to attack the United States everywhere, to include the homeland. And as early as 1996, we were saying, and he's trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction in order to do this, right? And so not only the warnings, but the attacks in East Africa in 1998, where he actually demonstrated the capability to conduct an attack outside of Afghanistan. The Millennium Threat, which we actually saw coming, and because of President Clinton's actions, that was disrupted, including an attack on Los Angeles International Airport. And then, of course, the Cole attacks in October of 2000. So, there had been a decade of this, and I'd watched it closely for 6 years. So, it was instinctive for me that this was Al-Qaeda. And I'd love to come back at some point today and talk about Philip's very, very good point about the paradox of prevention, because I'd really love to talk about that. The rest of the day for me was interacting with the president. And people have asked me, did you think about this historic significance of the day? Did you think about how the intelligence community would change? Did you think about what this meant for the country going forward? And the answer to all of those questions is no, right? You're in the arena at that moment, doing your job, and you don't have time to think about those things. So I had multiple interactions with the president. Mention a couple of them. And I think my analytic training and my knowledge about terrorism and quite frankly, my knowledge about intelligence in general really made a difference that day. First interaction with the president was very early on, the PFLP took credit for the attack. And the president said to me, "What do you know about this group?" It just took credit. And I said, "Mr. President, it's a long-standing anti-Israeli Palestinian terrorist group that has a history of attacks against Israel, but they do not have the capability to do this. They did not do this." Half hour later, they withdrew their claim of responsibility, possibly thinking better of it. The second interaction I had with him was even more substantive. He asked me, "Michael, who did this?" which is very much of a George Bush kind of question. I told him that there were a couple of terrorist states, Iran and Iraq, that had the capability, but that neither one of them had anything to gain, and both of them had everything to lose from doing something like this. So I told him, "No, Mr. President, I'm certain when we get to the end of the trail, we're going to find bin Laden and Al-Qaeda." He asked me, "How soon will we know?" And that's, it's not an easy question to answer. So I fell back on something that analysts are trained to do, which is to provide context. So I gave him a history of terrorist attacks against the United States and how long it took us to find out. In some cases, we found out within days, and in some cases, it took us a year to find out who did it. So I gave him, that history, and the bottom line of that history is, we may know soon, and then again, it may take some while. And the last interaction I'll talk about, and then turn it over to Jim or David, whoever you want to go to next, is as we were flying back to Washington, George Tenet, then the director of Central Intelligence, sent me a piece of intelligence that we had been given that day by a West European intelligence service. And it wasn't clear at all what the sourcing was, right? It wasn't clear who the source was. It wasn't clear how the source had acquired the information, right? So you couldn't assess at all in any way the credibility of this information. And I certainly told that to the president up front. But the message in this piece of intelligence was stunning. So here I am sitting with a man whose job, and he knows this, he told me this, whose number one job is to protect the American people. And in his mind, he just failed at that. And 3,000 people have just died in the biggest attack in the history of America on the homeland. And here's his intelligence briefer showing him a piece of intelligence that says, what happened this morning is the first of 2 waves of attacks against the United States of America. So let me stop there and turn it over to Jim, and then happy to go in any direction you want.
Great, thank you, Michael. Riveting story. Just stunning. Jim, over to you.
Well, I completely agree with you, Paul, about Michael's riveting account of his observations that day. And I will tell you that my experience much more pedestrian and much more mundane than Michael. I was about to take over as director of what was then the National Imagery and Mapping Agency. It was scheduled for Thursday, the 13th of September. I'd been out of the government 6 years. The last job was as director of DIA. And I left that job in 1995. So I was getting oriented, getting briefed up prior to taking over as director. And about 1/3 of NGA is in the St. Louis area. And I was actually in Arnold, Missouri, getting briefed up, and like everyone else, had the television on. And I also thought when the first plane hit, it was some sort of an accident. Like, had the same thought as Michael. But belied that, of course, was a perfectly clear day. The weather was beautiful that day. And then, of course, when the second plane hit, we all knew that there was this is very different. Something very wrong here. And everyone in the building, an arm of about 500 people at work, stopped. For me personally, it didn't really hit me with the impact until I saw the Pentagon in flames, a place I'd spent 10 years of my military career. And there was a combination of emotions, I think fear, what's going to happen, what do I do? My first thought was to track down Army Lieutenant General Jim King, who was then about to retire as director. It took me 5 hours to get in touch with him, and I suggested to him that perhaps we should put this transfer off, given the uncertainty of the situation, and Jim agreed. And then with a couple of other NEMA seniors who were all happened to be TDY at Arl at the same time, we commandeered a government vehicle and drove overnight back to Washington. I'm not sure why we felt compelled to do that, but we did, because you couldn't get a rent-a-car, you couldn't get, and obviously couldn't fly, and that sort of thing. To the extent that I had any opportunity to contemplate the significance of this, I did hark back to 1996. When I served on the Downing Assessment Task Force that was appointed to investigate the Kolbe Towers bombing in Saudi, which was, I think, when I first got religion about terrorism. And I did think about that, but I have to admit I wasn't very contemplative. I was concerned about the agency, and I'm concerned about my family, trying to get in touch with my wife, that sort of thing. And so after this agreement that Jim and I struck, headed back to Washington just to continue getting oriented, I guess. And on Friday the 14th, we learned that Secretary Rumsfeld didn't approve of that. So it turns out I'd been director of NEMA for a day and didn't realize it. That completely changed the whole tenor of the agency. The idea behind NEMA was to combine the likes of mapping, charting, geodesy on one hand, and imagery and imagery analysis on the other. And that actually hadn't happened for the first 5 years of NEMA's existence. So I guess under the rubric of never waste a crisis, we used the pressure of refreshing, if you will, of the foundational data, the portrayals of the terrain and the geography of Afghanistan, which was woefully deficient, and use that as the catalyst for forcing the change that the founding fathers and mothers had intended by forming NEMA and creating a new discipline called geospatial intelligence, which led to the name change of what's now NGA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Like I think, as Michael alluded, never foresaw, of course, subsequent events, the history that's ensued, and the bookend for me, of course, was May of 2011, when, after a 10-year hunt, we took down Osama bin Laden, which was, I think, for many people, certainly for me and for the intelligence community, I think was a form of closure and for the country. So, Paul, thanks for your leadership in organizing this event. Certainly caused me to contemplate a lot about that day and the searing, indelible events that certainly I'll never forget, and of course what ensued in the subsequent 20 years. So, and again, Michael, riveting rendition of your personal the history that you lived through. So I'll stop there, Paul. Over to you.
Thanks, Jim. I just reflect that you didn't know it at the time, but your life was going to change because 9/11 and the 9/11 Commission resulted in the creation of the Directorate of National Intelligence, which you led for many years, including during that period when Osama was taken down. So we'll come back to a couple of questions around that and for you. David Sanger, kind of interesting parallel universe story, I think here. So we've got folks thinking of it with their government hats on, their agency hats, their intelligence mission hats on. But you're looking at it from a very different perspective, from a journalist covering what is now the story. Talk about where you were,
Sure.
how you reacted.
I was feet from Mike through much of this, but first, thank you, Paul, for having me and for all you've done with the intelligence program here, which has been really remarkable dynamism in that program, and great to be back with Director Clapper and with Director Morell, who we've all intersected each other a lot during the ensuing 20 years on a variety of topics, and I think all emerged with a deep respect for what everybody here is doing in their different roles. When Mike got on the front of the plane on Air Force One that day, I got on the back of the plane. He sat in a much nicer seat than I did. The back of Air Force One for the press section is slightly better than the Delta shuttle, but only slightly. And we were, as I recall, hopscotching to different schools where President Bush was making his case for the No Child Left Behind legislation. And the talk he would give had become so rote that if you were in the back of the room, you could sort of mouth the next words that he was going to go do. But, it was an interesting moment because as we reflected on it later on, I think for the first 9 months of his presidency, it wasn't clear what the Bush presidency was all about. It certainly wasn't initially about terrorism or Iraq. I had gone to do a long interview at the ranch with the president 10 days before his inauguration. And when I asked him about Saddam Hussein, he basically said sanctions had become like Swiss cheese and he'd like to clean that up, but he had no particular, interest, it seemed at the time, in taking military action. We barely discussed terrorism, and that was my fault in the course of that interview, which was sort of a broad-ranging half day of walking around his ranch and talking about his presidency. The night before, what I guess would be 20 years ago tonight, a group of us had dinner in the Colony Hotel, a group of reporters, while the president and his brother Jeb were in the next room having a dinner. At our dinner, I remember commenting to a reporter who had covered the White House longer than I had that this might be one of the most boring presidential trips ever. And she said to me, well, some really interesting things have happened on some, dull trips, and started telling some stories from the Ford administration. And we were interrupted because the president came out and in his very happy kind of jocular way, came over and grabbed my shoulders and basically suggested to everybody that they should stick the entire tab for dinner on the New York Times. It was a very Bushian kind of thing. And it was really the last time I saw him kind of laugh and be relaxed for more than a year. That next morning, we all got first notice of the first plane on beepers. It's hard to imagine, but we were 6 years before the arrival of the first iPhone. So I get, on a 2-line beeper, I see plane into the World Trade Center. We all thought just what Mike's initial reaction had been, that this must have been an accident with a small plane. We got to the school and I began to get more concerned about it. The president was going off into his classroom. I wanted to see what was happening because I was sort of responsible for our coverage of, what the president is doing, and his reaction and whatever he said, even if it was an accident, would be significant news. So I walked across the courtyard of this Booker Elementary School in a somewhat poor section of Sarasota. And I remember seeing the Secret Service agents who all had sort of cups of coffee in their hand as they were sitting around. They sort of said, "Hi, David," as you're walking through. When we all travel in this small bubble, most people know each other. And I went into a classroom that I knew had been set up with the network's equipment because I thought there, at least I would see a screen that would show me what was going on. And I was in there when the second plane hit. And I remember looking across the room, and there was one other reporter there who had come in to do the same thing, Ed Chen from the Los Angeles Times, who had also covered national security. And as the plane hit and we saw the fireball, we looked at each other and we both mouthed the words "Bin Laden." And other people in the room sort of looked at us and said, "What? What are you saying?" And it was that same recognition that Mike described before, which was, if you had been following this, you had no doubt in your mind. But as Garrett Graff has pointed out, those 20 minutes or so between the first tower and the second tower were the end of an age of American innocence. With the first tower, we were willing to believe an accident. And after the second tower, we were never willing to believe something was an accident again, even if it was one. We saw terrorism in everything. I did not have a chance at that moment to think about the geopolitics of what we were headed into. I don't think any of us could have known. We were concerned at that moment by a series of false reports. And the fog of terror attacks happened immediately. There were reports of bombs going off in front of the State Department, turned out to be false. There were reports later in the day of mysterious white vans driving around Washington, D.C., which became somewhat personal when my wife called me and told me that there was a white van parked in front of our house. And I passed this, well, we tried first to the DC police, that got nowhere. We live a few hundred yards from the vice president's residence, which some people had thought had been a target earlier in the day. And that white van was torn open pretty quickly. And of course, nothing found. I had been struck by the unsteady initial response of the president when he came out and spoke to us for the first time at the school. That was the moment when he said he would find the folks who did this, a very sort of Bush, Texas way of talking, but one he later on regretted, referring to these terror groups as the folks. And then a group who were scheduled to be on Air Force One, I was not, for the second day, left immediately. Air Force One went up pretty vertically. I think a few people lost their lunch along the way. The whole effort was to get the president up and in the air. And then you'll remember he hopscotched around the country for his own safety and trying to find an air base where he had good communications, as Cheney was leading him there. The instinct was exactly right to get him into a safe place. The imagery it left was one of a government somewhat in chaos. The first announcements of sort of the first public words we heard of Washington's reaction beyond the president's that day in the school came from Karen Hughes, one of his communications people. But it was clear that the government was in some chaos in trying to sort out what exactly had happened, and was of course consumed by these reports of the second wave. A last note on that day, I remember being on a conference call with my Times colleagues at about 2:30 in the afternoon. And we had by that time somehow obtained the manifest of, I think, 93, plane 93, United 93. And we had the names of some of the Saudis, including Mohammed Atta. And somehow we knew that they had gone off to this flight school in, we had learned in Florida. And I remember hearing our Atlanta bureau chief talk about how long it would take him to drive there. Planes were down. We obviously couldn't fly out back to Washington on our press plane. And our Miami bureau chief was too far away. And I looked on, it's sort of funny to think about this in an age of Google Maps. I looked on a little portable atlas I would keep in my backpack. And I saw that the flight school was about 20 miles from where the president had slept that previous night, the Colony Inn. So with a colleague, I drove over to the flight school first thing the next morning, and we interviewed all of the people who had trained Mohammed Atta and others. That was where we first learned that they were interested in how to fly the plane, but not interested in how to land it, which seemed to be a notable thing. Wrote a full story about this, which was in the next day's New York Times. The following morning, I was back at the school, finishing up just the last interviews with some people who had not been around. And the FBI came through the doors and, you know, in that great FBI way, yelled, "Okay, if there are any reporters in here, get out." There may have been a few expletives thrown in, you know, along the way. Nobody can talk to anyone, you know, we're here to go interview and whatever. And I said to them, "Well, thanks, but we've been here for a day and a half." And they said, "Well, you can't write about it." I said, "Well, it was already in the paper this morning. Where have you guys been?" It was just an interesting moment in realizing that, you know, journalists and law enforcement and the intelligence community at that moment were all in pursuit of the same data, and we all just got to places at different times. And there were things that the intelligence community saw long before we did. And Mike referred to some of those. And there were a few things that we got to long before they did. And that included the flight school story. Later on, we can talk about the later response, but I think the initial responses for President Bush got better and better. His repeated warnings that this was not a war against the Muslim people, his decision to go off to the mosque in Washington and speak there, his initial speech, which I just barely made back to Washington to go to in the National Cathedral, maybe one of the most moving presidential moments I think I've ever covered. And yet that weekend, that Sunday, when Vice President Cheney went on with Tim Russert and said, "We're going to have to do some things in the dark side." You may remember this was his first mention of it. And that was the beginning, the first signal that we were going to take some steps, which we can discuss later, to move outside our normal judiciary system and begin to, you know, put people at what became the facility at Guantanamo Bay that led to the black sites, that led to things that I think over time may have done more damage to the image of America around the world and its power around the world than it gained for us in intelligence. And I know that's a subject of considerable debate. I think that's worth the exploration that Phil so rightly raised for us.
Thank you, David.
Paul?
Yes, Michael.
Can I just tell one more story, because I think it's hard for students who were very young or maybe weren't even born yet, right, to understand what happened that day. And, you know, for me, there was this mixture of the intensity of doing my job with the surreal. I know that, you know, a lot of people saw surreal things, but you know, one that literally still sends shivers up my spine when I tell the story today, and I really want the students to hear this, is that as we were coming back to Andrews Air Force Base that night, the president's military aide, somebody I'd become friends with the previous 9 months, was looking out the windows on the left side of the aircraft, and he saw me looking at him, and so he waved me over. The lights inside Air Force One had been dimmed for landing. So I went over and I looked out, and there was an F-16 on the wingtip. And the military aide said to me, it's an F-16, it's from the DC Air National Guard. There's another one on the other wingtip. And Paul, it was so close that you could see the pilot, you could see the pilot's facial features, and you could see the pilot looking at us. And in the distance, you could see, to Jim's point, the still smoldering Pentagon hours later. And then the military aide said to me, do you know what their job is, the F-16s? You know, and not being a military guy, I said no. And he said, their job is if someone fires a surface-to-air missile at us on final approach, their job is to put themselves between that missile and the President of the United States.
And Paul, I would just add one other thing, because the one thing I left out of my discussion was the journalism of this, but the human impact. You know, while I was worried about covering the president, remember from the New York Times headquarters, you could barely see the remnants of the towers. There was so much smoke. Everybody knew somebody who had died that day or who was missing. Every phone was ringing because the people who work at the New York Times lived in the same neighborhoods in New York and New Jersey and Westchester and Long Island as the people who had been working in the towers. So it was a much more personal story for the Times, because this had obviously happened, as it did in Washington with the Pentagon, in our hometown, in a building that we walked in and out of every week if you lived in New York. And it's not surprising that none of us were sort of thinking about the geopolitics at the time, because it was as if you had just had an unnatural disaster that took out the southern end of the city.
Yeah, thanks, Michael.
Paul, I'm really sorry to keep jumping in here, but
Please.
But David said something I think which sparked a memory, and I think all the intelligence folks who are with us today this will resonate with. This was personal for us too. It was personal for us because it was our job to make sure something like this didn't happen. And so just as the president felt that he had failed in his fundamental job, we all felt that we had failed in our fundamental job. And, you know, that feeling drove us post 9/11 more than people can possibly imagine.
Yeah, thank you. I think all of these are really important points. And that last one in particular, Michael, I mean, absolutely. That sense of personal and professional and collective failure on that did drive folks and made institutions and people determined that it wasn't going to happen again and that there wouldn't be that similar failure. The other thing that I really remember, and it will seem strange to others who weren't there at the time, was that singular point, that feeling of national unity, of a nation that has suddenly been forged in a crucible together. Flags were everywhere. Pickup trucks were driving with flags, American flags flying. There was a sense of a nation binding together, both in grief, and it was a nation at grief, but also a nation that knew it was going to war and that it was determined to do that together. And I think that's a point in history that's really, really hard to imagine right now in some of the current states that we have.
I think when histories of this 20 years are written, I think one of the questions is going to be, why was it that was such a unifying event? And why was it that the pandemic was not? That in fact it had, in an odd way, a reverse effect on our unit.
A wedge vice up.
Yeah.
Something that bound. Yeah, look, I'd like to flip over to a question. So it's, asked a million times, but I think it's still an important one. And it's the question of, and it was raised by Philip with the paradox of prevention. And it really goes to the question of, intelligence failure, what role intelligence serves in shaping decision making. And so I think, Michael, I'd just start with you. You referred to it, we clearly didn't have tactical warning. We didn't have the who, what, when, where that let us disrupt or prevent that attack. But there was lots of strategic warning. We knew the intent. We knew somewhat of the capability. We knew, had the experience of previous attacks. Can you talk a little bit about that dilemma of when and how you can provide enough information to the policymaker that decisions can be made in the face of ambiguity?
Yeah, it's a great question. And to the extent, say a couple things. One is, to the extent that there is this paradox of prevention, to the extent that there is something in the American character that doesn't allow us to act until the threat is upon us, to the extent that's true, then one wonders about the value of strategic warning. CIA was created to prevent strategic surprise. And you wonder, right, if CIA had existed prior to the attack on Pearl Harbor and had warned for a decade that the Japanese were going to attack the United States, you wonder if anybody would have done anything, and if Pearl Harbor still would have happened, right? So it raises the question of the value of that strategic warning. But having said that, I think the history of the run-up to 9/11 shows that oddly, this is odd given what happened, but that the paradox of prevention can be overcome. And I say that because after the Clinton administration had gone through the East Africa bombings, after they'd gone through the millennium, after they'd gone through the Cole attack, right, all linked to bin Laden, and quite frankly, after they'd gone through the First World Trade Center, which we could never pin on bin Laden directly, although his money was involved, Khobar Towers that Jim mentioned, right, Oklahoma City, this all happened on Clinton's watch. By the end of 2000, after the Cole attack, Sandy Berger comes to George Tenet and says, I want you to give me a plan. I want you to give me a plan that is not constrained by authorities, covert action authorities, and I want you to give me a plan that's not constrained by resources. And of course, this becomes this famous memo called the Blue Sky Memo, which essentially becomes the battle plan that President Bush approves after 9/11. So by the end of 2000, both Sandy Berger and President Clinton have become as seized with Al-Qaeda and bin Laden as George Tenet was and the CIA was. So they had reached the point where the paradox of prevention wasn't a hold on them anymore. And had the Clinton administration gone on longer, maybe they would have approved that plan. Maybe they would have approved pieces of that plan. But Berger didn't have time to run that Blue Sky Memo through a policy process and put a policy in place. And then I think, it took the Bush administration, an awful lot of time to come to appreciate the thought that a non-nation state actor, a bunch of guys, training in the dirt in the middle of Afghanistan could pose such a significant threat to the United States. It took time for them to learn that. And, you know, as we were overcoming the paradox of prevention at the end of the Clinton administration, we jumped right back into it at the beginning of the Bush administration. And had they gone through a couple of years of what the Clinton administration had gone through, maybe they would have got to the point of overcoming it as well. And given all that, I've often thought that maybe bin Laden got really lucky with timing. You know, maybe he got really lucky in terms of the Clinton administration ending and the Bush administration just beginning and getting its feet underneath it, right? Maybe he really lucked out on timing.
Thanks, Michael. Jim, what are your thoughts on that? You're on mute, Jim. There we go.
I guess the takeaway for me is that American people have a difficulty getting their heads around something they haven't experienced. And I often fantasized, just to pick up on something Michael was talking about, if George Tenet had gone very public about concerns about potential terrorist attack. And let's just say, for the sake of discussion, that they posited the potential for commandeering airliners and crashing them into buildings. And if we said, well, starting tomorrow, you have to show up at the airport 2 hours early and subject yourself to searches and take your shoes off, et cetera, that I'm quite sure the reaction would have been skepticism, if not ridicule. And it just, and I guess this is what Philip was talking about on the paradox of prevention. And, you know, the knee-jerk, of course, is an intelligence failure. Well, the dilemma here is, the challenge is, how do you persuade people about the potential for a traumatic event that we've never experienced before? And I'm not sure that it's changed much. If we had a similar, the specter of it, some similar event, attack of like magnitude, I don't know whether the intelligence community would be able, and I use this air quotes, would sell it to policymakers, let alone the public.
Thanks, Jim. David, I think you've got something, then Michael.
Sure. You know, we see the paradox of prevention problem playing out in so many things today. I mean, right after 9/11, when we had the anthrax attacks, you then saw the US get in line for that. The buildup of a preventative for anthrax led to the creation of one of the facilities that was involved, not terribly successfully, in the pandemic response, in fact, and Cheney built up that capability considerably. But where you really see it is in cyber, an area I've spent a lot of time writing about in the past 15 years. The whole concept politically of talking about a cyber Pearl Harbor, a phrase Leon Panetta used when he was defense secretary, to try to raise awareness of what could happen if all the lights went out between, you know, Boston and Washington or Seattle and LA, was intended to try to get beyond this paradox problem, right? And in fact, it never really fit, because the nature of cyber is that it's used as a weapon that is short of war, designed specifically not to bring about the kind of military response that 9/11 brought about after those attacks. That whether it's a ransomware group or the Russians or the Chinese or the Iranians or the North Koreans, it's calibrating the attack below a level that would result in a kinetic response. And And I remember asking Secretary Panetta about this long after he was retired, about why he used that phrase when in fact this has sort of been a war of attrition. And he said, look, it's the only way you can get people in Congress to go basically spend the money we need to spend for the kind of cyber defense and to some degree the cyber offense that we need. We still haven't had a cyber Pearl Harbor. I'm hoping we will never have one. But we're struggling with the same paradox issue of how do you respond? And would it be politically acceptable to respond with overwhelming force to an attack that doesn't seem to have initially huge immediate impact? The issue came up with solar winds earlier this year. It came up again after the Colonial Pipeline attack, the difficulty between understanding what's criminal and what's state. But we haven't really solved this problem in 20 years.
I think, Jim raised the issue, really fundamental issue of role of intelligence, i.e., in his fantasy suggestion of, well, what if George Tenet had gone public and taken information in order to drive action? And it raises the question of, is the role of intelligence in a situation like this or others simply to be the messenger, to hand off, and then to stand back? And that's sort of the classic paradigm. Or in an event like this, does it need to be more activist, more persistent, more in the face, more driving action on policy? I'll leave that to others.
Yeah,
Michael, you
would do this better than I, but the instinct in intelligence, of course, is it's classified, it's developed to be within the channel, when sometimes it might actually be much more useful if made public.
Yeah. Michael.
I just want to do two things real quick. One is I had a two-finger just add on to Jim's point. There was something that some of you will remember called the Gore Commission on Aviation Safety. And in their final report, there was a chapter on aviation security that talked about significant weaknesses in the security of civil aviation, and a lot of recommendations. And those recommendations, of course, went to Congress, and none of them were implemented. None, zero, zippo, none. Because why? Because the aviation industry lobbied against them. And they lobbied against them because they believed that the enhancements, the security enhancements, would inconvenience their passengers, and their passengers wouldn't put up with it. Almost all of those recommendations were implemented after 9/11. So that's just the two-finger. On the intelligence point, there was not a single person who spoke more loudly and more repeatedly about the Al-Qaeda threat than George Tenet, both privately and publicly. George Tenet wrote personal letters to President Clinton about how worried he was about Al-Qaeda. That's unprecedented. I don't remember a director doing anything like that before, and I don't remember a director doing anything like that since. He wrote a personal letter to President Clinton, essentially begging for more resources to go after Al-Qaeda and bin Laden, because the Office of Management and Budget refused every CIA request for additional resources. Remember, we were in the decade of the peace dividend from the Cold War. We were balancing the budget. So OMB said, no. George Tenet took out his pen and wrote a personal letter to President Clinton. And you can look at worldwide threat testimonies year after year after year, where the volume of the threat from bin Laden and Al-Qaeda, as presented by George Tenet, goes up year after year after year. So, this was as loud, and this was as loud as you can possibly get as an intelligence officer.
Michael, if I might, just to be clear, I completely agree with you, and I certainly didn't mean in any way as a criticism.
I didn't take it that way, Jim. I didn't take it that way.
Exactly. My point was just with all of that, the difficulty of persuading, in this case, the public, to accept such a threat, and importantly, what they, the public, might be imposed upon to do about it. That was the point I was trying to get to. But you're quite right, and I remember George's sounding warnings, and he's very public about it.
About 5 minutes left, and I know we've got some questions in the room, and so we'll start with Graham Allison. Do we have a microphone? And if not, we can.
I can try to talk about. Great session and great panelists. Thank you very much. I think because the question of intelligence and failures of intelligence is so simple in the discussion that what Jim said is extremely revealing. So the proposition that this was an intelligence failure, this is an intelligence failure in terms of strategic warning, then there's no hope for it. So I would say no basis for claim. I would say false. The intelligence failure for strategic warning, false. Okay. Secondly, with respect to warning about the agent and even the kind of actions that he could take and might take, was there warning? Yes. Was there even a plan about what might be done to interrupt this? That's the blue sky. Yes. So could you imagine Clinton choosing that before he left office? Or if Gore had been elected, and if he had believed the same thing Clinton was coming, taking that action? Or Bush, if he and the new administration had taken it seriously? Yes. And the preventive action, of course, Jim's right. You're not going to accept TSA in order to prevent airline hijacking. But there were 25 recommendations, as Michael said, in that report on what you could do for airline security, including how about just have locking doors for the cockpit, which caused no problem for the passenger. They just a little bit more cost for the airline. Or similarly with the case to bin Laden, how many occasions were there if we had decided that he was the risk that Tenet believed he was in Blue Sky, to have interrupted him? For example, when he was in the hospital in UAE or others. There were several such occasions. So you don't have to go to a huge preventive action to have a potential decisive consequence. So I'd be interested, especially in Michael and Jim, when people say this is an intelligence failure, is there any credibility to that? And then if it's not, is it then some other failure? And if so, what is that?
Thanks, Graham. Michael, Jim?
So since I have to leave here in 2 minutes, I'll go first here. There's a great irony here. And the irony is that the strategic warning that the intelligence community provided on bin Laden and al-Qaeda is, I would argue, one of its greatest successes in its history. There was significant strategic warning, as I said earlier, over a 10-year period. I don't think we ever warned more loudly and more repeatedly about any issue than we did about al-Qaeda and bin Laden prior to 9/11. So that's a huge success. The failure, of course, is not having the tactical intelligence that would have allowed us to disrupt it. And the kind of tactical intelligence that we had repeatedly after 9/11. One of the questions to ask is, what's the difference between pre and post from an intelligence perspective? Well, the difference is, one, al-Qaeda didn't have a safe haven anymore. And look, it's tough to collect intelligence when somebody has a safe haven. It's tough to get at them militarily to degrade them when they have a safe haven. So they didn't have the safe haven anymore, right? They now had to worry about their security. They were now on the run. Much easier to collect intelligence in that situation. Two, we had a huge expansion in our covert action authorities. And three, we had a huge influx in resources. CIA's budget quadrupled. So that's the difference. Those are the three differences between before and after. The last thing I'll say, and then I'm really sorry I got to get to the train station. Last thing I'll say is that I worry a little bit about talking about the paradox of prevention, because I think it lets some people off the hook. For example, I've never seen a serious history written about why didn't the Clinton administration respond more forcefully, more aggressively to the Al-Qaeda threat. What were the discussions like inside that administration? Same question about the Bush administration, right? Why wasn't there an early principles meeting that dug into this threat and what we should do about it, right? Why didn't Dick Clark's memo 5 days after the inauguration saying we have to look at this issue and look at it now, why didn't that generate that policy process? So I think it lets people off the hook a little bit, and I'd love to talk about that later, but I'll see you guys at 4 o'clock.
Thank you, Michael. And it sounds like you've teed up some questions for some other folks later in the day. Thank you. Jim, David,
Paul,
final comment before we go?
Just very briefly, I'm somewhat reminded of the old saw about there are only two conditions of life: policy success or intel failure. And I think the point here is that it's much more complex than simplistically labeling this is an intelligence failure or this is a policy failure, when in fact it's probably a combination of both. And simplistically labeling this an intelligence failure, well, I don't know. And I think it does, to Michael's point, it does make you wonder about, well, what is the actual value of strategic warning? I'll stop.
Thank you, Jim. David, last word.
Just a last thought that will, I think, maybe be better discussed in the next session, and I hope we'll launch you in there. I think the policy responses immediately after 9/11, as I suggested, were fairly well narrowly focused. Biden's raised them time and time again, as he has justified the last pullout from Afghanistan, to say the focus at the time was to make sure Al-Qaeda couldn't strike us again. And I think that has been a success, in that we have gone 20 years without, and that week after 9/11, how many of us in this room who were operating would have bet at that time or put a week's salary on the thought that we would get to the 20th anniversary without a major additional terror attack by Al-Qaeda or others outside? So where the issues came, and which I know was a topic of later discussion, is what happened later, as we made what I think was that fatal mistake to go into Iraq, and which drained so many resources from Afghanistan, subject you'll be taking up later. When we wrote in 2007 with David Rode, I wrote a very long Sunday Times piece that we had spent half a year on, called "How the Good War Went Bad." This was before David was kidnapped by the Taliban and later escaped. It was the story of what had happened as people working in Afghanistan discovered that they no longer had the resources to go do what they did. So somehow we spread the mission from the Al-Qaeda mission to what President Bush referred to later as destroying evil in the world, which was sort of a big task, right? And as we had mission creep, we lost focus on what we were trying to do. As we tried to avoid, out of our guilt for letting all of this happen, we took steps that, as I suggested before, and as Phil suggested in his speech, we came to regret. And so now we find ourselves on the 20th anniversary in a place we could not have imagined, with the Taliban back, with a Taliban that is stronger than it has been by Biden's own estimate than any moment since before 9/11. And a time when we actually squandered the incredible goodwill that came together in those days after 9/11 as the NATO allies invoked Article 5. As people, even in Tehran, held vigils commemorating lost Americans. And so the big question is, to my mind, in the long run response, how did we manage to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory?
Thank you, David. Jim and Michael, I know you're both off, but thank you very much for joining us, folks. Thanks everyone who joined our opening session, keynote with Phil Zelikow, and then last session with Michael Morell and Jim Clapper and David Sanger. Next session we're turning to will be moderated by my old friend and colleague, Rolf Mowatt-Larssen. He's a career CIA officer. He was the chief of Counterterrorism Center's Weapons of Mass Destruction unit. He served in a number of different countries, including Moscow, where we were together in the early 90s. He was the director of intelligence at Department of Energy. We'll turn it over to Rolf to lead this session, which is really focused on the actions of some key folks in the hours, days, and months following the 9/11 attacks, both from an intelligence standpoint, from a military standpoint, and from a state and local standpoint. So, Rolf, over to you.
Thanks, Paul. I've really enjoyed the first parts of the conference, and I salute Harvard and you for doing this and bringing 9/11 back into focus, and especially for all the students and young people out there. One of the things the last panel brought back for me are my own very emotional memories of what happened 20 years ago. I think, like very few events in our lives, 9/11, if you were old enough to remember it, and I know many of you young people probably weren't, per Michael Morell's comments the last panel, we want to bring to you some of the feelings and emotions that go with this. So it's not sort of a sterile event, but it comes back alive, because I think it's something we need to keep alive as a nation, both to understand what we did, why we did it, and what was good and bad about that whole effort. And this panel in particular is going to take a hard look, I know, with the three distinguished panelists I'll moderate, to talk about three aspects of the response immediately after 9/11. It's a perfect segue, as the last panel ended on the question of intelligence failure in terms of the preventive aspect of it. Now we're going to examine the policy and intelligence efficacy after the event. And I would also share, with you briefly that I think Phil Zelikow in his opening comments captured brilliantly the idea of today, which is to examine really why 9/11 changed the world, what made it a game-changing event. And to some extent, I hope we can transcend the dry notions of bureaucratic accountability and really examine that question so we're better prepared psychologically for the next event in terms of dealing with it in an appropriate, scalable, kind of way. Because I think most of all for me, as I look back at my own memories, it was this sense of vulnerability, this idea that it was a failure of imagination in terms of a group of men, terrorists, who could do something like this. I think it was unimaginable before 9/11. And now we live in a world where we have to imagine it can happen again. So with that, I'll go with my three panelists and ask them the opening question of the response. I'll start with Hank Crumpton. Ambassador Henry Crumpton, who was the counterterrorism coordination of the State Department after he served at CIA in the immediate aftermath of the war, is the first person I'll put the question to put it in context a little bit for you. Hank came back from Canberra He was a CIA operations officer his entire career and doing hard duty in Australia, which I was very envious of. What a great place and great partners. And was recalled by George Tenet to be placed in charge of CIA's efforts in Afghanistan. I remember thinking the first days Hank and I would sit at the 5 o'clock meetings after 9/11, he had an almost impossible mission. He had to first create CIA's capability, which didn't exist, to go after al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And secondly, he had to work with the military in unprecedented ways to prosecute a war in a way we had never fought a war. So he essentially had to invent the organization as he was also helping to craft the way that we would fight this new war. So Hank, my question to you to open this is, what was your impression of your immediate requirements, concerns, reactions to 9/11? How did that inform you, and how do you assess what you had to do in the aftermath of 9/11 from that perspective?
Yeah, Rob, thanks. And Paul and the team, thanks for organizing this important conference, and appreciate you inviting me. The first thing that struck me, Rolf, this goes back to something Michael Morell said. The threat from al-Qaeda had not gone away. In fact, there were intelligence reports of a second wave, a third wave. So the sense of urgency was overwhelming, which translated into operational speed. And for me, that was, I think, a paramount concern. Fortunately, Jawbreaker, the first team that went into Afghanistan, they landed in the Panjshir Valley just a few days after 9/11. I got back to CIA headquarters just as Jawbreaker was going in. But then we looked at how do we get other teams on the ground, because that was the second thing. We had to prosecute the war in concert with our Afghan allies on the ground. There was no time to have a classic military buildup. There was no time for an invasion, despite that being often the word described to this operation. And so we had to depend on our Afghan allies. Fortunately, we had been sending teams into Afghanistan for 2 years. Rich Bali took the first team in to Afghanistan in 1999. So we knew who our allies were and knew who our prospective allies were. So that was the second thing, speed and connecting with the allies on the ground, because we also understood it had to be driven by very specific, detailed intelligence. And the only way that we could get that, despite having approximately 100 unilateral sources throughout Afghanistan on the ground already, we had to partner with tribal militia and their intelligence apparatus. And so we started forming teams. And the first team that went in after Jawbreaker was Alpha, led by J.R. Seeger. And they dropped south of Mazar Sharif. They were 8 officers, 7 CIA, 1 Special Forces who had been detailed to Team Alpha. And in some respects, they built those relationships on the fly. They partnered with Dostum, who was the leader of the Uzbek militia, also with Hazara, some Pushtun, and then eventually with others deeper into Afghanistan. The third thing I would stress was it wasn't just data, it wasn't just intelligence as we think of it, but it was really deep intelligence. It was about building trust and confidence with our Afghan allies. And that was demonstrated by the insertion of these teams, because we really were at their mercy in many respects, particularly in the beginning with Team Alpha and Bravo. Later on, Bobby got to Team Charlie Delta. Those were fully integrated with the Special Forces. And we were eager to have the first teams integrated. It was just a question of time. And as I told General Franks and others, that we just could not wait. And then the other thing I would stress in terms of, what, drove our decisions of putting these teams into the ground was we did not define the Taliban as the enemy. The enemy was Al-Qaeda. We gave the Taliban, and the Taliban is not a monolithic, hierarchy. It's an amalgamation, a network of different tribal factions and some different agendas. And so we gave them the choice on the ground, working with our Afghan allies. If they wanted to defect and come and fight with us, we would welcome them. And we told them very clearly, the foreign invaders were the Arabs and the Uyghurs and the Chechens and others who had come in the form of Al-Qaeda and hijacked their government. That was our narrative to our Afghan allies. And of course, we were pushing on an open door. And so we did have a lot of defections, from the Taliban. And that enabled us to get to Al-Qaeda. And then finally, I have to stress the incredible partnership that we forged really on the fly with the U.S. military. And I'm thrilled my dear friend Gene is here to join us. It went far smoother despite the complexities, despite the challenges than I would have ever imagined, particularly the relationship with CENTCOM and with SOCOM. I can't say that about the DoD, the Pentagon, but with the war fighters, it was a terrific partnership.
Hank, before I actually turn to Gene, followed by John Farmer on our three-person panel, I would like to ask you a quick question because it comes back to those immediate weeks. I remember people like yourself and others, and I'll specifically mention Gary Schroen, who wrote a book called First In about this very vulnerable period when we were going in. And I remember talking to a few colleagues after the meeting where Gary was called, I think he was in a retirement program at the time, transitioning out, and was recalled back on active duty because of his experience in Afghanistan and the region and Pakistan, et cetera, and language ability, and tasked basically to go in with bags of money and try to buy some partners that we could work with that didn't exist right after 9/11. First, could you comment on that story? But I wanted to share myself, when I was talking to my colleagues about it, there was a very palpable sense that, oh, Gary might not come back due to these uncertainties that you alluded to. Can you comment?
Oh, sure. There was an enormous risk, and I had more confidence in Jawbreaker, Gary Schroen, later followed by Gary Bernstein, because we had teams go into the Panjshir before for the previous couple of years, and Panjshir was well defended. So there was certainly some risk, particularly as Jawbreaker infiltrated south with the Afghan allies into the Shamali plains going toward Kabul in the coming weeks. But my greater concern about the physical risk was Team Alpha, Team Bravo, Charlie, Delta. I mean, all these teams were dropping in behind enemy lines in places we had not been before. And at the time, the U.S. military was still building up its air capability, its infrastructure. And the first teams that went in, we didn't have that military connectivity, which is essential. Now, it was only a matter of a couple more weeks, and then Team Charlie, I believe, was fully integrated. Well, Alpha Bravo was quickly reinforced for that matter. That made a big difference. And in reference to the money, Rolf, yeah, the money was used for a variety of purposes. And it was not just buying off. There was some of that for sure. And there was some mercenary elements into the motivation of some of our Afghan allies, no doubt. But it wasn't only that. It was much more. It was about understanding the pride and prestige and honor of these tribal allies. And yes, money and weapons and ammo and air support, all that was absolutely crucial. But it was much deeper. It was about enabling them to exercise their warrior ethos and to kill their enemy. Mm-hmm. And we were with them side by side in that mission. So just to describe it as sort of a mercenary transaction is incorrect. It was much more than that. And it was also about helping these tribal allies come together. And the teams were truly masterful at this, bringing, Hazara and Uzbeks to have, joint cavalry charges together, synchronized with U.S. air support. I'm, all these years later, I'm just still in awe of all the teams that went into Afghanistan and what they were able to do.
Yeah, Hank, I share your view on that from watching the heroic efforts of everybody involved. So, Gene, with that, I'd like to turn to you, General. You were the director of operations at CENTCOM on 9/11, which puts you in a unique situation. Gene would go on, General Renuart, to be the NORTHCOM commander, 4-star general, incredible career. But I'm sure this period around 9/11 was surely a very memorable one for you. What was your impressions of the military's response, collaboration with the agency and other U.S. entities, and with the folks, I'll use a Bushism, but the folks in Afghanistan after 9/11? Over to you.
Thanks, Rolf. And again, thanks to Paul and Harvard for putting this on. It's especially poignant and important, actually, at this time as we see ourselves in history. Just a touch of context, before going to Central Command to be the director of operations, I had been the commander of Joint Task Force Southwest Asia in Saudi Arabia, and had been there in country when the Kolbe attack occurred. So I had a sense of the threat of terrorism, certainly within that region. But I think, like all of us, didn't really expect that we would see something like we experienced on 9/11. Interestingly, as often happens, the commander of your organization, Tom Franks in this case, had just landed in Cyprus when the first aircraft hit the towers. And so, we're in marvel of our Zoom calls today. Our first ability to have any command and control was a satellite communication from him. And he had a conversation with the Secretary of Defense and basically said, in his great way, "Hey, J3, I need options for the president by noon." Well, you all know the timeline on this, and we were getting a lot closer to noon than to the event itself. So we had to begin to think about what could we do? And it happens that in the context of Joint Task Force Southwest Asia, we had 2 carrier battle groups that rotated in. And of course, you'll recall that was really focused on Iraq, not on Afghanistan or terrorism. But we had 2 carrier battle groups that were exchanging roles that week. One had departed 2 days prior and was headed to South Africa to do an air show and then was going to head home. And the other had just come into the Persian Gulf. We had a battalion task force forward in Kuwait that had been there since Desert Storm as a U.S. presence in the region. We had a small special forces element that supported them. And then we had an air component command that was at the time in Saudi Arabia overseeing that air operations. So the forces we had available for some immediate response to give the president an option was pretty limited. We turned that carrier battle group around, and essentially what we had was a cruise missile based, somewhat aircraft based possibility to respond against targets that were frankly not terribly pleasing at that point. We've talked about tarmac farms and other points within Afghanistan. And we built that very quickly so that by noon we had something that we could send back to Secretary Rumsfeld, who could give the president some thoughts. And in the end, that turned out to be not what the president had hoped we could do, or that it would have a meaningful impact. And his guidance back was to say, no, I want a more significant possibility where we can put U.S. forces in to partner with and ultimately take out the Taliban government that supported the basing of Al Qaeda in their country, and of course, obviously, as Hank has mentioned, Al Qaeda as the figurehead of all of this, or the leader of all of this. And so we began putting together a variety of options, and as Hank has mentioned, at the same time, they were very rapidly putting teams in on the ground who, again, think of the technology at the time. It was satellite communications with 3, 4, 5, 6 Americans in the middle of sort of nowhere in Afghanistan, trying to coordinate efforts and activities. I think the coordination between our operational organizations was really outstanding. We had a little higher level competition, if you will, between the Department of Defense and the agency over what authorities, who had a lead, who was in charge on the ground. I mean, that was an interesting dialogue to watch and somewhat participate in. But in terms of how we did things on the ground, we had a great Air Force officer, John Soup Campbell, who was there at the CIA. He and I talked daily, maybe 3 or 4 times a day, to try to coordinate how we could marry up special forces teams and get them into the region. You might recall that we really had no access to the region. The CIA had access, but from a military's perspective, we had no basing rights. We had no partnerships in the region, and we had stepped away from that region when the Russians left in '89, and really given up any kind of access and relationships that we had with nations in that region. So from a traditional DoD planning perspective, it was really a complicated problem. Mm-hmm. Having the CIA teams on the ground gave us an insight that we really had no way of obtaining from any other source. So the preparation that went into what Hank described as reinforcing the CIA teams with primarily 5th Group Special Forces guys and JSOC as well. We established a base at Karshi-Khanabad in Uzbekistan, and that became the hub for our special operations activities. We began to build a series of force packages that we could put into Afghanistan, primarily initially in the north, in and around Mazar-e-Sharif, that joined up with Alpha and Bravo teams, ultimately with Charlie and Delta. We also had a second JSOC team that was going to go into the vicinity of Kandahar in the south, primarily in search of both bin Laden and Mullah Omar, who was the principal operational leader that we were after as well. And then ultimately an insertion of a large Marine task force that we were going to put in somewhat later to put U.S. ground force presence on the southern part of the country. And that was all the president's intent, to create a significant, very visible U.S. and coalition response to the terrorist activities that we saw on 9/11. We could go on about this. I'll stop with one other comment, and that is we had to create that access that I mentioned that we didn't have. And so I accompanied General Franks to Pakistan to meet with President Musharraf to negotiate access to a very narrow air corridor through southern Pakistan, and the use of Jacobabad Air Base that would give us access for primarily special forces initially, and then more substantial combat search and rescue forces. And that was really our access from the south. The north was through our base in Karshi-Khanabad and a presence in Tashkent in Tajikistan. So it was a very complex set of operations. It didn't have any, we had no ability to call on previous relationships. We had to build those on the fly. The CIA, in addition to the forces on the ground, also helped us with some of those international leaders so that we could gain access to discuss how we could base forces in their countries. So a very complicated set of activities, and very non-traditional in the way the US military would normally plan an operation. We'd have a land component commander, and they'd have all the ground forces. And in this case, land component commander was JR and the Alpha team initially, which didn't fall under DoD authorities. And so we had to negotiate how we would deal back and forth with those kinds of activities. And ultimately, we were able to establish a much larger footprint as we went forward. And then the final piece is activities unfolded way more quickly than we imagined. Successes in the north bred successes in the south. The pressure on the Taliban really rapidly moved from both directions, and we were able to install a government in December in Afghanistan, and that was really much quicker than we anticipated in lots of ways, and to a degree left us still a little bit unprepared with what do you do next. And so I'll stop there, and we can get to questions and maybe get on to John.
Yeah, I just would mention for the audience, for context, your friend Soup Campbell, I was his deputy the year before 9/11. That office within CIA with the senior military representative, he was a 3-star Air Force general, fighter pilot, great guy, great friend of mine. But he in many ways was part of that vanguard of senior people in CIA who served in the same way that we had with FBI. We had this euphemism of exchanging hostages to overcome the rivalries both Hank and you have alluded to, Gene, that were unfortunately a part of the of negotiation before 9/11. And even though, of course, people like Secretary Rumsfeld and there's a lot of legitimacy in raising authorities and issues like that, making sure we understand them, and in some cases having rivalries over them. But it was very important to note, and this is where I'd like to get your comment before turning to John, that it was a success story, both in terms of the incredible creativity that went into reimagining how the military and CIA and then FBI and its own roles and other organizations could collaborate and break down all the barriers to cooperation that existed before 9/11 in the way that Paul alluded to at the outset of this conference. Is a good news story of we were all on the same team. Did you share that feeling that we were all on the same team in spite of what might have been, some areas of dissonance at the top?
Well, I absolutely. I would say that we were able to keep the noise level up at the top where it probably needed to be, and our focus really was on how do we make this work. I went into General Franks very early on and described that, okay, our land component is really 3 elements of warlords in the country, orchestrated by a CIA team or 2 and special forces. I mean, our U.S. presence at that time was 50 people or something like that across a fairly large combat front. And I said, this is pretty non-traditional, boss. And he said, well, he'd like to say J3, you're now the land component commander. And I'm an Air Force fighter pilot. I'm not qualified to be a land component commander, but we'll figure this all out. So it was a very fluid battle space with very fluid command and control relationships, and command and control may even be too strong a word. They really were partnerships and developing friendships that allowed us to bridge the gap of sort of traditional military operations, and all supported from the air. We airlifted everything from weapons to it's a long story, but pantyhose into Afghanistan to help support our men that were on the ground conducting these operations. We were connecting B-52s overhead with special forces and CIA operatives on horseback with radios. It truly was a remarkable success, and in the ability to do that in literally not much more than a month from the time the 9/11 attacks occurred is a great testament to the ability of everyone to pull together as a single team.
Yeah, thank you, Gene. I'd like now John Farmer to offer the third perspective, and I think it's an extremely important perspective to what Hank and Gene have provided up to now. When 9/11 occurred, Governor Farmer was the Attorney General of New Jersey, so he has the perspective of the people who everything we did on behalf of, hopefully, or at least tried to, except for we went awry. And so he has that perspective, but he also became a senior counselor in the 9/11 Commission. So he has the perspective of assessing this very question we're asking here. What was the net effect of our actions? What was good about it? Wasn't bad? To that end, he wrote a book called The Ground Truth, The Untold Story of America on 9/11. So with that, John, we'd like to get your perspective, and then we'll go to a round of quick questions after your opening comments.
Thank you, Rolf, and I really appreciate the opportunity from Paul and others at Harvard to speak here today. As Rolf mentioned, in 9/11, I was the Attorney General in New Jersey. I later became governor for all of 90 minutes, so I appreciate that that shout out. I think there's a growing wave of nostalgia from my tenure as governor as events unfold in New Jersey. But I'll just give you a sense of, I would characterize our role in 9/11. We were, and thereafter, we were, I think, an essential partner who were invited pretty late to the dance in terms of intelligence. We had a plan in place for an emergency, an attack on Lower Manhattan that was put in place in anticipation of the millennium. That was the first time I had been briefed as Attorney General on the threat posed by Osama bin Laden and others, and the potential that the Trade Center and Lower Manhattan itself would become a target. And so the morning of 9/11, I was actually in Atlantic City. We were hosting a conference on state police, community relations, and we had been dealing with the racial profiling issue during most of my tenure. We were the first state to acknowledge its reality as a civil rights issue. And we had made significant progress. So just when you become comfortable with what you've accomplished, the world changes. And that's what happened on the morning of 9/11. That morning, as we were about to open the second day of the conference, everybody's pagers went off about the Trade Center being hit by an airplane. We all sort of thought, okay, that must have been a ridiculous accident because it was a absolutely windless and completely sunny day, really poor piloting involved. But then a few minutes later, we got the message that the second tower had also been hit and realized that we were under attack. So we put in place the plans we had made for the millennium, which called for New Jersey to stage in Liberty State Park right across the river from the Trade Center, and to run the state police, Marine police, boats back and forth, ferrying first responders over and ferrying the wounded back to where we were. As David Sanger mentioned, it remains a very raw issue in New Jersey. And the place where I work, Rutgers University, lost 40 alums that day in the Trade Center. The state of New Jersey, in which I was the chief law enforcement officer and responsible for public safety, lost over 700 people that day. And actually that day, we didn't know. We didn't know for quite some time what a success the evacuation of the Trade Center had been. We knew that 50,000 people worked there. We knew that the attacks happened around rush hour. The early estimates we got that as many as 20,000 people may have died. And so it's difficult to sort of convey to students now the shock of it and the fear that we all felt that there might be a second wave and a third wave. We heard rumors about that, and just the chaos of that morning. There were so many reports coming in that we had to chase down that led nowhere. There were reports of people wearing explosive backpacks walking in Newark and in Central Park in New York. There were reports that we took seriously about thousands of Muslims dancing in the streets of Jersey City, which is actually where we were staged. And the reason we took them seriously is that in 1993, the first attack on the Trade Center was staged from Jersey City. So we did send state police over to investigate those reports, and it turned out to be completely overblown. We had no doubts that some people in those neighborhoods may have been happy. But in terms of thousands of people dancing, that was not true. But what was haunting us that entire day was actually the absence of any kind of reliable intelligence. We had all these reports coming in, and we learned very early on to interrogate the source. Who told you this? How did we know this? Why should we expend resources looking for it? And that day, The first reports of vigilante activity also started to surface. And so I decided I needed to meet almost immediately with the Muslim community leaders in Jersey City and Paterson, which were our two largest Muslim areas in 20 years ago, and reached out to the FBI to set up that meeting. And this is a window into the state of things back then. They really didn't know anybody. They couldn't set that up. I arranged the meetings actually through an Egyptian sergeant in the Jersey City Police. And again, in Paterson, we did have some contacts there. We met with the leaders of the mosque in Paterson. And by the time we met them, it was a couple of days later, we had a pretty good idea that some of the hijackers had been living in Paterson, namely two of them. And again, one of these issues that arises, and I think raises a larger issue, which I'll come to, of connectivity. Hazmi and Midhar had been living there for a while before 9/11. And one of the Paterson police officers told me, if we had any idea they were looking for these guys, we knew that these two guys were there. They hardly spoke any English. We didn't know who they were, but we also didn't know anyone was looking for them. And as it turns out, the Bureau had been searching for those guys for quite some time, for several weeks prior to 9/11. And so what happened as a consequence of the chaos of that day, and really how improvised is the best word to describe it, how improvised our response had to be. We developed better relationships with the Bureau. We developed better relationships within law enforcement in New Jersey. But I would say to come back to one of the points raised earlier, strategic intelligence is obviously really important. But I think the component that was missing then, I think it's improved a lot in the years since, because we'll focus on it though, is the connectivity of that strategic intelligence to the ground and to the people who are actually, these transnational threats are going to manifest and ramify locally. And unless there's a connection with the local law enforcement and local forces on the ground, you're going to miss things. And I think the hunt for Hazmi and Midhar is the best example I can think of. Whereas if there had been more of a two-way street in terms of intelligence flowing back and forth, who knows? Maybe they would have been identified, and maybe the plot would have been disrupted at that point. But the early days, we were in the beginnings of establishing this better relationship and more mutual relationship with the FBI and with federal law enforcement generally. What has happened over the longer period of time that we're talking about is, I think, the very positive development of fusion centers, which we weren't calling them fusion centers back in the late 90s. What we were calling them were strategic integration or intelligence-led policing. And the idea was that you had, in the context, for example, of serial killers, you had clues residing in different police departments around the state and the country. And there was nothing to bring those clues together to identify the perpetrators. Yeah. Very similarly with respect to potential terrorist plots. The idea of the fusion center is if you have local police sharing with state police and then with the FBI and then back and forth, you're more likely to put things together, to connect the dots that might lead you to these plots before they ramify in a deadly way locally. And I think the fact that 20 years has gone by speaks to success really at every level, in terms of identifying, interdicting, changing the focus from to prevention from law enforcement and from necessarily making cases after the fact. I think there's been a cultural change in law enforcement that's been effective, and I think there is a lot greater sharing of intelligence than there was then. But what I will never lose is the sort of gut punch of that day, and having really no idea what we were dealing with. That the closest we came to really having some good intelligence was the fact that the colonel of our state police, Carson Dunbar, had been an FBI agent and had been involved in the investigation in 1993 and then shortly thereafter of the first terrorist attack on the Trade Center. And that morning, he looked at me and said, "This is bin Laden. This is bin Laden." And we obviously didn't confirm that for a while, but his experience led him to think what a lot of other people thought that day, that it had to be that group that pulled this off. So, in general, I think 9/11 was a change culturally in the attitude of law enforcement and the realization that it's all connected, and that that strategic intelligence has to connect in some ways to the local places where its consequences are going to ramify in order for the intelligence project to be effective.
That's very good, John. In fact, I want to pick up on that point and offer a thought for any of the three of you to comment on. The palpable fear of second wave, the uncertainty created by the lack of connections between various parts of the government, and most prominently with local authorities, who we had to fight through the lack of connections, existing connections, the lack of ways and say procedures that have been well established, and basically make them up on the fly. And I wanted to share sort of my own poignant observation on that. Is given my role as the WMD guy, I can tell you as a fact, the president, vice president, and a number of other senior officials were most worried about some sort of WMD attack. Remember, in June of 2001, we had an anthrax attack that killed a number of people with letters. We ultimately discovered it was an American scientist, but at the time there was also great concern that could have been an Al-Qaeda attack. And we knew that there were plans for subsequent attacks in the United States. I remember going to the Oval Office in December of 2001, one of many trips I know, like Hank and Gene and others, to pay to the president. And I would just echo what Michael Morell said about President Bush. Not a political comment, just a factual comment. He was deadly worried about the inadequacies of the U.S. government to deal with what we were dealing with. CIA, FBI, and I listened to George Tenet say this to the president many times, did not have the kind of relationship it needed to have, and did not have the mechanisms to work together as closely as we needed to. There was no Department of Homeland Security. I met Tom Ridge when he was just an advisor on Homeland Security before he took that over, and listened to him explain how broken that system was. Bob Mueller, the director of the FBI, great man in my estimation, did a wonderful job. He had just taken over the job as FBI director. And I remember listening to the president shortly before the holidays, when we were expecting, not just thinking there'd be another attack, we were expecting more attacks. Tell the president, order him to not believe what his own people were telling him, because they didn't know what they were talking about. And by the way, it was a conversation George Tenet was having with CIA every night. So I'm not picking on the FBI. So I really want to drive home what John's point. And you can imagine how people felt in the places where the attacks would occur, whether they were in New York or New Jersey. And I'll leave it with a comment. If you guys could like to comment maybe before we turn, I would like to leave the last, say, 10, 15 minutes for Q&A. But a quick round on this question of the next attack, and ultimately how well we prepared ourselves, not just in the immediate weeks and months, but for the long haul on dealing with this problem. And how would you grade the effort? Real quickly, maybe Hank, then Gene, then John.
Well, I think if you're asking about, did we prevent any major attacks in the homeland of the last 20 years, we passed. At least as of today. Tomorrow it may change. So I would also stress, though, that in our urgency and then eventually the sort of overwhelming use of force and the intrusion into civil liberties and the excesses in terms of money spent and in terms of norms and even laws challenged, I think some of that has been clearly counterproductive. Mm-hmm. And so while I'm immensely proud of the first 10, 11 months of our response, and of course I have a bias in that, I am concerned about what came after in the next 19 years. And I think in some ways that has not improved the security of the United States.
Yeah, Hank, and I think you're alluding to things like enhanced interrogation, not putting words in your mouth, and drones and other things. To what extent are they? Maybe we can get a little of that into the Q&A, because that's also part of the response. Unfortunately, things that we may have gone to an excessive stage and were counterproductive. Gene, how about you? What's your view on thoughts on that question?
Yeah, I think first to Hank's point, I think there were some things that we did out of emotion as opposed to really good logical thought on ways to improve our national processes and certainly our tactical processes. Having said that, we talked a little bit, David mentioned earlier about having 2 F-16s on the wing of Air Force One going into to Andrews Air Force Base. That was done from the commander NORAD, which is a binational command between the US and Canada for air defense against Russian air, essentially. But he had the authority to scramble fighters and we kept them on alert. We really didn't have a structure that could help watch over and defend the skies of our country inside our borders. We were really good at looking outside our borders. Thus, the beginning of U.S. Northern Command that had a focus really on the defense of the homeland. And you think about that, yeah, why shouldn't we have been doing this for decades? And so out of 9/11 came the birth of that. You mentioned, Rolf, the Department of Homeland Security, but then also creating the authorities that allowed all of them to work as a truly interagency team was something that took a while to happen. But it did, and I think that contributed to this 20-year span where we've been fortunate not to have a major attack on our homeland. We need to think about other authorities and what that means, and then also balance those with the basic rights of our citizens. We all watched in horror of January 6th. What does that mean for what authorities need to be in place for the future? And how do we integrate members of the National Guard when civil disturbances occur? There's a lot still to work on here, and we should not think that we've solved this problem quite yet. We've got a ways to go.
Yeah, and I do, since we don't have a member on the panel from law enforcement per se, I do want to salute the FBI for making arguably the most difficult pivot from being the world's preeminent federal law enforcement organization to also becoming one of the world's preeminent intelligence and counterterrorism fighting organizations as it was fighting the war on terrorism. And our local police, I've worked myself with NYPD and many other police around the country who actually have to stop the attacks if they have the intelligence. So John, what's your comment on that? And then I'd like to turn over to Q&A.
So one of the responsibilities that Philip Zelikow gave me with the 9/11 Commission was actually to reconstruct the day of the chronology and how all the different agencies from the top down interacted. And so in the process of that, we came, I think on taking myself back to where I was on 9/11 itself, I was thinking, well, I'm clueless, but someone else must have their act together here. and I'm not sure how I still have mixed emotions because the consequence of the investigation that we pursued was that everybody was improvising. I mean, that's what was happening. It wasn't just we in New York and New Jersey and at the Pentagon. It was at every level. The improvisation was going on. So in some ways, I felt less like we were alone in that and left out. And in another sense, I was alarmed by the fact that the disconnects that we had existed at every level of government. So I do think the Bureau has done a remarkable job in sort of transforming that culture that you referred to. And I think there is a lot more connectivity with state and local law enforcement than existed 20 years ago. And they have disrupted. We know it. We know that they've disrupted several plots, and I'm sure there are others that we don't know about. So there's been great improvement in that respect. But I think bureaucracies tend to act in similar ways, and the temptation to become siloed is part of human nature, I think. And so that's something that I think we all have to be vigilant and guarding against, sliding back into that kind of mindset. But as I say, it's still very raw for me, that feeling of reacting, sending people across the river, trying to figure out where Mayor Giuliani was, trying to figure out who was in charge of the fire department, because they seem to have lost everybody. That sort of a fear of the second strike, which was in the air that day. We were being told maybe we should move out of Jersey City because there might be another thing happening. Decided not to, because we were in a position, at least we could help people. We could help the wounded. We could, help New York by sending troopers across the river. So we decided not to move, but that fear that you talked about was very much in the pit of our stomachs that day and in the succeeding weeks. And of course, 10 days later, when the anthrax letters were mailed, they had to be mailed from Jersey City, or rather from New Jersey. So we were in the middle of that as well. And we thought initially that was a second strike. We learned pretty quickly, I think, that it probably wasn't. But again, it was a second wave of a type from a different source. And so that when I'm talking to the students at Rutgers, and there are 80 to 90 million people in the country who were not born on 9/11, who are out there now, a lot of them are our students. It's hard to convey that anxiety that drove so many of our actions in those days. And I think that's the challenge for us moving forward, is to communicate that to future generations.
Yeah, I think that's well put. Paul, I'll turn it over for you, maybe host about a 15-minute of Q&A. And I will say, in closing out our initial comments here, and is that I think what another thing we haven't said, and I just want to put this out there, is that the action, whether it was in hundreds of countries around almost 100 probably countries around the world, and different agencies, even some from adversaries, not just from friends, but from adversaries, providing intelligence, actionable intelligence, and acting on the United States' behalf, numbered in the thousands in the years after 9/11, in an unprecedented way, on drawing on every night the president, every night George Tenet would convene a meeting in CIA at 5 o'clock, went till usually 9, 10 o'clock. Hank was always there. I was always there. A number of people were always there. It had representatives from all over the intelligence community. FBI director would come often. Then NSA director Michael Hayden would come quite often. And the action would be dictated on the spot. And then every morning, the FBI and CIA director would meet the president. And out of that meeting would come actions that would drive the entire rest of the day. Actionable actions to try to keep this country safe from the hundreds of threats that were pouring in every day. So it was very real. And we had to do all the things that the panelists have described in an atmosphere of expectation and vulnerability that 9/11 had created. So Paul, over to you.
Well, I'll just underscore, I think very few folks understand the sheer volume of threats that come in every day, overwhelming, cascade of folks, reports of folks looking to do harm to Americans around the world, and sorting that through and dealing with it is just a gargantuan job. So let's turn to questions from the audience. Rolf, I think you'll be able to see questions that come from the Zoom session, from Zoom participants. So maybe we can alternate back and forth, but
all right.
Who would like to start off with a question back here? I've got back here, sir. Is that Philip? Yeah. We've got a microphone up here. If you could step up here, and then everyone will be able to hear. We got Philip, Rolf, we got Philip Zelikow coming up.
It's good to see all of you. The question I have is, because the discussion has been a lot about interagency coordination. And in the earlier panel, there was a tendency to kind of bounce the ball back and forth between CIA versus White House, intelligence failure, policy failure. And actually the main point a lot about the paradox of prevention has to do with the Department of Defense. And in this particular story, I have a little bit of a question then about how to think about the role of the Department of Defense. The Blue Sky memo story, for instance, that Michael Morell referred to, actually really just it's discussed in the commission report, and it really turned into the argument over to the Predator program, which during 2001, by the way, which had outstanding support from the US Air Force and from lower level people in CIA, but then became a game of ping pong in 2001 between the director of the CIA and the leaders of the Department of Defense. And this relates then to a historical question that is specifically for Hank Crumpton, but also Gene Renuart might have an understanding about this, which is how then should we think about the question about the Battle of Tora Bora and about the general readiness of the Department of Defense to do some massive operations in Afghanistan? Because granted that an invasion of Afghanistan was inconceivable, it was still the case that surely Al-Qaeda could do something that would require a decisive US response. And surely in that decisive US response, no one would expect CIA to do this alone. In fact, what CIA did in late 2001 was sort of way outside the boundaries of what anyone was entitled to rely on CIA to do. And so then it relates to the historical issue, which is still contested today, is was there a chance to get bin Laden before he escaped to Pakistan? And if there was such a chance, was that chance lost in the Battle of Tora Bora in December of 2001, about 3 months after 9/11? And the answer, I've heard arguments on both sides of this, and I'd just be grateful to hear what Hank and Jean have to say about that. But I think it calls out a larger question about how well we prepare for nonlinear, unexpected dangers where DoD might have to play a role that seems inconceivable until the day it happens. And I can think of 3 or 4 examples right now in 2021 where that could come up. But let's frame it partly in the sense of asking the history question.
Yeah, Philip. Yeah, Philip, thanks. Good question. Let me address sort of the bigger piece of it, and then I'll drill down on Tora Bora. The best chance to get bin Laden, of course, was before 9/11. There were multiple confirmed intelligence reports, and there's no doubt in my mind there were at least 3, probably 4 great opportunities to kill bin Laden before 9/11. And we did not do that. And part of it goes to your earlier comments, Philip, about the challenges of how we define a threat and how we respond. There's an American concept of war. We're either at war or we're not at war. And we talk about the 20-year war in Afghanistan. Well, there are a handful of us were fighting that war well before 9/11. And I guarantee you, this war is not over in Afghanistan. Yet we frame it as war, no war. And I think that goes to your earlier point about the paradox of prevention. You didn't need an invasion. You didn't need a massive military incursion into Afghanistan to stop the plot, to stop Al-Qaeda, to begin to destroy Al-Qaeda before 9/11. If you look at the paucity of authorities and resources the CIA had under President Clinton, and then into the first few months of President Bush, it's breathtaking in how scarce those authorities and resources were. We didn't even have our own helicopter to infiltrate into Afghanistan. I sent teams into Afghanistan starting in September '99 on decrepit old Mi-17 Russian helicopters flown by Northern Alliance pilots. And we looked at budgets, and it was in just a few millions of dollars. We eventually were able to scrap together $5 million to buy our own Mi-17, which is why we had one when 9/11 happened. And I can give you many other examples. I mean, so there's a whole range of things that we could have done before 9/11 that would have been much more robust, but far short of a military invasion. Let me give you go to Tora Bora now. Yes, we could have captured or killed bin Laden in Tora Bora. I am not 100% convinced of that, but I think there was a good probability, given the intelligence, given the U.S. military and CIA teams there on the ground and what they were telling me. In fact, I had one of my team leaders screaming at me over the phone for reinforcements because they knew just did not have the resources to do that. I did call General Franks, and we had a discussion, and I said, this is a situation, this is what my men are requesting, and I passed it on to General Franks. I also, of course, told my chain of command, and I'll turn it over to Jean on the CENTCOM decision, behind not sending reinforcements.
Thanks, Hank.
You bet.
I think there's some context that led up to this that's important to understand. We had every morning we had a 7 o'clock phone call at CENTCOM with Secretary of Defense, and I think that went through some of the force availabilities, what we could deploy into the country and not. And as many might recall, we had most recently deployed a portion of the 10th Mountain Division into Afghanistan. And they were now the principal sort of ground force north that we had available to us. I agree with Hank. I think we did have the opportunity to capture or kill bin Laden in Tora Bora, and it slipped through our hands. And it slipped through our hands for really a number of reasons. One, there was a very keen focus on the part of the secretary on the numbers of U.S. military that were in country, even so much as wondering why we were 20 or 30 people over the limit on a given day. And so there was a sensitivity about how much force we could have available to us. There was a bit of a limitation on what you could bring in on this airlift. And so some of the more heavy artillery that you would have needed for successful Tora Bora activity was not available to the commander on the ground. There was an assumption that the Pakistanis would be allies in this effort, and a strong belief by some in the office of the Secretary of Defense that we should and could rely on the Pakistanis to, if you will, close that border off behind bin Laden into Pakistan in the Tora Bora area. And then there was a belief, and I think not so much a belief, a reliance on the ability of air power to bring force to bear to support that. Those are wonderful excuses to some degree. I think part of the challenge was the only people that really understood what the actual terrain was on the ground and the difficulty of finding and fixing bin Laden in one of the many caves in Tora Bora were actually the CIA teams who were calling for air. So I won't speak for General Franks' specific decision making, but he was torn between, on the one hand, his guidance from the secretary on force limits and structures, and his ability to add reinforcements very quickly. The final thing I'd say with respect to bin Laden is it's a fleeting target, and so there was a sense of urgency to do some things right now that unit that was there deployed in the theater was not fully prepared to do. They'd only been on the ground for a short period of time. And so there was some risk to force, if you will. And so the decisions that were made were obviously what was recorded in history. The Pakistanis did not close the border the way we had hoped. As a boss of mine used to say, hope is not a very good course of action, but it was what we had at the moment to deal with this. And I think obviously in retrospect, it was probably not a great thing. And so we lost that opportunity. Just one point to Philip's comment about predators and the like. We reinstituted the bunker buster bomb to deal with some of the ability to dig out hideaways like we had in the Tora Bora region. The Predator was not really that capable in that area. However, the Predator did give us some very real capability to very discreetly target. And I can tell you there are many, many nights where probably Hank and I are both looking at Predator video at a tall man in white robes thinking, is this our chance? And in some cases, it was not the person we were looking for. In some cases, that target was fleeting by the time you get a 90 or 120 mile an hour Predator from 100 miles away overhead to begin to look at a target. So we had some really amazing uses of technology. The Predator was actually used by the CIA first. I brought the Predator into Iraq while I was still the commander there in Joint Task Force Southwest Asia. It's the first military use. So it's amazing capability, but it had some limits, and we saw some of those there.
Hey,
Hey,
Paul.
Rolf,
yeah,
can I jump in?
yeah. Okay. I just wanted to ask one final question. So let's I think our time is almost up. I wanted to hit you guys with one amalgamation of several, but go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, just to underscore what Gene said, General Franks and I could not have had a better relationship, and I'll give you one quick example of that. He came to DC, we had some meetings, and then he was going to meet with Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, and he asked me to go with him. Mm-hmm. I really had no role. I really didn't have a specific task in that meeting, but General Franks, adhering to the civilian chain of command, the civilian authority, but he did want me right next to him when he met with Secretary Rumsfeld, and we did that more than once. And so I think, at least for me, that was an important action, important decision on his part, and it just underscored the teamwork we have between CIA, CENTCOM, and JSOC and SOCOM.
Yeah, Paul, I wanted to end maybe with their final, or say concluding quick comment based on a one question that represents many of the phenomenal questions all of you asked, and I'm so sorry we didn't get to more of them, but this one I think takes the thrust of many of the questions that were asked and contemporizes our panel as we close out here, which is to say, many of you asked questions about accountability and did we have any real accountability? We know the things we did well. In the most fundamental way was the Taliban resurgence, which apparently came to the great surprise of the Biden administration, put us in a way back to where we were before 9/11. And is it a fair question to ask whether this surprise is a harbinger of another possibility that we haven't gone as far as we've gone to fix some of the things in spite of what I think are heroic and wonderful efforts? And so maybe just a very quick question to the three of you. Are you satisfied with where we are in the context of what we've just witnessed with the withdrawal of the Pakistan out of Afghanistan? And specific to you, Hank, several people asked, are there lessons learned from the way you dealt after 9/11 going into Afghanistan with how we need to potentially work with the Taliban or other forces in Afghanistan today? So that would have been another good hour, but just on a very quick, maybe if we can do that to close this out on a contemporary note. So Hank, Gene, and John.
I think it's a shameful defeat. And I think you've got thousands of foreign fighters that are already in Afghanistan, Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and I think more will come. And I think that you will see a growing terrorist threat, not just from Afghanistan, but this defeat of the United States is resonating in Somalia and West Africa and the Middle East. And I think we're going to have some real trouble on our hands in the coming years.
Gene.
Yeah, I'll echo Hank's comment there. I'm embarrassed that for all that we've put into this. If you think about on the day we installed a government in Afghanistan, we essentially were beginning the process for a country that lived in the Middle Ages to begin to move towards something in the modern ages. You think about today, the average age of 75% of the country of Afghanistan is 25 years old. Where were they on that day in Afghanistan when we installed a new government? They had a chance for education. Women, as we've seen in so many cases, have had an opportunity not just to be educated, but to be participants in the leadership and the government of their country. Those kids are only 25 or 26 years old now. We've just stepped away from them, and we've to a degree we've abandoned them, and we didn't have to do that. I think as a nation we need to rethink how we participate globally. I've said for many years, the State Department's budget is way underfunded. They need triple what they have today. The USAID needs triple what it has today, because that's an element of power that we tend to forget. And we think that military is our principal element of US national power. The great strength that we have is in our diplomatic and our economic tools of power, and we underinvest in those.
John.
Yeah, I would just, in the last couple of weeks, I've been involved in, or was involved in a sort of ad hoc effort to help evacuate some of the people trying to get out of Afghanistan, and some of the messaging that I was exposed to really echoed for me the urgency of 9/11 itself. I can think of one in particular. There was a 10-year-old girl who became separated from her family and got to the Taliban checkpoint, and then they closed everything down, and she did not make it out. And to me, that sort of crystallizes the feeling of abandonment that my two co-panelists just expressed. I think it's very dispiriting to have that kind of urgency just being dismissed as, well, this is just the messy end of things. No, it's not. It's the trailing consequence of a failed policy and an abandonment of what could have been a much better situation. So hate to end on a sour note, but the urgency of those messages in the days leading up to the closure of the airport were on a par, in my mind, with the urgency of the messages that I had on 9/11 itself, and in a very unfortunate way to lead into the 20th anniversary.
Well, so we don't end on that note. Let me offer my comment to all of you young people out there and all of you scholars and researchers that you're going to take this baton up and you're going to improve on what we tried to do, some of which was good and some of which is bad, and the legacy we all bear, regardless of what we think about policy and intelligence and defense. So over to you for making the most out of today in a way that you can finish the job we started 20 years ago. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Rolf, John, Hank, Gene. Thank you so much for spending time with us here today and offering both your recollections and insight. I think there's one other positive note that I would also end on. There's a story taking place right now, and it has over the last few weeks, that is, I think, a remarkable story that I'm certain will be written. But it's the story of American civilians, former military, former intelligence, businessmen from all walks of life who have banded together in amazing informal networks, running trap lines, rescuing people from Afghanistan, spending money, hiring planes, running operations in a convergence of dedication, a convergence of duty, that I think speaks to the highest character of America and Americans. And I'm looking forward to a chance to pull together at the right time some of the people who are part of that story. Doesn't change many of the grim facts that we've talked about, but it does, for me, offer a real glimmer of hope. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 12:15. So those in the audience, please grab a quick bite for lunch, come back in, and then we'll dive a bit deeper into some very personal stories of what it was like to be in those first wave of teams into the ground, and to talk about that. And then we'll start to open back up out into family stories, historical perspective, and looking forward. So thanks, everyone. We'll reconvene at 12:15. Welcome back, everybody. We're continuing with our day-long discussion of 20-year retrospective of the events of 9/11 and subsequent actions, reactions, consequences. The next session today is going to be focused on field stories from the first teams into Afghanistan after 9/11. Hank Crumpton, Gene Renuart talked about it a little bit earlier, but here we'll get an intensely personal perspective. Moderating the session will be Natalie Kolbe. She's the Belfer Center Executive Director. Before coming to the center, she served in the Central Intelligence Agency for 13 years leading multiple analytic teams producing finished intelligence on the Middle East, Africa, Latin America. She was the director of the Analytic Resources and Corporate Programs for the Near East Mission Center, and she led strategic management of analytic personnel resources and created a career development seminar for mid-level analysts. So I'll turn over to the mic to Natalie, and she'll introduce our panelists. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for being here, and we're going to continue the discussion this afternoon, as Paul said, with a perspective from the field. We're very privileged today to have two decorated CIA veterans with us, both of whom served on the ground in Afghanistan in the weeks and months that followed 9/11 attacks. So I'll do some brief introductions. First, we have Philip Riley. He's a senior vice president at Orbis Operations and a senior advisor at Boston Consulting Group. But he's also, of course, a retired CIA senior operations officer. He served for 29 years at the agency in several high-level positions, including chief of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, chief of the Special Activities Division, as well as deputy chief of station in Iraq. And of course, notably for today's conversation, he was also chief of station in Afghanistan. And he was also the deputy commander of the first CIA team to enter Afghanistan after 9/11. We also have Michael Hurley. He also served a very distinguished career over 25 years at the CIA. He managed CIA personnel in conflict areas around the world. And following the 9/11 attacks, he also led CIA teams in Afghanistan that were focused on the hunt for Osama bin Laden. He was also a team leader and a senior counsel on the 9/11 Commission. We've heard from several other members of that commission earlier today. And he also contributed to that commission's final report. So we're very privileged to have them today. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so as Paul said, we really wanted to take a closer look at what it was like to be on the ground immediately after the attacks, the quick efforts by the agency to get us into Afghanistan. So Phil, I'll start with you. Can you just describe where you were on 9/11 and then those immediate days afterwards as we were all, as the agency was scrambling to put these teams on the ground, and then what it was like to arrive in Afghanistan shortly after?
Sure. I was attending language training. I was going to go out to a field command and where you needed to learn Serbo-Croatian. But I knew the minute I saw the CNN reports that it was a terrorist attack and things were going to be different. And like everybody in CIA and probably in the military and other government agencies wanted to volunteer to get in the fight. So I was out of language class very quickly and went back to my special activities, the paramilitary arm of CIA, and said, essentially, please put me in, coach. At that point, this is only several days after 9/11, Gary Schroen, been mentioned earlier by some of the speakers, was picked to be the team lead. He was uniquely qualified with the languages in the area, and he had served in the area, and he was highly decorated. But we knew at that point, even though the US military had not decided what components we were going to be operating with, we knew it was going to be a paramilitary operation. We were working closely with the military. So I was chosen as the deputy of the jawbreaker team because of my paramilitary background. And we then immediately started to assemble a team. It was driven by the fact the aforementioned single Mi-17 helicopter that we had access to. So it was small. We picked 7 people, Gary and myself, and then 5 others to form the base of the team, including the CIA's best field medic, the CIA's best communicator, and as well as a couple case officers, and the 3 aircrew, which were Americans. You'd be happy to know as a taxpayer that we trained military pilots to fly Mi-17 helicopters. Both of those 3 individuals have been brought over to CIA. So 10 Americans were on the first 17 to go in. How did we feel? I mean, I had a mission, so I was very focused on the mission, but I'm also a New Yorker. The accent may have given it away. Lost a cousin at the Trade Center and firefighters from my hometown in Baldwin, Long Island. So it was a visceral quality to how I felt about going in. Our mission essentially was go into the Northern Alliance. It was the last remaining section of Afghanistan not controlled by the Taliban. The Panjshir Valley, which if you're following events, this is very topical right now. We would go in to link up with the Northern Alliance, bring them to our side, and also tell them they were going to be US military forces entering their terrain and that we needed them to work closely together. Neither of those missions was very, very difficult. Something that hasn't been mentioned today, but it's kind of important. 20 years ago yesterday, Ahmed Shah Massoud, the leader of the Northern Alliance, was assassinated by Al-Qaeda in the Panjshir Valley. And that was a galvanizing event. I think Al-Qaeda tried to do a decapitation strike on the Northern Alliance and they failed miserably. What it did was absolutely galvanize that people, that Tajik enclave, to come to our side. So we showed up there. The Tajiks, the Northern Alliance, were equating the loss of their leader 2 days before 9/11 to our loss on the day of 9/11. And so they were immediately on our side and very eager, frankly, to accept U.S. military personnel.
Thank you. Michael, over to you. As I understand, you weren't working the CT target, or at least the Osama bin Laden target on 9/11. How did you find yourself to that target, and what was your experience in those early days?
Well, that's right. On September 11, 2001, I was consigned and working in the dungeons of CIA in the basement of the old headquarters building, and I was the manager of a team of about 200 people that were running sensitive operations around the world and managing sensitive personnel around the world. We were not directly involved in counterterrorism at that time, but I remember I was sitting in my office and a colleague came rushing in at around 9 o'clock, whatever time it was, and that morning to say, Mike, you have to see this. So I went out to her cubicle and a bunch of people had gathered around, and they had that capability that then on their computers, they could watch CNN. And so they were watching that, and a plane had just crashed into one of the World Trade Center towers. And we're all kind of remarking, obviously, how terrible this was, and how could any pilot be so negligent. And while we were watching, some minutes later, we saw the second plane come in, and then everybody knew instantly this was a terrorist attack. And what happened was that there were so many rumors. I mean, for the students listening now, so many rumors flying around Washington and all the reporting that was taking place by the television reporters and so on. There were rumors flying around that the State Department was going to be hit. Of course, later on, the Pentagon was hit that morning as well, too, by an airline that had been hijacked. And so there was the strong belief at the CIA headquarters by our senior management that our buildings were likely to be struck as well, too. So the order came down to evacuate the building. And so people left, and only what were considered core staff or essential staff, people with particular responsibilities, were asked to stay. And just given the job that I was in, I kind of fell into that category. So I stayed. There wasn't so much to do, but later on that morning, I guess about midday, I walked into another building because I wanted to go to the Counter-Terrorist Center. Now that's the component in CIA that had been tracking Al-Qaeda and extremists for a number of years. And I went down there because I instantly knew that the world had changed and that things were going to be different. And I sort of felt like that I wanted to be involved. So I walked into the office of a good friend of mine, Rich Blee, who was heading the Sunni extremist group. And one of the sort of offices under that was Alex Station, which was the unit that had been tracking bin Laden. So I walked into Rich's office, and of course there was sort of an uproar, obviously. And I should say that everybody in the Counter-Terrorist Center all stayed, of course. They were all essential employees then. And Phil, you probably have a better idea of this than I do, but I think maybe the Counter-Terrorist Center had maybe 150 or 200 people at that time. And it's really, I think, a testament to CIA's ability, because within a very, very short time, it had tripled in size and then went much beyond that as well, too. But I did get a few moments with Rich Blee, and I volunteered to go to Afghanistan. That's basically what I told him when I walked in. And what I noticed when I went into his office was there were these stacks of papers along the wall, just high stacks. And I asked him what those were. And those were the intelligence reports and the PowerPoint briefings he had been giving to the director of CIA and briefing him on, and also the principals, National Security Council, and warning about Al-Qaeda and the threat that it posed to the United States in the years before the attacks. And Rich Blee knew that in his heart that someday he was going to be called before Congress or the Counter-Terrorist Center would to tell our leadership what the agency had done to warn about these attacks. So he was thinking about that years in advance. So that's what I did. And I then reported to work in CTC. They gave me a management job. I was there the next day and got a chance to see from the inside. I had not worked in CTC before, but get a chance from the inside to see how it operated and see the professionalism of the people that were there and the expertise that they developed on Al-Qaeda. And one of the things that you learned immediately if you came into CTC from another component of headquarters was that everything, you couldn't let things slide. You had to take action immediately. The counterterrorism world was a world in which if you didn't act, if you delayed on something that came in, that people could die literally. And so there definitely was that ethos of an intense commitment there that I saw from the beginning. It then took them a while to actually get me out to Afghanistan, but I arrived there just after the Tora Bora campaign in early December, and was sent to Rich Blee, was then the chief of Kabul Station. It just had been installed there and opened, and sent me down to southeastern Afghanistan, where I headed a compound and a contingent, a team of CIA officers, and was essentially there for the next 18 months with a couple of breaks back at headquarters during that time.
Okay. So you both are on the ground in Afghanistan. Earlier this morning during the panels, we heard from Hank Crumpton just about some of that coordination that evolved after some of those early teams came in between the CIA and the US military. So I just want to kind of probe a little bit more on that in terms of what that was like day to day. What are some of the challenges you worked through together to achieve the mission that you guys were doing? So Phil, maybe start with you.
Sure. Yeah, you shouldn't come away from today's session thinking that the CIA and the military hadn't worked closely together prior to 9/11. Again, we were formed out of the military in 1947. And I will tell you, throughout my paramilitary career, 30-year career, interacted with the US military well prior to 9/11. Usually, to be honest, with the Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, in the days right after 9/11, I assumed that we would be working with Delta, or the famous SEAL Team 6, and one of those other JSOC elements. But the military chose the absolute perfect tool. I'm pointing to General Renuart over there. The US Army Green Berets, Special Forces. They're trained to operate in austere environments. They have teams with multi-disciplines, with weapons, intelligence, medical, communications people. They're all cross-trained, and they could operate in very austere environments with us. So we paired off immediately, and I can tell you it was the absolute best tool. So hats off to Green Berets. And then just specifically, the mission was to work together and plot the enemy positions, be it on the south in the Shamali Plain down near Kabul, with the Takhar front in my case up in the northwest, and basically each hilltop identified for what ultimately was a massive air campaign that everyone cites the Green Berets and the CIA. You cannot forget the efforts of the U.S. Air Force and its impact on the enemy and destroying them.
All right. And Michael, when you were working in Afghanistan, could you give a sense of what your mission was focused on as it differed maybe from some of the more kind of driving in the targets for the military?
Well, for sure, our instructions were very clear. It was to capture or kill the Al-Qaeda terrorists, and so that was our primary goal. And of course, to get the high value targets, Bin Laden, his deputy Ayman al-Zawahiri, and there was a whole list of other people. So doing that really kind of motivated us. It was a completely different environment for us. I did not have the local languages. And we did have some officers who had that background. It's a very valuable qualification and skill to have. We've talked about Gary Schroen. He had that deep area knowledge and those languages. But we did have to rely on people that had military backgrounds, of course, like Phil and others, and people who had served in conflict areas as well too, working side by side with our military, because there was no blueprint for what we did. And I think it's a remarkable story how quickly CIA ramped up to, and I don't, just sort of want to praise CIA, but I do think that this is an aspect in its history that was very significant. It ramped up very, very quickly. I think the head of the Counter-Terrorist Center briefed the president and the National Security Council within days, really, of the plan for going into Afghanistan, and it was a pretty impressive plan. These 7 teams, I think, Phil, initially, that were inserted in strategic areas of Afghanistan, and it really was a light footprint, a small number of people. But I do think, as Phil was saying, that the cooperation that we had with the military was really kind of unique, and that's what. So there wasn't really a blueprint for it, but it was the. It was the understanding of the leadership on the ground that knew that we had to all be working together in order to accomplish what we needed to do. And so, as Phil said, we had we had in my area, we recruited a 1,500 person man friendly Afghan militia, and that meant they had to be supplied. So our Green Beret team with us were the ones that trained them, but it was the agency that supplied them with weapons, with ammunition, with the transportation. We just went out on the local markets to buy the pickups that they needed to get around, to feed them and so on. And these were skills that I certainly didn't have, but you kind of develop them on the ground. And so that's what we did. And I should also say that we had the cooperation that we had with our allies too was pretty remarkable, because we had teamed with us. We had not only our special operations forces, SEAL Team 6 with us and Delta Force. We had British Special Air Service and British Special Boat Service, and then the Australians, although they don't like to publicize it, were with us as well. And we all worked as a team, and they did a remarkable job.
So staying in Afghanistan on the ground, but fast forwarding a bit in time. So Phil, you went back out several years later as the chief of station in Kabul. And Michael, you've just articulated a little bit more of what we were doing with some of those partners on the ground early on. So I wanted to ask sort of, how did what observations changed? How did your perspective change when you went in that role years later, and describe sort of what the mission was at that point and the partners at that point?
Sure. First of all, was the size of it. I mean, if I was there with 10 Americans, I was 100x on manpower, and up to, I guess in my tenure, it was probably the high point, about 14 bases, and many thousands of Afghan paramilitaries working with 100,000 plus U.S. personnel at that point. It was just at the buildup. This is 2008, 2009. So it was a completely different environment. In a war zone, there's tactical reporting, there's a force protection mission that never goes away. Every day you got to protect yourselves, you have to try to report information to protect military. And then there's the strategic intelligence, and there's the CT mission, the largest CT mission, trying to still find Al-Qaeda. Much of that effort was cross-border operations into Pakistan. So a lot of our bases, if you look at a map, they were arrayed along the border with Pakistan, where they very effectively ran operations to gather intelligence, some of which was ultimately led to the successful Abbottabad raid against UBL. But I will tell you too, I saw maybe some of the fractures that would come in the future. Karzai, who was brought in by Team Hotel in circa December of 01 through the South into Kandahar, and ultimately became the first president, revered us. He was in power and his life was saved by us. But at that point, he had already started to, there was a lot of friction. There were some accidental deaths and bombing errors, perhaps, often inflated by the enemy, even inflated by Karzai. And I could see that friction forming, friction that became to the point where now he's a vocal opponent of the U.S. So those signs were there. The other thing was there was a huge effort, international effort. Thank you for mentioning all the other international players. Provisional reconstruction teams were set up around the country to try to help each one of the provinces through forestry or bridge building, road building, that kind of stuff, governance. And I have to be honest, those were massive international efforts, but I could just say that this is not working. This will not work, because when eventually they're going to leave that province. When the PRT left the region, it quickly, from my optic, descended back to what it was. So again, I saw these things and they weren't boding well for the future when you actually look for an off-ramp.
Okay. And Michael, I know you went more than once to Afghanistan. Were there any observations or changes that you observed between your tours that stood out to you in terms of working on the ground and how we were partnering with the partners there?
Yeah, so I was there for a span of about 18 months and I saw a number of changes, but I think the thing that I observed early on was that we made really fast progress. Again, I think CIA led in this, and of course, the military as well too, in ousting the Taliban, in capturing many, killing many of the enemy. And that was really good progress. But I sort of thought from the beginning, and then this was, I think, reinforced as time went by while I was there, that I never thought that we would be successful if we got deeply into the nation, if the US government got deeply into the nation building business there. And there were a number of reasons for that. And just from I had not served in that part of the world before, but my observations were that the loyalties of the people were to their families, their clans, their tribes, their ethnic groups, and maybe even whatever sect of religion that they were in. And I never sensed a deep loyalty to the government that was being set up in Kabul. And so I thought that when push came to shove, that the loyalties just simply wouldn't be there. And I also thought that to fundamentally change the society, there wasn't enough money in the world, and certainly not enough. There wouldn't be enough sustained attention from the United States and allies to be able to do that. And looking back after 20 years, did maintain attention there for a long time, but nonetheless, I think those initial observations, I think proved to be right.
Mm-hmm. So that's actually kind of related to one of the other questions, especially focusing on where we're at today in Afghanistan, what we're seeing following the U.S. withdrawal. Obviously, Phil, you mentioned when we went in the first time, we went into the Panjshir Valley, we were working with the Northern Alliance and the resistance there. That's the same area, even this week, that there are conflicting reports about the status of the remaining resistance efforts going on there. And so I guess my question to you both, just reflecting back on the limitations, you know, of what you saw as the long-term success of some of these efforts then, and looking now at what those partnerships would look like at this point. What should the U.S. be focusing on? Who should we be partnering with in Afghanistan? Just kind of comparing and contrasting those two experiences.
That's a tough one to answer. I'm not quite sure I know who we can deal with in Afghanistan right now. I think the Taliban is trying to look like they've moderated somewhat, obviously, to seek international aid, maybe even aid from the United States. I don't know how that's going to play out. I can't imagine it. But you did mention the Panjshir Valley. Again, there's some real horrific irony here that the place where the United States government response entered Afghanistan is the last remaining stronghold of any form of resistance. In 2001, September 26, we met an interpreter who was going to serve with our team, the Jawbreaker team. His name was Mowatt-Larssen. He was an interpreter for the Northern Alliance, self-educated guy, spoke 6 languages, probably a genius level individual, an adherent of Ahmad Shah Massoud, and would tear up when talking about his demise. Amarullah went on to ultimately head the intelligence service in Afghanistan, the NDS, and until 3 weeks ago, he was the vice president of the country. Today, this minute, he's somewhere in the Panjshir Valley running for his life with the Taliban pursuing him. If my Twitter feed is right, his brother was captured and tortured and killed, 12 hours ago. So he is fighting. So this notion that they're not willing to defend their country, and certainly in the case of that brave man we have a long-time relationship with, was willing to do so. You know, you look at the situation now, and I think Hank Crumpton's comments were probably more eloquent than mine, but there is a feeling of shame and embarrassment. Maybe it's too close to the events to actually assess it honestly and fairly, but there's an anger to all that is lost. I hate to be involved in a situation where I'm a guy who tries to figure out how to make something successful, but there's no recovery from this mess that we've got. Yes, and Paul Kolbe before mentioned something that may be the only bright spot: the 120,000 souls that have been pulled out, with many more to go over the coming weeks and months, I trust. And they'll make very good American citizens someday.
I can't really improve on what Phil said. I think most of our accomplishments came in the early years there, and lots of sacrifice after that, of course, and lots of commitment. So as to who we'll be partnering with in the future, I think we'll have to see how the situation evolves. And my crystal ball on that is not really any clearer than others. I would like to take a moment, Natalie, just to speak to the students of Harvard University who might be listening, because you may or may not know it, but Harvard University has made a really significant contribution, even early on, to what we were doing in Afghanistan. And one story that's quite personal to me is there was a young man named Helga Bose who was a graduate of Harvard Law School, and he was working for a very prosperous, a well-known law firm in Washington, D.C. in the late 90s, and he saw what was happening in the world with the attacks on the U.S. embassies in East Africa, Al-Qaeda behind that, the attacks on the USS Cole, and he decided that he wanted to join CIA. So it's a long, laborious process to go through that. He was accepted into CIA, and he was going through training, I think, in the summer of 2001. So he was part of the first class of operations officers to graduate from the training there post 9/11. And I don't know that it's come out yet, but in CIA, and Phil, you can back me up on this, but people aren't ordered to go to places like Afghanistan. It's different than the military. If you're in the military and your unit gets assigned, you ship out and you go and you follow your orders. But every one of the people that were on Phil's team and subsequent teams volunteered to go to Afghanistan. And it's probably also not generally known that people were only kept there initially for 6 weeks, I think, was the amount of time. That was basically because they thought that's, enough time to spend in such a highly dangerous place. But Helga Bose, this graduate of Harvard Law School, was assigned to Afghanistan, and he went there, and they assigned him to the team that I was leading in southeastern Afghanistan, and he did a great job. I don't know what in his background allowed him to be a quartermaster for a 1,500 man army and to handle all their problems, to be a strategist and to be an instructor and an advisor to them, but he just did it beautifully. There's a long story here, but to me, as I looked at him, the education that he had, the future that was in front of him, he looked to me like he'd be a leader, not just of CIA, but of the United States down the road. And he had those kind of skills and those kind of talents. And sadly, on his second deployment to Afghanistan, which he also volunteered for, he was killed. And that was a great loss. We've suffered a lot of losses and sacrificed so much. That's one that I know personally and feel what the country lost with that. I should also say that, and Philip Zelikow can speak to this better than I can, but we were very fortunate on the 9/11 Commission to have as a key advisor the Harvard historian, the late Ernest May, who was a mentor to many of us, and kind of a source of wisdom and a key contributor to the 9/11 Commission, the final report, the 9/11 Commission report, and we all benefited from him. And I should also add that a number of my colleagues on the 9/11 Commission staff were educated here as well, including one or two of the commissioners, I think. So this university made a really very serious and significant contribution to what the country has done in Afghanistan, and just wanted to make sure that the students of Harvard know that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that, yep, sorry. And I know we're going to lose you. So thank you so much, Michael, for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Just to echo that, I think Michael's last comment does reflect back on something that came up in the last panel that Rolf mentioned about kind of the role that the university has here and the students that are attending to really take up the mantle and push, policy and policy making forward. So it just kind of reminds us of that. I also wanted to just add, a lot of today is about personal stories. I know later we're going to be hearing about other personal stories from families of those who were lost in 9/11. But Helga's story, I think, is unique insofar as a lot of CIA officers who are lost in the line of duty their stories are not really shared. And so I would just point out that for anyone who isn't aware, there are some that are available, and they're on the website for those that are publicly available. So if you want to learn more about Helga's story and others, there is a site on the CI website for that. So just wanted to flag. I think what we'll do now, we've kind of blitzed through a lot of the activity, in the immediate couple of weeks after 9/11. So what I'll actually do is just pause here and see if there are any questions for Phil to really dig into some of the things that were raised in the panel today. And we can go a little bit over time too. I know that this was a briefer session, but we have a couple minutes after 1. So I'll start with the in-room audience first.
Yeah, we have a question from the Zoom audience.
Sure.
So, no, the question is, the comment and the question, U.S. international counter. National security strategy. This way, things I'm looking by with approval partners, including non-partner state partners. And any lessons or caution from your experience working in Afghanistan, what can and cannot be achieved, and the risks and opportunities.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, CIA couldn't do what it does without partners. Certainly liaison partners, some overt nation states, some smaller groups that we work with. So you have to partner and leverage their capabilities, local expertise, and just sheer numbers. But you also have to have the unilateral capability. You have to be able to do it alone to the degree you can. So we maintain both. What's been built up, you're always trained to fight the last war. So we're in great footing, I think, really right now for CT efforts worldwide. As we lift and shift to China and other major target sets, we are going to have to diminish. You just can't keep the CT posture as robust and big as it is. There'll be a clamor to do so, but undoubtedly some of that is going to have to shift. I think the events of the last few weeks have maybe given people pause on that, but we are going to have to move assets and we'll take our eye, perhaps to some degree, off the ball. But what's been built up in the last 20 years is an amazingly efficient machine of interoperability to take bad guys off the battlefield worldwide between the military and us and other elements of the U.S. government. The entire intelligence community is 17 different organizations, and they all work very, very well together. That may not have been the case before 9/11, but it's infinitely better than it has ever been.
Are there other online questions, Paul?
Yeah. What was a little bit similar? What was the most important lesson that CIA learned? And then a little bit of a related question. CIA had two missions, right? They had an operational warfighting mission, or military mission. Intelligence collection, production. In the active mission, or shape the outcome, that happened in advance of the intelligence.
I don't think it impacted it. They had to be both done simultaneously, right? You had to take areas and secure areas to operate from that enabled you to go seek and the intelligence that we needed against hardcore Al Qaeda. So they had to work together on that. A lot of times as a CIA, particularly a station chief in a war zone, you'd get maybe some headquarters-based CIA people who were all about strategic intelligence, and the whole tactical piece would sort of be like of lesser import. And I used to remember telling my station officers, young officers, who often without military backgrounds, like the aforementioned Helga Boas, you no higher important mission you can do than provide information that saves a U.S. military soldier's life. And very occasionally, a unit would find out that the report that prevented them from hitting that improvised explosive device or saving lives, they found it was an OGA, other government agency, CIA report, and they would send a thank you note back. It happened very irregularly, but I'll tell you what, when it did, you would post it, and it gave you no greater feeling knowing you saved a few American lives. So that was tactical intelligence, something we had to do. We will always do it. But clearly, you're right. In the backdrop, the up to 2,000 people in CTC, not 200, it went to 2,000, working on that bigger Al Qaeda worldwide piece, and you still had to feed that. So it was bifurcated. You had to split your mind at times as to what the focus was.
I just want to pick up on the. Oh, sorry. Actually, we'll go there.
So I'd love to get into the details, but one of the dynamics that occurs here is obviously, Phil, you go in with your team. You've never met Dostum and Mahakak and Atta before. You're in a country that you haven't spent a ton of time in before, and we're going to now pair you up with U.S. military that you haven't ever been around before. That's an interesting set of interpersonal dynamics that has to occur for our teams on the ground. Were you prepared for that? Did your training teach you how to deal in that environment? And then could you talk for just a minute? I know the students would enjoy hearing sort of what that personal dynamic was as you began to meet with and develop relationships with these leaders.
Right. Well, I had been a Green Beret before CIA, so for me to then work with this U.S. Army Special Forces in a war zone was perfect. It was a national marriage. But for all of my other colleagues, including a fellow just left the stage who didn't necessarily have a military background, that's what a case officer in CIA is trained to do: is to go into new areas, foreign areas, meet people, and convince them to spy against their country. And so they're very, very good at that. So it was not a big leap, to be honest. And as I said before, we have worked a long time with the military. So even that connection is not what it's made up to be. It was not the first time I met a Green Beret, or many of my colleagues had. Yes, there were very unique circumstances in Afghanistan. In my particular case, the Northern Alliance, as I said, would have given us anything. They would have given us their last ounce of blood, frankly, at that point. The other teams, including Mike's, they had a little rougher. I mean, you didn't know how the Dostums, and these were warlords. These are very vicious people for the most part. Dostum particularly, he's on the run. He's killed so many Taliban. He's not going to be recoverable. Ismail Khan, for instance, is another one. They let him go to Iran though. So there are lesser degrees of warlords. But my point is, these were not nice people we were dealing with. And I think they really were determining which way the wind was blowing once they saw the full weight of the United States government was coming and being brought to bear. And that's what I thought was going to happen. And it did happen. They all came around to the right side. I think some morally wanted to do it. They wanted to be with us. They wanted to get rid of the Taliban. And others were opportunistic and said, this is the winning team. I'm on it.
I'll just pick up on one of the themes in the earlier question, just about how this changed the agency. As someone who came into the agency well after 9/11, I mean, I joined in 2008. The war in Afghanistan and the war in Iraq were well underway, and people had already, shaped their experiences as officers at the agency. Obviously, you predated that; you were there through the shift. So I wanted to ask, as you continued coming back from Kabul, what did you observe as how these experiences changed the next generation of CIA officers, particularly operations officers, but just in general? Did you notice any shift?
Well, I did. It's been mentioned several times today. The atmosphere in the government, particularly in CIA, right after 9/11, it was one team. It was just one united team. It was an absolute wonderful feeling. It was horrific events that brought it about, but your feeling that we were one team was just so strong. I will tell you that the organization focused on things CT, like JSOC did and other U.S. military elements, almost to the exclusion of all else, because that's what we were told to do. And I will tell you that the old Russia hands, China hands, and maybe with good reason, but we're putting too much focus on this. We're getting away from some of our basics. We're taking the eye off other very important balls. I mean, it wasn't just completely binary, but a significant amount of our resources and energy, and the largest center we've ever had at CIA were focused on counterterrorism. So a whole generation has grown up on that. That generation is, as we speak, being weaned off that, and that battleship turns slowly. Because as agile as the CIA can be, it's still a big bureaucracy, and it's turning. So there'll be some teething, It happened after Vietnam. I was too young to remember that. It happened after the collapse of the Soviet Union, when a lot of the Russia hands had always sort of moved on. And I suspect there'll be a shift even here.
All right. Yep, Paul.
Yeah, there's a few more questions coming in from the audience. I'm one of those old Russia hands that never moved on. I just, kept waiting for it to come back. But
it's here.
So two questions. One's a what if and one's an assessment. So the what if, and they're related. The what if is, could, and it relates to your comment on kind of the full weight and faith of the U.S. affecting the attitudes and keeping folks from flipping over or blowing with the wind. Could keeping a limited troop presence beyond August have ensured safety and security for Afghanistan? Was that an option to maintain, a limited presence, limited profile? And it's, main piece of the debate. And then the second part of the question refers to over the horizon operations. Lots of talk about over the horizon intelligence capability, over the horizon counterterrorism capability. How do you assess that as a real thing?
Okay, very good. When I was on active service, I'd say, well, that question is way above my pay grade, but I'm retired, so I'm going to answer it. Limited troop presence would have worked. Coincidentally, my current business activity takes me to Qatar, Doha, Qatar, where the Taliban talks had been coincidentally. And I rekindled a friendship with Scott Miller, General Miller, who was the last commander until very recently in Afghanistan. He's a very, very good friend. We'll just put that as backdrop. I'm not quoting him now, but yes, we could have maintained a posture there with 2,500 troops. 2,500 troops is the U.S. military figure, plus all of our allies, which added to that figure, which was significantly more. And then there were other government agencies doing activities with a very large footprint that could have ensured the status quo. I'm convinced of it. There's a notion out there that it couldn't be held with 2,500. I just don't believe that was accurate. But a decision was made. People salute, and you do what you're ordered to do, and the drawdown was done very, very rapidly. Over the horizon capability, I know that's the only solution we have now open to us. A lot of our successes in Afghanistan were enabled by human sources on the ground. We were on the ground, up close and personal, and then the successful strike, be it a predator strike, kinetic strike of some sort, or a military raid of some sort, was because of those human operations that were locally. All that's going to be gone. Yes, there are assets that are working there today that are still on our payroll, but they're going to be much harder to deal with, and they're going to attrit over time. So yes, we have a much better capability than we did 20 years ago for over the horizon, just based on technology, but it's not going to, it wouldn't necessarily stop a 9/11 style attack from being planned and even push forward from Afghanistan.
Any other questions? Is there one in the back there? Okay. All right. Well, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you again, Phil, for joining us, and a belated thank you to Michael Hurley, who had to depart early. But we really appreciated you coming and sharing your personal insights about your experience in Afghanistan. So thank you.
It was an honor. Thank you much.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. Our next panel today is with a group of family members of 9/11 victims. It's going to be moderated by Michael Miner, who is an instructor at Harvard, teaches intelligence. He's a research associate with the Intelligence Project and a student of the DNI. So Michael, thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And first, I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, especially this outstanding panel. When Paul Calder, Natalia, and I were talking about putting this together, I made the point that it's critical to include voices of individuals and families impacted by 9/11 directly, both at the moment, but also forever shaped by the aftermath. Yes, we are looking at questions of intelligence and national security. Why do we do these things? It's essential to understand because there's this underpinning driver within every conversation today. And that is, of course, to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States on behalf of the American people. And I'm honored to be joined today by these outstanding Americans. From Brenda Berkman, retired on September 14th, 2006 as captain in the New York City Fire Department, FDNY, after serving in the city's firehouses of Manhattan and Brooklyn for 25 years. Berkman responded to the World Trade Center with the FDNY on September 11th, 2001, spending not only that day, but many months in the aftermath searching for survivors and remains. Since retirement from the FDNY, Captain Berkman has volunteered and created artwork and memorial in memory of 9/11. Anne Van Hine lost her husband, a New York City firefighter, on 9/11. In 2006, she began volunteering with the 9/11 Tribute Museum and has spoken to school groups about experiencing personal loss amid national tragedy, not unlike what many are experiencing today. She has led walking tours of the National 9/11 Memorial and participated in a hearing at the European Parliament, and is the author of the recently published Pieces Falling, Navigating 9/11 with Faith, Family, and the FDNY. Stephen Kern is a volunteer docent for the 9/11 Tribute Museum in Manhattan, where he conducts tours of the 9/11 Memorial and talks about his experience of the attack. Mr. Kern worked in the World Trade Center for 20 years as an attorney for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the bi-state agency that built and owned the World Trade Center. On September 11th, 2001, he was on the 62nd floor of the North Tower at the time of the attacks. He was also at the World Trade Center on February 26, 1993, when a van filled with explosives was detonated in the basement of the building. Each member of our panel today has their own story to share with unique perspectives on this transformative moment in American history. someone who was inside the World Trade Center, a first responder from the FDNY, and someone whose husband gave their life in sacrifice in service of others. We will delve into their perspective on how the last 20 years shaped their lives, but also wider American society. As docents of the 9/11 Tribute Museum, which they will share more about at the end of the panel, they have remained continuously engaged in sharing these stories over the last 20 years and for many more years ahead. It's an honor to join them in sharing these stories, and something I hope myself and my team will carry on in the years ahead as well. And a special thanks to Joan Mastropalo at the 9/11 Tribute Museum, who's watching today, for working with us to make this all possible. But let me begin with where I was on 9/11, as it's not unrelated to what we're going to talk about in the next hour. Indeed, my generation, undergraduates call me a geriatric millennial, is one that has been shaped dramatically, consequentially, and tragically by events over the last 20 years, some of which stemmed from 9/11. My generation came of age in the midst of what some would term a new world. In September 2001, I was a young high school student. On that Tuesday morning of September 11th, I was sitting in history class when my best friend ran in from the hall and told us to get to a TV and see what was happening. My teacher wasn't sure on what to make of the story, and like many today, presumed it was probably an accident. But upon realization minutes later, she clearly understood the implications of a second plane hitting the World Trade Center. Professor Carolyn Pointer, an outstanding teacher in her own right, started to unpack that moment with us then and there. It was hard then, and it isn't easy today. In that spirit, I'd like to acknowledge a lifetime of thanks to Carolyn and all the history teachers at every level. As has often been quoted around the Belfer Center in Harvard, when we fail to learn the lessons of history, we are doomed to repeat them. I intend to avoid that as best I can, as I know many of us do today. Now, the moment the planes hit the World Trade Center is an image that is forever seared in my memory and that of my generation. Stephen, you were there at that moment in the World Trade Center. What happened, and how did this period in history affect you and unfold for you?
Thank you, Michael. I had been working in the building for about 20 years, almost 20 years till that point. It was the Port Authority's headquarters. And as you mentioned, I've actually been an intended murder victim twice. Once was during the bombing in '93. But on 9/11, I was in my office at the 62nd floor, the northeast corner of the North Tower, with 9 of the 13 people who worked in my division at that time at 8:46 in the morning. And at that point, there was a huge roar, kind of a thunderclap, and the building started shaking violently. We were in the southeast corner. We didn't see the plane coming. The plane hit the north face of the North Tower. Not that it would have done us any good if we had seen it coming. But all we knew was that the building was shaking violently, so violently that many of my coworkers lost their footing. When the shaking stopped, which didn't seem to happen for about 20 or 30 seconds, I yelled to everybody to get down one of the staircases. Each tower had 3 staircases that went from top to bottom. This was a lesson learned from the bombing 8.5 years earlier. I knew 10 of us would not be able to stay together as a group. There were already people pouring into the stairwells from every floor above us and below us. My intent was to stay at the door and count the 9 people. I didn't know how serious this was, but based on the fact that the building shook, it was pretty serious. And I thought that if I saw them go down the stairs before me, if I got out, then I could make the assumption that the 9 of them got out. So I was there standing at the doorway, watching them go downstairs for several minutes. I was getting to the point where I thought maybe I should go down myself, but I wasn't sure I had seen all 9 of them go down. I knew I'd seen at least 8. So I decided to go back into our offices and search each of the offices and cubicles and the file room and the conference room. And I did that. I was about halfway through searching all the offices when I went into the office of my secretary. And I walked in and looked around, and this is one of the images that's burned into my brain from that day. is of when our eyes met, because not only had she not left, she was actually underneath her desk on her knees. And when our eyes met, she looked at me with eyes, to me, it seemed as big as saucers, and said, "It's an earthquake." I said, "Well, Rose, look outside your window. What do you see?" "There's hunks of metal and flaming wreckage and Lord knows what else coming down from somewhere above us." I don't know what happened, but something happened above us. And not only that, I don't think it's that important to know what happened right now. I think the important thing is we got to get out of here. So I grabbed her hand and she came out from under the desk and then went down the stairs in front of me. The evacuation down the stairs was much quicker than it had been 8.5 years earlier for the bombing, when it took me 3.5 hours to get out of the building. This time took 50 minutes, 50 minutes, to get from the 62nd floor to ground level. Again, somebody mentioned earlier this morning, we didn't have cell phone, or we didn't have smartphones. We had mobile phones. We didn't have smartphones, but we did have pager devices with little yellow text messages, but they were kind of delayed. You didn't get those on a quick basis. So part of the way down the stairs, somebody got a message that a plane hit the building. The reaction in the stairwell was one of puzzlement. How do you miss something that's 110 stories tall? Or they're assuming it's a light plane, like other speakers have said today. In real time, 17 minutes after we were hit at 9:03, the other plane from Boston came and hit the south face of the South Tower. Again, we didn't know about that until somebody got a text message about 10 minutes later saying that a plane hit the other building. And now the reaction in the stairwell was very, very different. Now you could hear people audibly gasp. Some people started crying because now people were realizing this was not an accident and that we were under attack. Things went pretty quickly until we got to the 20th floor. The staircases were only wide enough for 2 people. And at the 20th floor, we saw our first firefighter going up as we were coming down. So the rest of our trip had to be single file because now Port Authority police and firefighters were coming up to try to evacuate the building. Got down to the ground floor, looked out on the plaza where I had spent so many pleasant lunch hours and might have done that day as well, since it was such a gorgeous day. And it looked very much like a war zone with just nothing but fires and smoke and wreckage and glass and bodies and more fires. Instead of leaving the area, which my wife wishes to this day I had done, this Port Authority, the World Trade Center actually had 6 levels underground. And the first level underground was taken up mostly by a shopping mall. That happened to be where our police headquarters was. And so I decided to go down to our police headquarters to see if I could help out, get some more information about what was going on. So I did that. I went to the police headquarters, which is located, like I said, 1 level underground, like midway between the 2 towers. I was there for about 10 minutes, and at 9:59, there was a huge roar. Even though I was underground, where I was started shaking. The ceiling tiles above us started falling on our heads. We ran from the back of the police headquarters to the exit, but it was blocked by debris. And so we wound up doing what my secretary had done an hour and a quarter earlier. We all dove underneath desks or got underneath door jambs, hoping this would protect us from whatever was happening. We didn't know it was happening, but it was the South Tower collapsing. This time, when the shaking stopped and I realized I was still alive, the biggest result, or the most immediate result, was this dust debris cloud that we were in. I could see maybe about 3 feet in front of me, and that's about the extent of it. But we needed to plot, or for my case, my second escape of the morning. There were about 5 skeleton crew police with me. Most of our police were in the buildings trying to get people out. So one of them got an axe, a very large axe that they had in police headquarters, and pried open the door to get out into the hallway. It seems kind of funny, but before we left, I told everybody we should go to the water cooler. Why? Again, a lesson learned from the bombing 8 years earlier. If you think of what's in the air when a 110-story building collapses, there's silicone, there's asbestos, there's pulverized concrete, there's pulverized glass. None of it good for human lungs. Many hundreds of people have suffered from severe respiratory and died from them, respiratory illnesses from 9/11. So the idea was take out a handkerchief, take off your shirt, even get copy paper from the copy machine, whatever absorbs water, soak it, put it up in front of your mouth so you have some kind of a crude filter. We did all that, managed to get our way out to the street. I started walking towards City Hall, which was in a northeast direction. I had to go 2 blocks before I could see the sky. That's how big the dust cloud was that I was in the middle of. When I turned around, I looked and I saw my tower, the North Tower, still standing with a giant multi-storied hole in it, hot flames pouring out of it. I looked to my left where I should have seen the South Tower, and all I saw was blue sky. And so I realized for the first time what must have happened while I was underground. But now my goal shifted. I needed to find a telephone to call my wife, who has her own story to tell that morning. Most phones were not working, either the mobile phones that people had or the public phones. So I was off on a search to find one that worked. I was about 6 blocks due north of the site when I heard that terrible roar at 10:28 for the second and hopefully last time in my life. And this time, even though there were buildings between me and the site, I knew what this meant. This meant that my tower was coming down. I ran to the nearest cross street to look down to the site, and I saw the end of the North Tower coming down, and another bizarre scene that's kind of implanted in my brain. Hundreds and hundreds of people running, probably as fast as they've ever run in their lives, away from the site toward me, from my perspective, being chased by this multi-storied cloud that was being pushed through the buildings of Manhattan that made it look like it was alive, like it was actually after them. A very strange sight. The rest of, I finally did find a phone that worked at an abandoned subway station at about 11:35. So it was almost 3 hours after our building was hit. And I was blessed to reconnect with my wife, a phone call which I have trouble talking about even 20 years later. The rest of my day was spent trying to get off of the island of Manhattan. That wasn't easy to do because public transportation was only working going north, and I live 57 miles southwest of Manhattan. But I went up to a law firm on 42nd Street who we did business with to clean up a little bit. And while I was there, I found out that some trains were leaving Penn Station to go west. So I walked over to Penn Station and got on one of the first trains out west. And ironically, I suppose, I got home that night at about 7 p.m. in the train station parking lot, which is the exact time I would have been home if it had been the normal work day it was supposed to be when I left. We lost 84 people from the Port Authority, including 4 from my department, but I thank God nobody of the 9 people from my division who all survived, although some of them had very difficult times dealing with the aftermath. And so I do these talks and tours with the 9/11 Tribute Museum, which is a wonderful, very close-knit group of people. I do those tours in honor of the 84 colleagues I lost, with the very clear knowledge that I was this close to being number 85.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Brenda, you were in FDNY then. You got the call. What happened on your day?
So my day of 9/11 started out with my being off duty, and I was out in my apartment out in Brooklyn when at 9 o'clock in the morning, I got a telephone call from Kentucky saying, turn on your television. And up to that point, I had no idea what was going on. The fire department hadn't issued a recall for the off-duty members yet. I turned on my television and I saw the burning of the North Tower. And I immediately thought terrorism, because I had almost 20 years on the job at that point. I had gone to small plane and helicopter incidents in the 5 boroughs before 9/11, and I knew that volume of fire could not have been created by a small plane or helicopter. So I took off out of my apartment, initially thinking I would run to headquarters where they could make use of my significant amount of experience. But while I was out on the street, I heard a second plane that hit the South Tower. So I shifted gears and ran into a nearby firehouse. All the on-duty members had already been dispatched to the trade center. Thousands of firefighters had already been sent, police officers, EMTs, other uniformed people, sort of self-dispatched, and were there. When I went to the firehouse, I met up with a small group of off-duty people who had also arrived. We had no equipment, no fire trucks, and we gathered up, spare sets of gear. I had on Vinnie Brutton's spare set of gear from that firehouse, and other people had put on gear, but we had really no tools. We got in a police van and started across the Brooklyn Bridge, which was empty on our 4 lanes of traffic going into Manhattan when we started across, which is very unusual for that time of day. And on the other side of the 4 lanes going out to Brooklyn are wall-to-wall people, many of them covered in dust. At that point, the South Tower had already collapsed in about 11 seconds, 110 stories falling down in 11 seconds. And as we're getting into Manhattan, right at City Hall there, on the Manhattan side of the Brooklyn Bridge, we hear a big roar, and we hear, but we don't see the North Tower falling down. Again, about 11 seconds, and suddenly, even though we're a quarter of a mile away from the World Trade Center site at that point, our little van is enveloped in this gigantic cloud of dust. We can't see out of the van. We tell the cop, please stop, you're going to run over somebody, because people were fleeing in our direction. And we all hop out and we immediately start coughing and rubbing our eyes and everything, because of course we don't have any breathing protection. And I see standing there on Broadway is a fire chief. He's all covered in dust. He's just survived the collapse of 2 110-story buildings. And he's handing out assignments to officers. So I walk over to him, and he knew me. He says, Brenda, do you have any firefighters with you? And I look, and the guys I was with have already gone off, but they're standing there on Broadway like they're waiting for me, a group of my off-duty firefighters from my own firehouse up in Chelsea, which I couldn't get to because all the public transport had been shut down. And they're there, and I'm there, so we get an assignment. Off we go. Nobody has any equipment. The entire day, we really had no way to communicate except face-to-face. Try and imagine a 16-acre plus site that's all on fire, 12-story high pile of debris now from the falling of the Twin Towers, going down 7 stories into the sub-basements, and all the surrounding buildings on fire top to bottom. I'd seen a lot as a New York City firefighter and officer, and I never could have imagined what I was looking at that day. I honestly thought there was a very good chance I was going to die. I didn't want to die. I didn't want the people with me to die, but we had a job to do, and we had to try and help the tens of thousands of people that we knew worked in that building every day and came through that area every day on their way to work. So we immediately began doing what you see people do at any kind of disaster area. A thing that really struck me was, if there's tens of thousands of people trapped in this debris pile, how come I don't hear any human voices calling out for help? Instead, all we heard were like these explosions. We didn't exactly know what that was. There was a lot of rumors flying around, as people have talked about. The rumors were tremendous. People kept saying there's a dirty bomb that was on the plane that flew into the North Tower. There's another bomb in this building or that building. There are people, walking around with bombs, whatever. And meanwhile, there's F-16 flying over our heads, but we don't know they're our planes. We think they might be other hijacked planes, and they're zooming around. And every time one went over, everybody went, covered up, because we didn't know what was going to happen next. We stayed down there looking for people for hours and hours. We kept running into people that we knew saying, have you seen my brother? Have you seen my father, cousin? Have you seen my fire company? And most of the time we had not. We were looking for our on-duty people as well, because we thought if we could find the people that came down here with all the equipment, we could hook up with them and we'd be more effective. But we never found anybody from our firehouse that day. At 5:20 in the afternoon, we're searching over on the west side of the Trade Center site when we hear another big roar, and we knew it was going to happen, but we didn't know when. 7 World Trade Center was falling down. Most people forget about 7 World Trade Center because it was only 47 stories high, and it's raining down on top of us, and we run for our lives, and we run across the street into the buildings over by the what's now called Brookfield Plaza, but used to be called the World Financial Center. And we get out of that debris rain, and then when it calms down a little bit, we come back out again, we resume. About midnight, I decide, we've got to reorganize here. We got to get some flashlights. We have to find out what has gone on with the people who were on duty. And when we got back to the firehouse, initially thousands of firefighters were listed as missing. I was initially listed as missing. It turns out that the on-duty lieutenant that day from my company, Ladder 12, my rank, was killed in the Marriott Hotel with 2 of my firefighters who were helping to evacuate people from the Marriott. Firefighters who were standing only a short distance away from them survived. It really was luck of the draw in a lot of instances as to who survived and who died that day. The next day we went down very early in the morning. We started searching for more people. We believed that people would be alive in the debris, and we took tremendous risks to try and find them. I often say it was like operating in a field of razor blades, because as Steve pointed out, it was all pulverized concrete and glass, but the metal remained. So the rebar, the sheet metal, the structural steel. And I cut my arm open on September 12th, but nobody went sick in the fire department if we didn't have to. So a couple of guys who had driven up from Maryland to try and help, they were, medical people, they fixed me up, and everybody, everybody kept working. We worked down there off and on for many, many days after 9/11, and then they started rotating people down there. Because we really only had 2 company officers left in our fire company, one being killed and another guy left after 9/11. I decided I couldn't go down there for the entire month, but in April, I asked the captain of the company, could I go down there for the entire month to work on recovering remains? And we were still recovering remains by smell in April of 2002. We're not the dogs, but we could, we still were recovering remains by smell. It was my great honor to try and return anything that to the families that might have been their loved ones. And I had worked with about 250 of the 343 firefighters that were killed on 9/11. Sorry, 20 years later. And many of them were my closest friends on the job. So, it was very, thanks, Steve. It was very difficult to try and rebuild the department after 9/11. We had lost much of our senior leadership. The company officers were really what held the department together, and a lot of new people came on. A lot of people that I had come on the job with retired. We really had to rebuild. So I stayed another 5 years, even though I had some health issues from 9/11 that I should have retired, but I stayed another 5 years, and then I retired. I think I'm done.
Thank you, Brenda. A very powerful story and just a compelling display of the spirit and the incredible heroism of so many people on that day. And now we'll turn to you and your story, your family's story that's similar in nature, but from your perspective, your husband was a first responder.
Right. So Tuesday, September 11th was supposed to be my day to get to do anything I wanted because my husband was on duty. My daughters were back in school and I hadn't started back to teaching ballet. I was a small business owner, owned my own studio, but we weren't starting classes for another week. So I was a mom with a day to do anything I wanted. So I drove my girls to school. And then I stopped by my studio to see if there were any messages. And when I got back in the car on the radio, they were talking about a small plane had hit #1 World Trade Center. And my first thought was, like, how did that happen? Like, it's a beautiful day. It's such a tall building. How could they not see what happened? You know, not see a building. And then as I put the car into reverse, they announced that another plane had hit. So now I know that it was about 9:03, 9:04. And I actually put the car back in park and sat there a couple of minutes to listen to what was being said. And then I decided I would go home. People have asked me, why didn't I go pick my kids back up at school? But I really think that I thought if Bruce was on duty and the girls were at school and I was at home, it was all normal. And I needed for it to be normal because I had no idea what was going on. And as I drove home, I heard the fire department issue a total recall, which I don't know a lot about fire department procedure, but I knew that's not the way they called firefighters on, into work. Bruce was actually already on duty. He had been on duty Sunday, September 9th till Monday night. He was doing a 24. And then he spent the night at the firehouse because to drive home from his firehouse in the Bronx to our home in Greenwood Lake would have taken at least an hour and a half or 2 hours. And our thought was, why come home to sleep? You're on duty again Tuesday. He was doing a makeup tour that day. So the last time I saw my husband was 20 years ago yesterday. But when I got home, I watched on television, as many of you probably did, totally confused. What's going on? What should I do? I tried to call my parents, and when I was using the landline and you couldn't get through, it said all circuits are busy. Please try again later. I tried to call my sister up in the Albany area because her husband travels a lot. And I thought, well, maybe he was on, in New York or on a plane, and I couldn't get through. And then my phone rang. And it was my daughter, Emily, who at the time was 17, started her senior year of high school. And she said, "Where's Daddy?" And I said, "Daddy's on duty. I haven't spoken to him, but we don't usually speak to him when he's on duty. We'll call him. I'll call him later. I'll call him when he would be off duty." And she had early release because she was a senior. So I said to her, "Find your sister." And my daughter Megan at the time was 14, just started high school. Said, "Find your sister. I'll pick you both up at early release time." So I, eventually went and picked them up. We stopped by and visited my parents. We drove home. We lived 26 miles away from my folks. And as I drove up Route 17 in Bergen County, I could see the smoke from the Trade Center in my rear view mirror. And I kind of willed my kids not to turn around. My parents at the time lived in Waldwick, New Jersey, which was only 20 miles from Times Square. We would watch what had happened like once on the television, and then I turned it off because there was really no value in watching that over and over and over. I always believed that Bruce would be there, because he was part of a squad, which is Special Operations Command. And I knew just for normal fires, I guess if you can call them that, Squad 41 would go into Manhattan. So I had no doubt that he would have been sent to the World Trade Center. About midnight, the fire department would come to my home to tell me that he was unaccounted for. And those were not words I expected to hear. As someone at the time married to a firefighter, there was always the possibility that he could have been injured or killed. But I kind of saw that scenario as me standing next to him, you know, and he's burnt in the burn unit, like not I'm unaccounted for. That was kind of something you would hear if your loved one was in the military. And just a side note, I do want to thank all of you who have served in our military and continue to serve. I want to thank you for your service to our country. And yeah, so my daughters and I embarked on a journey we've never expected to be on. We've had a personal loss in the midst of an international tragedy, and there is nothing to tell you how to do that. Fighters would show up on my doorstep for weeks afterwards, you know, bringing us bagels, many of them covered in the ash because they would have just come from the site. My church community gathered around us, as did my family and friends. So we were very well cared for. I would have to fill out a missing persons report. And then on September 18th, the fire department had a meeting saying the site was going from rescue to recovery, which basically was their way of saying, we're not going to find anybody else alive. So about 2 days after that, I set my girls down and I asked them, where do you think daddy is right now? And they said, heaven. Our faith is very important to us. And I said, well, if daddy's in heaven, we need to have a memorial service. And they said, what if you're wrong? I said, I can be wrong. I would like to be wrong this time. And so on September 29th, we had a memorial service that celebrated Bruce's life, not only as a firefighter, but as a husband and a dad and a friend and somebody that loved hiking and scuba diving. And it brought glory to our God, and both of those things were important to us. And then on October 1st, my daughters and I tried to establish what we called our new normal. And then in March of 2002, I had a phone call in the middle of the night to tell me they had found my husband's body and asking me if I wanted to go see his body be carried out. And I said no, because there are some images I cannot have in my head. And I knew that his body would be treated with the utmost respect, as all body and body parts were there. And he was carried out by firefighters from Squad 41. His body was covered with the American flag, and I have that flag. In the 20 years since September 11th, both of my daughters have graduated from high school. They've both graduated from college. The one got 2 master's degrees. She's an overachiever. The other one got 1 master's degree. They have both fallen in love, gotten married. And my one daughter has 3 little ones. I thought my grandma name would be Grammy, but my grandma name is Mom. But it doesn't matter, because whatever your grandkids call you is absolutely perfect. I did recently write a book. Well, over a few years, I wrote a book, Pieces Falling, Navigating 9/11 with Faith Family and the FDNY, just released in August, because I wanted people to understand what it's like to have loss in the midst of something so much bigger than you. I will say that I truly believe that Bruce's decision to go into those buildings that day, just as all firefighters and security people and our military and police officers, was made long before that day. He knew he was willing to lay his life down, and he did. And my daughters and I are grateful when people say, oh, your husband was a hero, but I didn't lose a hero. I lost my husband and my daughters lost their daddy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you all three for sharing your story with us today. A very powerful narrative that has shaped lives in American society in many respects. And I'd like to take a moment and turn to this question, and then I invite anyone in the audience who might have a thought about how 9/11 has impacted American society more broadly as well, if you have a question or a thought. But first, we'll go down the panel, starting with Stephen on this question. In your view, in your life of consequence since that day, and sharing these stories, engaging survivors, communities, you've experienced a lot and seen a lot, not just in New York and New Jersey, but around the country. How did you see this event shape American society over the past 20 years?
I should put a postscript on the end of my story. So I was afraid I was out of time, so I didn't say anything, but I have retired from the Port Authority myself in 2016. We were in temporary office space for 13 years, but then returned to downtown Manhattan with the new trade center. The commissioners of the Port Authority decided it might be too traumatic to be in One World, the new One World Trade Center. So we were in the small building for World Trade Center, which is only 72 stories tall. And my office for my last year of work was overlooking the memorial, which I thought kind of closed a circle for me. In answer to your question, I was struck this morning by the comment by the New York Times journalist, I'm sorry, I don't remember his name, about public perception changing within those 17 minutes between when the first plane hit our tower, when the assumption by everybody was it was an accident, until 17 minutes later when the plane hit the South Tower, and suddenly your assumption now is there's no more accidents. Now your first assumption is something horrible happened. And I think there's a lot of validity to that resonated with me. But if I would amend it, I think it actually started happening earlier, because I noticed after the bombing in 1993, there were changes, subtle little things, but nonetheless, changes to whatever innocence we might have had about, or arrogance about we might have had about how we were impervious to such things. And I'll just give you a small example. After the, sometime not too long after the bombing in 1993, suddenly all the trash cans disappeared from the World Trade Center. And then a few weeks after that, they all disappeared from most of Lower Manhattan. So if you went to Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts and got a coffee in the morning, you were stuck with the cup until you got to your office because there's no place to throw it out. Again, a tiny example, but an example of the kinds of things that started changing after the bombing. My own opinion, which is not worth anything more than to anybody except me, is that the current political division and cynicism that we see began actually a decade before 9/11. But I think that 9/11 contributed greatly to maybe we could call it the cultural cynicism or the overall cynicism that we see so frequently in our society today.
Thank you, Stephen. Brendan?
I agree with a lot of what Steve said. I think that a lot of the anxiety and fear actually started before 9/11, but 9/11 definitely amped it up to a whole new level. I mean, we had the Oklahoma City bombing, and other, various kinds of incidents, as people mentioned earlier, with the coal and the bombings of the embassies in Africa, et cetera. And, not every firefighter was really tuned into a lot of that, but some of us were. And on our training manual that we got from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, I'm trying not to use acronyms, it had a picture, this is before 9/11, a picture of the Twin Towers with a target on it. So people were thinking in these terms. I think that also the way that the media has changed after 9/11, the 24-hour news cycle, things like that, that really had nothing to do with the incident itself, but has amped up the anxiety and, as Steve said, the cynicism and the fears. I would hope the whole idea of this paradox of prevention that people were discussing earlier really resonated with me. And on a micro level, I think very much in my own emergency management career, I was trying to get people in emergency services to pay attention to what can we do before something hits, maybe prevent it, but or at least ameliorate the effects of it, prepare ourselves so that we don't have the kind of chaos, operational chaos that we had on 9/11 at the Trade Center. So I think the personal benefit and change for me has been that even though I obviously still have a very sad reaction and a very emotional reaction to talking about 9/11, giving tours of the memorial with the 9/11 Tribute Center and meeting people like Steve and Ann and other members of that community, where I have now a whole new set of support and friends that we share certain experiences. And the outpouring of love that we experienced in New York from all around the world after 9/11, that I don't think New York City could have gotten through those dark days without that outpouring of support, not only from citizens of the United States from all over the country, but really in the beginning from all around the world. And that love, that caring, that help, really inspired me, really gave me hope.
Thank you, Brenda. Ann, any thoughts?
Yeah, to kind of go off of what Brenda was just saying, when at the end of, if you came on a walking tour, the last thing I would tell you on a walking tour was that after September 11th, I received hundreds, and that's not an exaggeration, of cards in the mail simply addressed to the family of firefighter Van Hine. It said Greenwood Lake, New York. Those letters did not have a street address or even a zip code. People got that out of the newspaper because the fire department listed the firefighters that had been killed. And those cards said, "We said a prayer for you. My 5-year-old drew you a picture. Here's a bracelet grandma beaded. Here's a bookmark my teenager made." And all those things made a difference, those intentional acts of kindness. And I tried to encourage people that when you hear stuff happening in your neighborhood or in our nation or around the world, that reaching out like that, being intentional, can make a difference in somebody's life. And after September 11th, I was the recipient of that kind of kindness, and not just from individuals, but from corporations and just really the world. And it seemed we were very united as a country at that point. There were things I feel we did badly, but on September 11th, I really strongly believe that the people in those buildings and the people that came afterwards, like Brenda, they didn't look at anybody, whether they were striped or polka dotted or tall or short. They just helped their fellow human being. And I think it would be good if we could get back to that.
I think that's an amazing point, Ann, and really, I think the story of what American resiliency and unity, despite great tragedy, is something that I think was a positive, to be sure. I invite anyone in the audience who might have a thought or a reflection or a question for the panel, or if there's anyone online, Paul. But as we're queuing up, or if anyone has a comment, I'd like to offer someone an opportunity to mention the 9/11 Tribute Museum and how to get involved or visit or get engaged with that.
Well, you can find our website. We're still at a reduced schedule from pre-COVID. The important thing to note for people watching is don't confuse us with the National 9/11 Museum, which is a wonderful place to go in and of itself. But our museum was started by family members who lost someone back in the mid-aughts, long before there was a National Museum. And the most important thing I think we do are these tours, and they're different because they're not just factual tours of what happened, but we incorporate our experiences into the tour. So it's a mixture of factual and experiential. And I can tell you from, I don't usually frequent these sites, but if you look at TripAdvisor or any of those kind of things, the people who go on these tours, half of whom are international, at least pre-COVID, really appreciate that, and they get an awful lot out of it. So yeah, look us up. We're on Greenwich Street, about 3 blocks below the site. It's 9/11 Tribute Museum, and come take a tour.
And to go along with that, and this is kind of towards the students, volunteering with the Tribute Center Museum has been one of the most amazing experiences in my life, because I would never have met, well, I might have met Brenda, but maybe not. But I wouldn't have met Steve and so many of other people that are very dear friends for me. And it's because we set out to volunteer to do something that we felt was important, to make sure the voices of those we lost are still heard, and the voices of those that survived and were there during the rescue and recovery. And that would be one thing I would ask you. We all state, the slogan is never forget, always remember. At this 20th anniversary, I would just say that we as a nation have done a good job always remembering my sacrifice, that Bruce died, but we haven't done a good job remembering that there were people that day that saw things they should never have seen. And there are people that went there to find people that saw things they should never have seen, and that our military and our operatives and whoever around the world did stuff that we need to also remember. And I do appreciate the care that's been taken of my family. But on this 20th anniversary, I ask you to think about all those that survived, because it has not been an easy burden for them to carry.
Including people who are now sick with 9/11 related illnesses. So I think I'm accurate in saying that more people have died of 9/11 related illnesses than died on 9/11. And so, it was a struggle. It continues to be a struggle in some respects to get the American public to pay attention to the fact that there were after effects from 9/11, and they continue today. I was a history major. I thought I was going to teach history before I became a firefighter. And one thing I observe about America is that we really don't know our own history in a lot of ways. And we have to hear the whole story. We have to hear many different perspectives and accounts on events. And so I would urge, the people who are on this listening virtually and the people who are in the room to really ask hard questions about our history and how did we get to the way that we are today, and not stop at World War II. I love studying World War II, but we've got to go beyond and look at more recent events as well to really understand how we got to be the country that we are today.
It's a really important point, and I would be remiss if I also didn't mention that we are sitting with a historical figure in her own right, as Brenda was the first woman firefighter in the history of the FDNY, which to me is just a tremendous, tremendous thing. Yes, thank you. I agree. I know we are starting to hit the end of our session here, and I do want to turn to one final question for the panel. And that is, as you know, I have a lot of students today. We all probably know someone who wasn't born on 9/11. They didn't grow up during this era. It's entirely, in some respects, foreign to them as a piece of history. So if you were to impart one takeaway or lesson or something with a student today from your life of experience in 20 years of working through this tragedy, what would that be? And we'll again just go down the panel, starting with Stephen.
I think my advice or whatever would be echoing what's been said earlier by Brenda and Ann. And I don't know, I remember back to, I have 3 younger siblings. I'm the oldest of 4. And I remember growing up, if there was a day when we were all kids and one of those rare days where there were no fights and we all got along and nobody was stealing other people's toys, at the end of the day, I can remember my mother telling my father, I wish I could bottle it. And that's kind of how I feel about the 9-month recovery period after 9/11. I wish I could bottle it. As Brenda mentioned and Ann referred to also, it was a beautiful thing. I'm not sure whether it's precedented in our history. Over 1.5 million people volunteered at the site during that time. Over 500,000 people from every state in our country and from over 70 countries around the world. And, you know, their efforts range from just handing out water bottles to the people that were working there to endangering their health on the what was called the pile, which had fires burning under it for over 3 months, breathing in toxic air in honor of victims who they had never met and families they were not likely to ever know or meet either. And so I think it's accurate to say that on 9/11, we kind of saw the worst of humanity in the form of the terrorists. But in the 9 months that followed, we really showed what we can do when we act out of compassion. And so I think if I were looking at a student right now, my advice would be to kind of remember as you go through life that really, when you come down to it, your life is not so much about yourself. It's really more about how you give to others and the quality and the quantity of what you give. And that would be my advice.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Brenda?
Well, it's really hard to follow that. So I would pile on that, but I would also say to people that, you know, you're going to encounter things in your life, barriers and challenges, and you have to overcome your fear. You know, you have to try and do the things that you're afraid of, because very often those are the things that are going to lead you on the most valuable paths that you could follow. And I would also urge people to really take hard looks at organizational cultures and how sometimes the silos that we heard so much about that were the government agencies before 9/11, you know, how that hindered our ability to prevent and respond to 9/11, that we have to take really hard looks at organizational cultures, at the warrior ethos. And is this really going to be the best thing for the world when we are all so interconnected? So we have to listen to a diversity of voices and take on other people's experiences and learn from them.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Ann?
Well, after those two, I would just say, very simplest of terms, that we need to cut each other slack. You know, you don't really know what the person sitting next to you or the person in class next to you has gone through, and just getting to know someone can make all the difference in your life. And, you know, we can sit and have conversation, and I, you know, can walk away and not have to hate you because you think differently, but we could have a conversation and learn from each other, and maybe not change any minds. But I just think really it's not all about any one of us, it's about all of us, and we should cut each other some slack.
I think that's a superb point to end on, and I thank the three of you for spending your time with us here today. I know you're heading right back to New York for tomorrow, but please join me in thanking these three amazing individuals.
Great. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, our Zoom audience. I hope everyone had a chance, I know folks in the room did, but I hope everyone else out there had a chance to hear the last panel. Extraordinarily powerful personal stories of both heroism and sacrifice and perspective. And I love that Brenda teed up this panel coming up when she encouraged folks to take a step back and think about the historical perspective. And that's exactly what we want to do with this panel, is take it from the deeply personal, the deeply emotional, and now step back and get a sense of, what does this mean in the bigger picture, in the longer run of history? And we've got an amazing panel lined up. Moderating it will be Calder Walton, Dr. Calder Walton, who is Deputy Director of the Applied History Project at the Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center. And we have Maria Robeson, who is the soon-to-be new project program coordinator at the Intelligence Project. And I'll leave it to Calder to introduce the rest of the panel. Some here, others coming to us virtually. Thanks, Calder.
Thanks, Paul. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for a wonderful conference so far. I'm excited to be moderating this panel. As Paul mentioned, I'm joined in person on stage here by Maria, my colleague who's going to join the Intelligence Project shortly, who is a newly minted, when I say newly minted, I mean yesterday, PhD from Northeastern. So congratulations, Maria.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I'm joined here by Phil Zelikow, who we met earlier this morning. Phil's a professor of history at Virginia and was executive director of the 9/11 Commission. We're joined virtually from across the pond by Christopher Andrew, who is a professor emeritus of modern and contemporary history at Cambridge University in England. Chris is without doubt the leading historian in the world of intelligence and national security, author of authoritative histories of US intelligence, Soviet intelligence, and British intelligence, and MI5's authorized historian. And we're also joined virtually by Professor Sir David Omand, former director of Britain's GCHQ. David was the UK's first security and intelligence coordinator and helped to shape British post 9/11 counterterrorism strategy. My purpose, my vision with this panel is to fuse together historians trying to bring perspective to what we just heard very powerfully from the last panel into a broader context. Lessons learned and what lessons might be derived going forward. So I'm going to start off by turning to Chris Andrew in Cambridge, who is going to test our technical capabilities to their utmost by trying to incorporate some slides, I believe. So Chris, can you hear me? And
I can, Calder. And thank you everyone for a wonderful conference. I mean, of course, the main perspective has been America, but all of us who were old enough at the time saw exactly the same pictures at exactly the same time, except that it was lunchtime over here. And the first thing we did was to attempt to ring or attempt to email American friends. I don't think in the 21st century there's been a moment when people in the old world felt as close to what the people in the new world were going through. So let me begin with a little appendage, an Anglo-American appendage to 9/11. And it's this, it's 24 hours later. On the 12th of September 2001, a solitary foreign aircraft was allowed into US airspace for the first time after 9/11. On board were the chief of SIS, also known as MI6, the Deputy Director General of MI5, and the Director of GCHQ. Accompanied by an escort of 8 F-16s, the plane landed at Andrews Air Force Base, whence the British delegation was whisked off to crisis talks at Langley with their US counterparts, the DCI, Director of NSA, Deputy Director of FBI. The fact that there was no British 9/11, which I'm going to talk about, was mainly because, despite its manifold limitations, counterterrorism was at that point in better shape in London than in Washington. 20 years before 9/11, however, British counterterrorism was as poorly organized as American counterterrorism on 9/11. So what made the difference? The difference was actually made not by Islamist terrorism, but by the IRA. The transformation of British counterterrorism during the decade before 9/11 was the result of lessons learned not from Islamist terrorists, but from the then more dangerous IRA. IRA assassination attempts against two successive British prime ministers, Margaret Thatcher and John Major, came closer to success than the assassination attempts 400 years earlier against Queen Elizabeth I, who was better protected than Margaret Thatcher against terrorist attack. First slide, please. We are stretching the system to its limits, but there should be a slide coming up any moment.
We're queuing it. They're coming up right
yes,
now.
The one after that one. That's the title. Next slide, please. Yep. One after. That's it. That's the very one.
Back one.
No, back to the previous one, which well, I could describe it. No, stick with that. Yes, there we are. That's the one. So what that shows, of course, is the IRA attack on the Grand Hotel Brighton during the Conservative Party conference. Note the large part of the front of the hotel, which has been blown off, and even more damage was done inside. So that's October 1984. Next slide, please. That's the one. 7th of February 1991, the IRA fire a mortar from a Ford Transit van at 10 Downing Street at the Cabinet Room from the junction of Whitehall and Horse Guards Avenue. And John Major is told after the IRA mortar attack on 10 Downing Street in 1991 that if the mortar had landed 10 foot closer to the Cabinet Room, half the cabinet would have been killed or seriously wounded. At the heart of the confusion of British counter-terrorism, which had made those two assassination attempts possible, were divided responsibilities. Absurdly, and I think that is the right adverb, until 1992, the lead intelligence role against Irish Republican terrorists on mainland Britain belonged to the special branch of the Metropolitan Police, while the lead role against Northern Irish loyalist paramilitaries, as well as non-Irish terrorists, was assigned instead to MI5. The shock in number 10 Downing Street, caused by the nearly successful IRA attack on the major cabinet, prompted a long overdue intelligence reorganization. Operation Ascribe, which was the secret codename, gave MI5 for the first time the lead intelligence role against terrorism from all sources, including the IRA, a turning point in the history of British counterterrorism, which played a major role both in defeating the IRA bombing campaign in London in the 1990s and in preventing a British 9/11. Next slide, please. This is, as you see, an MI5 surveillance photo in the year 2000 of the founder of the first Islamist bomb factory in Britain, Moinul Abedin. And but for MI5 surveillance of Abedin and his Islamist extremist bombing campaign in Britain might well have begun before 9/11. So it could have begun in Britain. Wouldn't have been as serious in 2000 as it was in the United States later, but it could have begun in Britain. In the 6 years after 9/11, cooperation between MI5 and counterterrorism police stopped 12 major Al-Qaeda plots against the United States. And by the way, today, the current Director General of MI5 has been talking about plots, late stage plots, which have been stopped just within the last 4 years. But I'm back to the 6 years before, after 9/11. Next slide, please. So this is the most serious of the plots
in the few years after 9/11. Operation Crevice. It's another MI5 surveillance photograph from 2004. It shows MI5 surveillance of Omar Khayyam, who's the man on the right, meeting a Canadian Islamist at Heathrow Airport, hoping to obtain electronic bomb timers from him. Operation Crevice was, up to that point, the largest counter-terrorist operation in British history. During it, under Prime Minister Tony Blair, the Director General of MI5 was, for the first time, invited to attend a British cabinet meeting. Next slide, please. So this is Operation Overt, the code name at the time, 2006. It shows the leader of the plot, Abdullah Ahmed Ali, recording his martyrdom video, while unknown to him, he was being secretly recorded by MI5 in his bomb factory. Ali had a viable plan to place suicide bombers with explosives hidden in soft drink bottles on 7 passenger aircraft taking off the major North American cities from Heathrow and Gatwick in a 3-hour period. Because Ali's plot was discovered by MI5, his so-called martyrdom never took place, and the martyrdom video was never broadcast. That's the end of the slides, so we can go back to live if that's possible, but it's not essential. Yes, it is. Good. Right. Now, what's the lesson from all this? It's this. The intelligence techniques which led to the defeat of most, but not all, Islamist terrorist plots in Britain, 7/7 is an obvious exception. The techniques, surveillance and message interception, were the same techniques supported by more advanced technology, which had ensured the failure of terrorist assassination plots against Queen Elizabeth I 4 centuries earlier. In France, where the same techniques were used less successfully, 2 of Queen Elizabeth I's French contemporaries, Henry III and Henry IV, were assassinated by religious fanatics. And it could have happened in Britain, but it didn't. In one important way, however, British counterterrorism before 9/11 was less effective than Sir Francis Walsingham's Secret Service 4 centuries earlier. Walsingham, who was a theologian as well as an intelligence chief, with several works of theology dedicated to him, had far better grasp of the link between terrorism and religious fanaticism than most of his successors in secularized late 20th century British intelligence. Not all, but most. The over-secularized MI5 mistakenly told police chiefs, particularly the heads of the special branches in 1995, quote, suggestions in the press of a worldwide Islamist extremist terrorist network poised to launch terrorist attacks in the West are greatly exaggerated. Well, actually, there's a lot of the detail was wrong, but the threat was not greatly exaggerated. The first attack on the Twin Towers, after all, had taken place 2 years earlier. General James Clapper recalls that while he was head of the Defense Intelligence Agency from 1991 to 1995, there was not, to his knowledge, a single high-level Washington discussion of the role of religious extremism in inspiring terrorism. Bruce Hoffman's now celebrated 1995 article entitled Holy Terror, the implications of terrorism motivated by a religious imperative, made little immediate impact on official mindsets in London and Washington, many of whom were corrupted by what I have called historical attention span deficit disorder. HASD is the acronym. Both British and American intelligence suffered before 9/11, though it was not commented on at the time, I think, from a serious shortage of theologians. So my conclusion is simply this. As with climate change, as with pandemics, as with other threats to life in the early 21st century, understanding terrorism requires a very long-term perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Well, if that doesn't lead to all sorts of questions, I don't know what will. But let's turn to, for now, Phil, I'm going to turn to you for some historical perspectives and try to correct our historical attention span deficit disorder, as Chris Andrew has called it.
I just want to be sure I understand the new acronym that's been introduced into the English language. Chris, is that HADD, Historical Attention Deficit Disorder?
That's right.
HASDD.
HASDD.
But we'll accept an
Historical
alternative North
Attention
American
Span
spelling.
Deficit Disorder. I think you can
Historical
drop the
attention
S
span
and
deficit
simplify
disorder.
it. No, that's great. And as Chris and David know from another conversation, and worth mentioning here, is that the British reforms had a very large effect on the American reforms after 9/11. And just to briefly touch on those, there's one American reform which is extremely well known and one which is modestly known. The well-known one is the creation of the Office of Director of National Intelligence. I am not the principal author of that idea. That's actually a very old idea, then had been debated in various ways, actually going all the way back to the Eisenhower administration. There's a long story there, and actually I've written a little bit about it in the CIA's in-house journal called Studies in Intelligence. And the actual formulation for the Office of the DNI that Congress ultimately adopted in 2004 was actually not the particular design that the 9/11 Commission had suggested. Congress took on the political momentum to the idea that the Commission had provided, placing it on the agenda and giving it unassailable momentum, but then Congress designed the office in ways that suited its political balance and arguments, a story that's been told in a book written by a person who was working on congressional issues at the time. All right, so that's the well-known reform. But the less well-known reform is the creation of something called the National Counterterrorism Center, or NCTC for short. I can actually claim to be the author of that agency, as I was the author of its predecessor agency, something called the Counterterrorism Center, which was created by an executive order by President Bush in shortly after, I think in January of 2003, if memory serves, because we had just recommended that to President Bush while I was then serving on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board. And then when I directed the 9/11 Commission, I made sure that that idea was then enlarged into a National Counterterrorism Center, and that the Commission got behind that idea, which it did. And Congress did enact that idea more or less as we had in mind, with one important compromise that is worth going into. So I did not say, I will now disclose to you a secret I did not disclose to anyone else in 2004. That great secret is that the NCTC was directly inspired by a British precedent. It was directly inspired by my knowledge and understanding of the MI5 setup. But if I had told people that, it would have been the kiss of death to the idea, because then whatever baggage people associated with the British system, which hardly anyone understood anyway, would then have been and we were importing, you can imagine. So no mention of that. I actually got Eliza Manning Buller, who was involved at that time in running MI5 in Washington, to visit with the 9/11 commissioner so that they had some understanding. So what is it then about MI5 or NCTC that makes it interesting from this point of view? I'll just call out two aspects that are important to understand. The first is that MI6, the Secret Intelligence Service, is almost entirely focused overseas. It's in some ways a counterpart to the CIA's Directorate of Operations, and maybe on its good days, some of the CIA's Directorate of Intelligence. But it has a writ that is somewhat more comparable to the writ of CIA. MI5 is concerned primarily with internal security of the United Kingdom. But MI5 works on threats to the internal security of the United Kingdom from a worldwide point of view. So from the way MI5 is set up, and I think this setup really dates from the story that Chris Andrew was introducing, that this is not an ancient setup, but MI5 traditionally, and this partly has imperial roots and roots and concerns about threats to internal security when internal security was very broadly defined as spanning a global empire. So that you actually tracked people in places like Malaysia and India as an internal security problem, or Palestine. But anyway, the MI5 model then is one in which the domestic and international boundary line is open. The MI5 can work domestically or internationally as it sees fit in order to protect the internal security of the United Kingdom. The great problem in the American intelligence system before 9/11 was precisely this domestic international divide. The CIA couldn't work the internal security side, the FBI couldn't. And I won't go into all the details and ways that this confounded intelligence work, but it confounded it legally, politically, culturally, administratively, and it was a profound divide. People tried workarounds to overcome the divide, but never really quite successfully. So the idea is you had to break one of the obvious lessons when you really understand the 9/11 story is that you have to do something to break down this divide. So then the idea here was, instead of giving CIA domestic jurisdiction, impossible. Instead of giving the FBI a job to replace the CIA overseas, impossible. What you do instead is you create this new institution that is effectively like this little directorate in the Washington area. It actually happens to be located in Northern Virginia, in the office complex that also has the ODNI. But you create this little center that just simply spans them both and draws its personnel as needed from both and others. So that the NCTC looks across domestic and international lines in sizing up the terrorist threat, and all the data being collected that is germane to that threat by whatever agency collects it then comes into the NCTC. So you've created an entity then that sees its writ very much the way MI5 sees its writ. So that's the first point to notice about the NCTC design. The second point to notice about the NCTC design, also inspired by MI5 experience, is that actually it's relatively small. It doesn't do all the legwork itself. It shouldn't and can't. If you think about who needs to actually do the field work in internal security work, you can in the United States or even in the United Kingdom, a lot of that, of course, is going to be done by local police. Will be done, should be done by local police. They know the neighborhoods, they know the people. For lots of reasons, it's better to have them staffing surveillance teams and so on. In the case of the United States, you would think of local police departments, the FBI, various state enforcement agencies, and so on. In the case of MI5, MI5 tends then to direct investigations, pull together information, and then provide specialized technical expertise of one kind or another that enables or empowers other people to do a better job. So then a relatively small agency can then use the instruments of many others, including MI6 and certain foreign work, or GCHQ, or the Metropolitan Police, and so on. And you can quickly see how that analogy could work for the United States. And so the NCTC was set up, and it's valuable then to have the institution of an ODNI or something like that in order to house that, rather than housing it in the Department of Justice or in the CIA. When the Counterterrorism Center was initially set up, it was given to the DCI, which was one of the problems for it, because it wasn't his idea George Tenet's idea, and he hadn't even liked the idea. And actually, CIA people fought the idea because they thought it was a rival. They thought it was a rival to their own in-house counterterrorism center. The NCTC also faced those concerns about rivalry, but it addresses those concerns in a way by developing this MI5 style role. So it doesn't try to replace CIA CTC in doing tactical targeting work, but it is trying to make sure that investigations are coordinated across all the jurisdictional boundaries, and there's a tremendous amount of pooled knowledge. So since Chris got us off on the theme of understanding the way intelligence is organized and reflecting on the 9/11 experience for that, I thought I would just go ahead and follow suit and indicate that actually the most important bureaucratic innovation in the United States government concerned with fighting terrorism, the NCTC, also one of the least known innovations, is actually substantially based on the learning that MI5 had accomplished that Christopher recounts, from which the United States was then able to benefit. Incidentally, the reason I knew maybe more than some people did about MI5 is not only because I'd worked with the British over the years in other jobs, but also because while teaching at the Harvard Kennedy School in the early 1990s, I drafted and published a series of case studies on policing Northern Ireland. And so had spent time in Belfast and London and actually understood a fair amount about the system that Chris describes. So I'll stop there.
Phil, that's tremendous. So you were an applied historian. You were literally applying history from the British example to the NCTC.
And of course, the history of 9/11 too.
Yeah.
Because if you anyone reads the commission report, I think you'll see the way that story drives this sort of innovation.
David, can you further help us cure our HASDD problem? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Calder. And let me start by saying just how moving I found the last panel and the testimony that was being given. And we should always remember that 9/11 was, and it still is, the largest loss of British lives to terrorism, with all the pain and suffering of the victims and their families that went with that. After the shock of 9/11, after the hectic months that were then spent, came crafting a counterterrorism strategy, which fell to me. Those of us working on this, as has already been said, we had all been through the 30-year conflict in Northern Ireland. And frankly, we had learnt some very painful lessons from that experience, and some of those have already been touched on. But for me, the central lesson, having worked on that campaign, was the importance of having a national strategic objective. And we debated this with our ministers, with the cabinet, and the approach we took was that denying the terrorists what they most seek, which is to put the public in fear and to destabilize public confidence in the authorities, which is what they're trying to do. If they're not succeeding in doing that, we, not they, are prevailing. And another related lesson from Northern Ireland was being seen to act in ways that reinforce, not undermine, the values of a free, law-abiding society. We had made some mistakes in Northern Ireland in that respect, and we had learnt from them. But of course, what that meant was that the international legal basis of American and British counterterrorism policy were different. That may be why the United States protected the United Kingdom from knowledge of the extraordinary rendition and coercive interrogation programs that were launched under the War on Terror. That didn't stop our armed forces fighting side by side, nor did it stop the closer than ever cooperation in intelligence sharing and in joint initiatives, especially in the digital intelligence space. But it's just worth bearing in mind that we were on different legal bases. A final lesson from Northern Ireland, Philip has already mentioned, which was the need to have, if you like, a mission-centric, a joint approach to dealing with terrorism. The domestic space and the overseas space, working across that, working across the law enforcement and the intelligence spaces, working across the human and the technical intelligence spaces, and producing a joint approach, which is why Eliza Mallingham-Buller and I set up our joint terrorism center in London. It's rather like the precedent which we'd been through of taking the Army, Navy, and the Air Force, in US terms, the Marine Corps, still proud separate services, and yet creating competent commands so that you can harness all of their power together when it comes to fighting. The objective of the counterterrorism strategy that I offered to the British Cabinet was essentially a risk reduction, not a risk elimination strategy. I called it CONTEST, an acronym I coined literally, lying in the bath, taking the phrase counterterrorism strategy and picking letters out in turn to see what words you could make, and CONTEST seemed to fit. I'll just quote it to you. It's the objective, the mission which we offered the Prime Minister, to reduce the risk from terrorism so that people can go about their normal life freely and with confidence. And Tony Blair and the Cabinet accepted that emphasis on maintaining normality through the risk management of the threat from terrorist attacks. That was fine. We had an objective which emphasized normality as being the touchstone. And then we had to translate that objective into action. And to do that, we used the well-known risk equation that insurance companies use, which is the risk is the product of the likelihood of attack, of vulnerability to that form of attack, the intensity of the impact if the terrorists get through our defenses, and then the duration of the disruption that the incident caused. And those four factors multiply together to give you a sense of what the risk to the public from a particular kind of attack is. So we designed a layered defense of the United Kingdom, as the defense folks would call it, with 4 strategic programs designed to work on each of those factors. And we labeled each with a word beginning with P, because my experience in defense is that if you can't encapsulate your strategy on the front of a T-shirt, nobody's ever going to remember it, and it will end up in a cupboard. So we had 4 programs, and the first, the Pursue program, which was overseas, deploying our special forces and military, domestically expanding our intelligence and police capability, more than doubling the size of the security service, working with our close allies, but also with a large number of slightly unusual intelligence partners, all to uncover the plots and bring terrorists to justice. We had a Prevent program, which we still have, to slow the flow of new recruits to the terrorists by identifying in the community those at risk of violent radicalization, and then having social interventions to divert them from a path that otherwise was going to lead them to prison or to an early death. A Protect program to harden the national infrastructure and public spaces and transport systems. One of the most effective measures has already been mentioned in your conference, which is the global agreement to put lockable steel doors on cockpits of all civilian airliners. And once we had persuaded all the air traffic control authorities that of Western Europe and North America that no airliner would be allowed to land unless they had one of those doors. No, they wouldn't be allowed into the airspace. It essentially became a global standard, and that has eliminated hijacking for all practical purposes. And then finally, a Prepare program to get our first responders training together having compatible equipment, and then exercising and exercising and exercising with ministers and senior officials and the military to how to manage that impact, coupled with long-term investment in the resilience of our critical infrastructure, telecoms, power, and so on, to shorten that period of disruption. And that obviously has taken many, many years to achieve. It's been very expensive, but we are as a nation in a very much better position than we were at the time of 9/11. As has been mentioned in the conference already, we did all expect a major attack. It was dominating our minds. And what's more, as the years went by, we got more and more concerned about a WMD attack, of a dirty bomb. We've had at least one instance of terrorists thinking about that in the UK. So 20 years have passed. What I've just described, contest, is still the British counterterrorism strategy. It's on its 5th Prime Minister. It's been refreshed time and again. It will be refreshed again. In a historical perspective, as we see it today, those 20 years have been dominated in many ways by the threat of terrorism. It has been lethal. There have been extremely unpleasant attacks, but as Chris has mentioned, most of those attempts have failed, although some sadly succeeded. But will future historians look back on those 20 years and see terrorism as the dominant factor? I don't think they will. I think it will be the rise of a confident China, and I think it'll be the digital revolution that has affected every part of our economic and social lives over the last 20 years and created new dangers. That's what people will look back and say, that's what was happening in the world in those 20 years. And maybe the pandemic will have to be added to that list. In a curious way, 9/11 was an analog event, and it marked the era of global interconnected threats. And it marked an era in which aggressive and constant competition below the threshold of all-out armed conflict is something we now have to recognize. That's probably what the next 20 years is going to look like. But I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, David, for that perspective. Maria, did you want to ask a question to any of the panelists?
Absolutely. Thank you all very much for sharing your insights. And this is coming, as Calder mentioned, very powerfully off the heels of the last panel, where we heard some themes that we now can explore in broader context. And one thing that came up in the previous panel was the risk of organizational silos, which is something where I think about historical attention span deficit disorder, our new acronym, and the idea of this is something that we can see replicated, even though we have historically seen examples where silos have been problematic. And so in the panel today, we've heard a few examples of the power of cooperation. We heard about MI5 and the Metropolitan Police. We heard about the NCTC being inspired by MI5 models. So I'm wondering, given that first plane on September 12th with representatives from GCHQ, MI5, MI6 who came to the United States, where do we see Anglo-American intelligence cooperation 20 years later? Is the Five Eyes, and especially the United Kingdom and the United States, are they in the same place as they were in 2001? Especially with the increasingly interconnected global threats that we see today. So for any of the panelists.
I happily venture one thought on that, which is that the long-standing historical, the deep cooperation between my old organization, GCHQ, and the US National Security Agency, which is the heart of the Five Eyes, if anything, it has got stronger. It always was very strong, but it has got stronger. And it has also slightly changed its character, because cybersecurity and active defense of cyberspace, and indeed in some cases offensive defense of cyberspace, has become a predominant concern. And that's where the power of having that deep cooperation really shows to defend our societies from the new threats. So I'm just very, very glad from a UK point of view that we have had that relationship from which we benefited hugely.
Can I just add to that, agreeing completely with that, that one of the ways, places to look now, which would have seemed inconceivable in Britain just a year ago, is actually on the social media. All the Five Eyes now make a great deal, and it's quick to look at on Twitter or Instagram, and there are other varieties of social media. All of them within the last year have actually said in public how much they value the Five Eyes. And this, is very recent. As recently as 2014, the CIA made one of the most enigmatic statements in its history, which was on Twitter and said, and I quote exactly, "We can neither confirm nor deny that this is our first tweet." But anyway, they have admitted that they do tweet now. And a year ago, none of the British intelligence agencies tweeted, but they do. And look at the Australian ones as well. Look at the Canadian CSE. I mean, they actually have talked within the last few weeks, as not simply last year, about the fact that the Five Eyes relationship is actually central to what they do.
Another grace note that I might add is what has come out since in public is that after 9/11 arrangements were made, fearing another attack on Washington and indeed that on Fort Meade, that GCHQ would make arrangements to take over the Fort Meade role if their big machines got knocked out and they were put. So that central part of US intelligence would have been run temporarily till everything else was back online by the Brits, and indeed vice versa. And again, that's kind of, you can't imagine that kind of relationship happening other than between very close friends.
Phil, have you got any comments on that? Well, I'd like to ask a question, pick up on something, David, you mentioned at the end, which is how historians will look back on this 20-year period. And I would love to get all of your thoughts on whether the ensuing war on terror was a strategic distraction from the threat of great power competition. Phil, I'm going to ask you because you're closest to me.
Yes. But see, I partly think that the whole emphasis on great power competition is itself a little bit like kids running to the new soccer ball. As the Al-Qaeda threat diminished after 2006, slowly diminishing, then further diminished after bin Laden was killed in 2011. Then there's this new thing, and there are some real things there. I think that especially it start to gather strength around 2007, 2008. But then if you analyze it, really, why weren't we paying more attention to some of these trends in the late 2000s? And I don't really think the war on terror can be offered as an excuse, but it's not a satisfactory excuse. I think Al-Qaeda and we were actually making very significant progress by the late 2000s. I think the decisive break with Russia comes in the period 2007, 2008, gets progressively worse from there. There were troubles before that, but I think that that's where I happen to date the really decisive break. I think a really decisive set of things start happening with China later than that. After the global financial crisis and really gathering speed after Xi takes supreme power in 2012, to then run all that back and say, why weren't we more attentive? And I don't think there's a good distraction argument for that. I think you can find much more causal power in the global financial crisis and the repercussions of the Syrian civil war in understanding a lot of the things that then happened as the 2010s went on, and including the rising salience of great power competition. I do think also that, and it's worth commenting, that in general, the intelligence community in some ways has just become too important. Too important. And let me explain what I mean by that. Once upon a time, long ago, I think even in perhaps somewhat after Elizabeth I, when a leader wanted to know what was going on in the world and what was going on in foreign affairs, you would traditionally ask the people who looked after foreign affairs to tell you about that. These people sometimes had the advantage of actually speaking foreign languages and living in foreign countries. And that was also the case through most of the history of the United States. The phenomenon that presidents now look every single day of the week, every morning, for their, in effect, daily newspapers, to the work of the intelligence community to help them understand what's going on in the world, is an extremely recent development in American history. It was an unplanned development that grew, I think, bureaucratically, but really accelerated because of the war on terror. You see, the intelligence agencies have marked strengths and weaknesses in the way they look at the world and understand the world. That can be brought into sharp relief if you think, what have been the most important crises of the last 20 years? Is it 9/11, or is it the global financial crisis and the pandemic crisis? When it comes to the global financial crisis, how important was the intelligence community in relation to that? None. None. I've not even seen a serious analysis that even poses and answers the question. How about the pandemic crisis? Slight. I'm not saying, I'm going to say none, slight. We could go into some other illustrations having to do with a number of other earthquake political events that have caused very large repercussions. I don't blame the intelligence community for not being able to do everything it wasn't supposed to. But what we have then is a sociological habit in which we look to the intelligence community now as the supreme interpreter of what's going on in the world in the regular staffing habits every single day in the leadership of our countries, which then enormously amplifies these distinctive strengths and weaknesses. And I think this relates directly to your question, Calder, about how well did we understand the regional political developments to which we then began in the mid-2010s ascribing the label great power competition. You know, the return of great power competition with a extremely visible tinge of nostalgia surrounding it. And thank God now the intelligence community will know what they should now do, as if that was the most important source of knowledge and information about those things. So in a way, the war on terror does exacerbate the distorting effect of the reliance on the intelligence community lens to see the world, just as we over-relied on military instruments to deal with the world. And these two forms of distortion are plainly things that now need to be reset and reconsidered as we kind of wake up to the kinds of threats in the 21st century that David Oman was alluding to a minute ago.
And I just add, there is a risk of conflating the war on terror and seeing this sort of religiously driven extremist terrorism, the Islamist violent Islamist threat, as being the same thing. That the fact that now we still see terrorism as a first order threat, that generates the ability to keep down the level of violence from terrorism, so that, in my as my strategy has it, people can go about their normal lives and they are not in fear. So just because other issues have arisen which require a lot of intelligence resource to be devoted to them, as they should be, doesn't mean that we were wrong to devote so much effort over the last 20 years to trying to understand and get inside and frustrate the will of those who were trying to attack us. The reason we haven't had very bad, very big other attacks is because of the relentless work that's gone on to frustrate and just to keep on the back foot. And the United States has taken the principal role in doing that and has done it very successfully. But I distinguish that from those early years of the war on terror, and the points already been made in the conference that that had a significant counterproductive effect in some respects.
I can just jump back in for a moment. You'll remember, some of you may have heard the keynote address I gave this morning.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, we've engaged this civilizational struggle that's been going on inside the Islamic world, primarily in this defensive and kinetic sense, which is perfectly natural and understandable since they reached out to attack us. And David Oman's comments quite right. But then if you actually say, I really need to understand the civilizational struggle in the Islamic world and decide whether I want to play any role in it as an outsider, and if so, where I might play a constructive role and how I might play a constructive role if I care how that struggle turns out in this or that place. As soon as you begin putting the questions up, what are the questions we would need to answer to address all those points that I just raised about how this outsider plays some sort of constructive role in the struggle going on in Islamic civilization? Yes, then ask, where in the United States, or in our government, or in the British government for that matter, do we really have expertise to answer those questions? The answer is not the intelligence communities of either country. That's, it may turn out serendipitously that there are one or another person whom you really like that's in one of those places, but neither institutionally nor through long-term career training are you most likely to find the people you need to answer those questions in those institutions.
Thank you. Chris, have you got any comments?
Can I make one parallel that relates to what has been said about China? I mean, absolutely wonderful. I mean, what I've learned from my fellow panelists, I wouldn't say if it wasn't true, has been a considerable amount. But one of the wonderful things about this particular conference is there is no way in which it could have taken place in any credible form anywhere in China. The best title of any book, not the best book, even though it is a very good book, the best title of any book that I've read on China over the last 10 years has been The People's Republic of Amnesia. I mean, the attempts made on the internet, on social media, even as we speak, to prevent anyone in China looking up Tiananmen Square. You know, you can't even look up the date. You can't look up any combination of the numbers 4, 6, 89, because that is when it happened. I had the privilege, and it was a privilege, earlier in this century, of going to give a lecture at the oldest university in China, which has a very strange name, Peking University, Beijing. It calls itself Peking in order to indicate that it's considerably older than Beijing University's 1 to 300 or whatever it is. And the students there were absolutely terrific. You could ask them anything about Sun Tzu. You know, my Chinese Mandarin is not good enough to pronounce him correctly, but Sun Tzu is still in West Point and other parts of the United States, required teaching, fantastic understanding, but not a single one of those students would have dared to mention Tiananmen Square. And if they couldn't then mention Tiananmen Square, they couldn't have anything that would be of any interest to us in this conference.
Thank you, Chris. We've got 5 minutes left, and I'm really desperate to incorporate questions from the audience here in the room, and then, if possible, online. But we've already got one hand up right here. So there's a microphone here if you want to come and ask the panelists.
Having our cousins from across the pond here prompts me to ask a question that may be about Anglo-Saxon jurisprudence, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Earlier today, the New Jersey governor said, we knew some of the plotters were living in a rough neighborhood in Paterson, New Jersey. One of them was stopped by the Maryland State Police at some point before the attack. Others used my local motor vehicle bureau to falsify their documents. All of that as if to imply, had we only known that, we could have arrested them. Well, the trouble is they hadn't committed a crime at that point. So the question is, are we contemplating a change in the balance between security and civil liberties in order to be able to find these people? And is there a difference in the way the British approach it as the way the Americans approach it?
I'll start only actually to hand off the ball to Omand in particular, because I do that because yes, the Americans have an approach to this. I just happen to think the British approach to it is thought through better than ours. And so I think actually you'll learn more by letting David talk about this a little bit.
First point I think I'd make is it's a balance to be struck within the basket of human rights. We have the right to life, as well as the right, for example, to the privacy of our personal family life. And if you believe, and we have incorporated this into British domestic law, in these fundamental human rights, you have to strike those balances. And where you strike it depends on the circumstances you're in and the degree of existential threat there may be to the nation. You arrive at a different place if you're in wartime than you do if you're not. But the way the British, we've come out on this, is a social compact between the public, parliament, and the intelligence and security community, where the public and legislators have allowed the security community access and use of very powerful digital tools, which the security service here, MI5, would say after our attacks on 7/7 were a decisive factor in stopping plots, was being able to track digitally information about their suspects. But in return for having that capability, they have to accept a level of oversight and regulation, permission granting, and all the rest of it, which 20 years ago, we wouldn't have dreamt of imposing on the intelligence community. But it is a bargain, it's a deal. And given that, the British public, I think, is very supportive. Now, some of these techniques are extremely powerful. And that's, as Chris has said, when you look at how the Chinese are using exactly these sorts of data gathering and application of AI and all the rest of it, without democratic safeguards, without an independent judiciary, keeping an eye on what is going on, then you'll potentially have a lot of problems. So the way in which we are actually using this accessing and using this information, I think is entirely justified given the level of threat, but it is conditional on good behavior by the intelligence community. And if you look back both sides of the Atlantic, there have been periods when you hang your head in shame and you say, why did they do that? So that kind of oversight, I think, it's the price that has to be paid. But I do think we've actually got to quite a good place at the moment in the UK.
We've come right up against the end of this session. I'm afraid it could go on for much longer. I would like to thank all of our panelists. We now are much better informed about curing our HASDD than we were an hour ago. And I'd like to thank Phil, I'd like to thank David, and I'd like to thank Chris. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, we will continue trying to cure our HASDD. Thanks.
I think we've saved the best for last. So, I'm Graham Allison. I'm the moderator. The panelists you've seen before today, for those of you who are just joining for this last session, Michael Morell, former Deputy Director of CIA, colleague, friend, gave us a wonderful review and reflection earlier this morning about CAA as it lived through 9/11. Hank Crumpton, another good colleague and friend who was with the early stages of the response to the attack on 9/11 as a CAA operative, and who's, I can't remember, 600 or 700 horsemen and others in Afghanistan working with Afghan tribal allies, had been remarkably successful up to the point of even almost capturing bin Laden at Tora Bora. And I think, again, what you told us about what we did and didn't do may provide some instructive lessons for this last session. And finally, my good colleague and friend, co-author and whatever, Philip Zelikow, who I think has played a big role in today's session, because this is an attempt to try to fuse the intelligence program's focus on improving intelligence on the one hand, but to take advantage of the Applied History Project, which is a separate project here at Harvard Belfer Center, in which Neil Ferguson and I and Fred Logeville and Calder Walden and a number of others are very active, and in which Philip is one of the founders, since he was a close colleague of Ernest May, whose book with Dick Neustadt, Thinking in Time, was foundational in this undertaking. So for those of you in the wider audience who don't know about the local scene here, Applied History is a project that defines applied history as, quote, the explicit attempt to illuminate current challenges and choices by reasoning from the historical record, including examining analogs, of which obviously 9/11 and the responses to it are a wonderful example. So they're our case study for today. And in effect, the question for this session is, so what? Okay? So if we better understand 9/11 and the response to it, what problem or challenge or choice that's on the agenda today or in the foreseeable future can we illuminate? Not with the crystal ball that clarifies everything, but with a bit of light that provides more insight than we would otherwise have in the absence of the historical reasoning. So my question to each of the panelists, and I'm going to give them each about 4 minutes for the first round, and then we'll do a second round, because I think a number of the lessons or clues that each might draw will relate to the others and to the conversations we've had before, to see whether we start just down the list. If Michael, if you would be willing to start, and then Hank, and then Philip, from thinking about 9/11 and the responses to 9/11 and the conversation today, as well as all the other noise that's been going on around this with the 20th anniversary, do you have a lesson or two or clue or two or three for illuminating current challenges and choices? And it's the same question for Hank and same for Philip, and then we'll go a second round. So Michael, would you start us?
Sure, this is not an easy question, Graham. But then again, you don't ask easy questions. Let me make a general point that you and I have discussed before that I think is important, and then I'll get specific as to a current challenge. The general point is that I have always believed that at a deputies committee meeting or a principals committee meeting, that there should be, just as there is a specific time allotted to discuss intelligence and the intelligence view on the issue, I've always thought that there should be some time allocated to discuss the history of the issue. Because I always found so many people came to the room with a lack of understanding of the history of the issue. And I also learned the importance of this because once I saw this and I kind of picked up on it, when a new issue emerged, I would ask our analysts to simply write a 2 or 3 page history of the issue that people were having to deal with. And this would go out as a PDB memo in the morning, and we would get a lot of kudos. We'd get a lot of thank yous. That was really helpful. And it wasn't intelligence at all, it was history. So I really believe that that should become part of the battle rhythm of the decision-making process in the White House. So that's my general comment, and I know you agree. You and I have talked about this.
Well, as a start, there's certainly a pearl there, and I think that's actually a very takeaway item that would be practical. And it certainly is right, just to underline, that most people had not heard of Al-Qaeda, as you say, if we go back to 9/11, didn't really know there was a war against Al-Qaeda and going on. And then you explained a little of the backdrop to that. So go right ahead, please.
Yeah, and the specific issue that I would just mention, and I'm not 100% sure to what degree history can illuminate this. You and Philip would have a better sense than I, but I'm deeply concerned about our policymaking with regard to China. For a long time, it was leaning one direction, and now it is, as you all know, leaning a completely different direction. You can't find a single person on Capitol Hill that can say anything nice about China. And one of the questions I've had, Graham, and is something for you and I to talk about, I think at some point, is if China achieves the world that it wants, it has a view of what it wants to achieve in the world and what it wants the world to look like. I'm not sure that we have fully thought through, that we have a good understanding of what that world specifically means for the United States of America. Would that world result in our standard of living being lower than it otherwise would be? I don't know. It's a good question. Would that world result in our privacy and civil liberties being threatened more than they otherwise would be? I don't know. Important question. Would the world be a less stable place? I don't know. I think so, maybe, but I don't think anybody's ever answered these questions in a way that justifies the current road we're going down in terms of heading towards a Cold War with China. And there's a lot of different ways to illuminate answers to those questions, and I'm certain that you guys are going to tell me that history is one of those ways.
Good. Okay, thank you. So we have an easy takeaway and a challenge. Hank, how about a couple of lessons or clues or whatever?
Yes, thanks, Graham. When you talk about applied history, and if we assume or believe that the first year of that war in Afghanistan post 9/11 was successful, I believe it was. And to answer your question, Graham, about the numbers, when Kandahar fell, early December 2001, you had about 110 CI officers on the ground and approximately 300 special forces. That was it. Now, General Mattis and the Marines came in and secured Kandahar Airport about that time. But you really had a ground force of Americans of really about 410. And what we seem to omit is that during that success, it was entirely dependent on our Afghan allies. If you look at the ground force, it was tens of thousands of Afghan militia, Afghan citizens rising up. It was as much or more their victory on the ground than it was ours. And now with our superb Air Force and U.S. Navy pilots coming off aircraft carriers, just a remarkable combination of allies working together, and not just nation states, but in this case, non-state actors, these tribal networks. I think that's important because when we hear the word invasion, it really grates because it was not an invasion. Team Alpha dropped in to northern Afghanistan. There were 8 men on the team. They were responsible for 30,000 square miles. They were entirely integrated and dependent on a complex tribal militia fighting force, most of them on horseback. So it was not an invasion. I don't think we ever learned that lesson. It was an Afghan victory, number one. Number two, when we talk about the intelligence failure, and we define 9/11 as an intelligence failure, and this was discussed earlier, but I think it's important to underscore. Yes, it was certainly a tactical intelligence failure, as Michael talked about earlier, but it was in the context of strategic policy failure. And anytime you look for tactical intel perfection, that's going to be tough in any context, but especially when you've had years of strategic policy failure. And intelligence isn't just force-fed to the policymakers. The policymakers are consumers of intelligence. They have a responsibility. They define the requirements. They, in concert with Congress, provide the budgets. So it's not just a one-way street. And so to the degree there is intelligence failure, I think the intelligence consumers bear some responsibility. And that's an important...
To clarify, so if we say, as Michael and you and Philip can agree or disagree with the statement in the previous earlier session, that Michael declared this is not a strategic intelligence failure, but a strategic intelligence success. He said maybe our biggest success, but then you're saying in the context of a policy failure. So be more specific about what failure, by whom, how.
Sure.
What failure?
The strategic intelligence was there, as Michael said, but the strategic policy was not. We had a mindset, I think, defined by Western hubris, that some group of non-state actors in one of the poorest countries in the world, on the other side of the world, just could not attack us. I think that played a big role. And I think that the policymakers did not respond to the intelligence. Can anyone point to a real policy initiative that would have helped stop 9/11? Despite all the warnings, despite the overt horrific attacks over the years by Al-Qaeda against the United States, going back to the mid-1990s, but particularly 1998 in Kenya and Tanzania, the attacks on our embassies, the attack on the USS Kolbe, and I led the CIA response to that attack. You could point to some feckless over-the-horizon efforts to throw a few cruise missiles at Al-Qaeda after the 98 embassy bombings. Tragically, after the USS Kolbe, there was really no response. I could go on, but I think that addresses your point, Graham. And the third thing I would note is lessons learned in recent history, applied history. we've called this the war on terror. And I think that's a great disservice to the men and women of this country and our allies who have to define the enemy and engage the enemy with precision and speed and agility. Defining the enemy as a tactic, as terrorism, I think confuses the issue. In my view, 9/11 was a war against Al-Qaeda. Pretty straightforward. And so I think that's important, the lessons, those 3 points. In the intelligence and what intelligence is, the role of intelligence consumers. The second thing is the importance of allies, state and non-state, and recognizing their value, their importance, their sacrifice. And then third, you've got to define the enemy, very clearly, very specifically as a starting point. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, I think good. Philip, how about 2 or 3 clues or lessons or whatever?
Well, I should start. I want to acknowledge, as it shouldn't let it pass too quickly, the wisdom of Mike Morell's 2 insights. Just, don't let those vanish too quickly, because those were both very deep points. And second, I want to say that I agree 100% with what Hank Crumpton just said. I agree with his basic argument about the prehistory of 9/11, and I'm reasonably well informed about that prehistory, and I think he has that about right. It's interesting, actually, as a historian, why did people think this was an intelligence failure? One, well, because we were surprised, and whenever we're surprised by something, we wonder if we were warned, and I'll come back to that in a second. But second, the first investigation that was conducted of this was an investigation by the Congress of a joint committee composed of their 2 intelligence committees. And they framed that investigation as an investigation of the intelligence community. And so in the first year after 9/11, the whole investigation was immediately framed as an investigation of what the intelligence community did wrong. That was a decisive framing. We actually thought we pulled it back into the policy world because they had not looked at the policy issues at all. And we went into the policy story in quite a lot of depth, including the covert action issues. But, and the conclusion ends up being what Hank Crumpton just said a minute ago. So let me come back again to why do people always think a surprise is an intelligence failure? And this is the one big takeaway I want to give you here. And so that my takeaway can be easily remembered and put on a t-shirt.
Good.
T-shirt that everyone at CIA should wear. The 4 words are work possibilities, not predictions. Work possibilities, not predictions. Point prediction is a sucker's game. It's not only is it a sucker's game, it's actually not what policymakers need. The notion that, gee, I want CIA to handicap the horse race and tell me which horse is going to win. Wrong. Wrong. What? So then after the race is over, CIA, well, I will now unveil in the sealed envelope what our prediction was, and you will now give me a medal or you won't. Wrong. No. What you want CIA to do is help your preferred horse win the race. You want to shape the outcome, not predict the outcome. This is a fundamentally different paradigm. The whole paradigm of prediction is an academical paradigm, but the real world in which the intelligence communities work is to shape the world, not predict it. And so that means you work possibilities. Now, how do I relate this to the 9/11 story? By and large, 9/11 story, in my view, is not overwhelmingly a story of intelligence failure. And I have tried not to use those kinds of words. There were a couple of operational miscues, which we trace in the report. One of them is quite complex and relatively banal. The other, which is more interesting, is this. On August 23rd, 2001, George Tenet gets an intelligence item on his desk. The headline of that item reads, "Islamic extremist learns to fly." That's a direct quote. That's the headline. That's not, and this is at the level of Tenet. And that's the headline on an item that hits his desk. Islamic extremist learns to fly. That is 19 days before 9/11. This is an item having to do with the arrest of Zacharias Moussaoui by the FBI and immigration agents in Minneapolis. Question, why doesn't everybody's head explode when they get news of the Moussaoui arrest? Remember, this is the summer of threat, the summer in which the system was blinking red, the summer in which they're hearing rumbling thunder everywhere, and here's a flash of a bolt of lightning over Minneapolis. Why doesn't the system explode into action? When we exploded into action after 9/11, we figured out who Moussaoui was and who his connections were within about 48 hours by checking vainly with the French and British and getting them to dig a little faster into what they already knew about that French citizen. Because he actually had a track record. Moussaoui instantly links you to Ramzi bin al-Shibh, which then very quickly links you to pretty much to everybody else. KSM in interrogation said that if he had known that Moussaoui had been arrested, he would have canceled the 9/11 operation. Now, there's an argument that says that he's lying about that. So the question becomes, what happened here? Is because that information didn't cause everyone's head to explode because it didn't have a real context to it. If you'd been working possibilities, you'd been working, how might America be attacked? You'd work different ways, truck bombs, boat bombs, plane bombs. Then what are the indicators and warning of preparations for such an attack? See, when you work possibilities and scenarios, then you identify indicators that you can collect against that give you more information about whether scenarios are happening or not happening. Frankly, this is the tradecraft that CIA itself had worked out over generations of working the Soviet target. And they had developed elaborate ways of doing this work that were quite good. Their reaction to Pearl Harbor. So the problem with CIA in this case is not that it didn't have the tradecraft, it's that it wasn't using its own best tradecraft against this particular target at that point in time. Because of course, if you had been working the indicators for possible Islamist plane bombs, and you were constantly looking for something that indicated that they were developing the skills to do that, then of course this Minneapolis intelligence item does make your head explode. I want to stress just as one little thought then, this point about work possibilities, not predictions, is total applied history right now on the Afghanistan issue. Because what happened here? The intelligence community made a prediction, we are told from the press stories that emerged so far, about how long the Afghan government could survive in the event of withdrawal. From what I can reconstruct, there was a prediction made in the springtime when they were doing their big decisions about whether to go ahead with the peace deal and withdraw or not, circa March, April. This is the up to 2 years prediction you've read about. Then there is another set of predictions that are made in June that were publicized the next week in the Wall Street Journal that basically say, gosh, the government could go down in as little as 6 months. As little as 6 months. This is mid-June. Interesting, there are two reactions going on that we know about so far to that. One is that the Pentagon was already pressing to do emergency contingency planning, and that their pressure to do the emergency contingency planning was then pushed offline somehow. We don't know the details yet. Second is that State Department people in Kabul got their hair on fire and got alarmed because they thought things could happen much faster than that, and end up getting so frustrated that they wrote a dissent channel cable arguing that the fall of Kabul could be imminent, a cable that then broke into the news in mid-July. Now, I mention all this because the sucker's game here is that if anyone relied on a point prediction as to when the Afghan government would go down, they could be badly misled. But if instead you don't take a stand on when it could go down, you work the possibilities. What's possible here? Could it go down quickly? What's the history of regime change in Afghanistan and other periods of turmoil? And by the way, if it was going to go down quickly, what would be indicators that things were beginning to fold faster than we thought? And by the way, I think if you had looked through those indicators, you would have started seeing them for sure by June, July. And then the whole tempo of your planning would have radically changed.
Okay, but so Philip, I would, I mean, this is a seminar I would love to do and will eagerly do with you separately on Afghanistan. Howard Rafa, one of the founders of the Kennedy School, taught anybody who only does point predictions doesn't understand probabilities. So there's no basis for conceptually people doing point predictions, even though people sometimes do them. And then the argument about whether then if you had appropriate distribution of your probabilities over the whole spectrum, how to play now and replay the Afghanistan case, particularly since what we're working on is the basis of newspaper stories that are almost as reliable in this case as the stories that you overturned in the 9/11 Commission report when you looked at the facts. So I just find it hard to discuss that one. So I would like for us to stay with the facts that we have about 9/11 if we can, but trying to make them relevant. I mean, I appreciate the efforts for relevance, but let me push back to Michael on this just to try to see if we can go a little bit further. So if I listen to Michael's account, the intelligence community and George Tenet had done virtually everything they could do to try to persuade the Clinton administration that not that there might be an attack tomorrow, but that there had been an attack yesterday and the day before and the year before that and the year before that. And it was an attack by people, by a group, Al Qaeda, which was determined to attack the US and which had a theory of the case and which was succeeding. And now the question was, therefore, what to do? And the answer was, not now. And then comes the Bush administration, again, new to office, but again, repeated efforts to try to get the attention of the new administration about what to do. And again, not action. So Michael, say about whether you see this as, or how do you reflect on, is this, I'm trying to still understand the difference between what I understood to be your view about what the intelligence community had done and not done, and what the policymakers had done and not done. Because if there were choices the policymakers could have plausibly made, because there were options that were available, not fanciful options, real options that are available. And if they failed to make those choices, then that may be because they failed to understand what the danger was in the same way that the agency and the intelligence community did, or an absence of courage, or there's a lot of stuff going on. So Michael, push further on this one, if you would.
So I just want to react to one thing that Philip said that I think is really important, and I think there's a lesson learned in it right now. Philip was absolutely right when he talked about the congressional investigation into 9/11 and who comprised that joint committee. And at some point, we're going to have a congressional investigation into Afghanistan and what happened. And I would hope that that committee, or committees, if it's both houses looking at it separately, that it not just be the intel committees. They will be anxious to look into the intelligence. But I hope that it is intel people, foreign relations people, and armed services people, right? Look at the whole piece, intelligence and policy, not just intelligence. So there is a really important lesson learned for Mark Warner. Don't jump into this without your colleagues. And Adam Schiff, don't jump into this without your foreign affairs and armed services colleagues. Really important point. Look,
that's a good lesson.
I don't know why the Clinton administration didn't move quickly, why Sandy Berger didn't ask for that blue sky memo after the East Africa bombings, or at minimum after the Millennium Threat. I don't know. I really don't. I've heard people say they were really busy with the Balkans, or they didn't want to take action in Afghanistan because they were so concerned about the Pakistani nuclear program and the stability of Pakistan. Or Monica Lewinsky, right, had an impact on the president's willingness to take decisive action. I don't know. This is why we need historians to look at this. And I don't know why the Bush administration did not act more quickly. When you think about the Bush administration, you got to break the policy piece into two. One is why didn't they react more aggressively to the strategic warning that they were given immediately upon taking office, and quite frankly, that they were given prior to taking office by both the intelligence community and by the outgoing Clinton administration. Bill Clinton told George Bush that al-Qaeda would be his #1 national security threat. Sandy Berger said exactly the same thing to Condoleezza Rice. The primary topic that was briefed to candidate George Bush when he became the Republican nominee by John McLaughlin was al-Qaeda and its threat. So why didn't, and by the way, 5 days after the inauguration, Dick Clark sends the blue sky memo to Condoleezza Rice and says, we got to have a principals meeting on al-Qaeda immediately. We need a policy on al-Qaeda. I don't know why that didn't happen. I have no idea. And then so that's one piece, right? The administration's reaction to the strategic warning. And then you've got the administration's reaction to the tactical warning from the spring and summer. Now, of course, it didn't say time, place, and method, but quite frankly, neither did the threat reporting on the Millennium. And the threat reporting on the Millennium led President Clinton, Hank will know this, led President Clinton to say, battle stations, disrupt everything you can. Everybody, right? Everybody go to their stations. And as a result of that, I think the CIA conducted 38 different operations in 55 different countries. Dozens and dozens of people were arrested. The warning flags went up at the US border. And that's one of the reasons people believe we caught the LAX bomber trying to cross the Canadian border into the United States. So I don't know why, right, that the Bush administration, which didn't have time, place, and method, still didn't say what President Clinton said, and maybe this is a lack of history here, right? They didn't know what President Clinton had done. Why they didn't say, battle stations, let's disrupt everything we can. Let's raise the threat level. Let's make everything more difficult. I don't know, Graham.
Okay. Well, counterfactuals are one of the ways that applied historians, they're hard to do, and it's easy to get so fanciful that a Monday morning quarterback can, seem smarter and, oh, everybody knows you should have done this or that. But nonetheless, working painfully through cases where, especially, and I think it's why your contrast between the response to Millennium and the response to the threats, the strategic warning about al-Qaeda is instructive, is that in one case, one choice was made, and very plausibly, major terrorist attacks were prevented. And in one case, choices were not made to respond, and a major terrorist attack occurred. When there were choices that would have been available to President Clinton, and again to President Bush early on, though he had a much shorter much shorter window.
Well,
Philip, you've thought about.
Well,
manufacturers,
I
yeah.
actually, I think I do know the answer to this question.
Good.
I actually have read the Blue Sky memo, and I remember very well what it recommended and what happened to those recommendations. I mean, basically, you have a series of opportunities to target and kill bin Laden in 1998 and 1999. The last good one probably in May 1999. We went through what happened in each of those episodes in the 9/11 Commission report. Each one of those episodes are controversial. There was a covert action program to target and kill bin Laden. There's mysteries. It's almost comical what happens in that is there's an assassination thing that's signed out on Christmas Eve of 1998. And then the tribal group says it doesn't want, that it's too scrupulous to carry out any such order. The CIA agent working that group kind of reports that back and says he agrees with them. They look at another tribal group to do this. They give another MON for Clinton to sign to authorize that tribal group to do it. Clinton, in his own handwriting, changes the action order from a kill order to says, try to capture, and if you can't capture him, then maybe he can be killed in the course of the operation. Well, planning a capture operation is a whole different program and impossible. I personally asked Bill Clinton why he had made that handwritten change in that order, and he just told me, I don't remember. And when I asked George Tenet that question, he said he didn't remember. I don't know if either of those answers are quite right, but those are the answers they gave. Now you get to the Bush administration, and you have the Blue Sky memo, which was actually not briefed directly to Sandy Berger, nor was it briefed directly to Condi Rice, but what Clark did is he took some of that and he worked it into his own recommendations, which carried forward things he'd been arguing from a plan he called Delenda back in 1998. What it mainly consisted of was more aid to the North, more covert aid to the Northern Alliance. In other words, more money for Crumpton to do mischief in Afghanistan. And there was some general discussion of, gee, wouldn't it be good to target Al-Qaeda leadership? No more detail than that. And an emphasis on this emerging predator program. And so the arguments did turn into arguments about new covert action authorities and the predator program. The predator program, as I mentioned in an earlier session, was superbly developed by lower level people in the US Air Force and working with some very good people in CIA, but then turned into a ping pong contest between George Tenet and Don Rumsfeld during the summer of '01, where it kind of languished. And Tenet himself was somewhat ambivalent as to whether he wanted authority to run the Predator program as a lethal kill program, an issue that was litigated 1 week before 9/11. At the same time, the new covert action authorities were being brought up for decision while this thing had worked its way through the bureaucracy. The arguments for what to do about the Taliban and the Northern Alliance were being handled by Zal Khalilzad in the NSC staff, and also duly worked and had it was all making progress, all on its way to signing out new authorities. Then comes 9/11. But the question is, had all of that been signed out in June or May? Would it have made any difference for the 9/11 attack? In my view, no. In fact, Dick Clark was asked that question, precise question, in public by Slade Gorton. He says, if everything that you had recommended been carried out, do you believe, Dick Clark, that it would have prevented the attacks? And Clark said, no. And I think that answer was correct. Because in a way, Ambassador Crumpton's earlier comments cut deeper. We were not really thinking about the stuff that really would have disrupted these attacks in a meaningful point in time. By '01, of course, the terrorists have already staged and deployed. They're almost completing their training. The muscle hijackers are coming in during the spring. The operation is very well advanced. You'd have to do something tactical to disrupt the operation if you wanted to disrupt it after the point the muscle hijackers are in the United States. And the tactical issues are what they were. And I don't think it's useful to go into a lot of detail on what you could have done there. It's not a policy question anymore. Unless you had publicized the Moussaoui arrest and KSM was telling the truth, that they then would have canceled the 9/11 operation or postponed it. I don't know if that is truthful. But at I think Hank's deeper point was that you actually needed to embark on something really ambitious and big against the Afghan sanctuary at a relatively early stage, probably in 98, 99. And you would not have been content with these pinpricks. You would have used, frankly, the Cole attack in October 2000. If you'd been waiting to do something big, you would have used the Cole attack then, where we spent months arguing about an attribution question where we really knew the answer and CIA knew the answer. But I think we used the attribution question as a way of deferring the policy choices. And then you would have made a decisive move about Afghanistan. But my point about the prevention paradox is that no one was even writing that kind of action against Afghanistan down on paper as a policy option before 9/11. It was almost literally inconceivable to the government that we would do the kind of disproportionate things, so that on the morning of 9/11, what was inconceivable by the afternoon of 9/11 became obviously the thing we should have done a year ago.
But let me keep, I yes and no, at least in terms of how persuaded I am. So Michael, do you believe that there were actions that were recommended that if they had been taken would have killed or captured bin Laden, in which case 9/11 would not have occurred? Now we got another chain of that, but just kill or capture bin Laden before.
No, there was
and
not.
I'd similarly for Hank. Yep.
No, there were several opportunities when we thought we knew where he was. Intelligence varied on those opportunities. In each case, we were asked, is he going to be there when the cruise missiles arrive? And we said we didn't know. And President Clinton decided not to act. That's a policy choice. It's a policy choice. There was a plan that CTC put together long before Hank got there for a group of Afghans to arrest bin Laden, hide him in a cave for a month, and then sneak him out of the country, which quite frankly was a ridiculous plan and was rejected by Tenet and all of his senior leadership. No, there was not an opportunity prior to 9/11 to get bin Laden. You know, I've read the 9/11 Commission literally 4 or 5 times. I've studied all of the errors of omission and commission. I've talked to George Tenet at length about all of them. You know, whether they be the failure to watch list Midhar and Hamzi, the failure of the FBI to even talk to Moussaoui about terrorism and flight school. He was arrested on immigration charges. So I've been through all of that stuff, and where I end up is I can make a case for how any number of things could have changed the outcome. But I can't make a compelling case for how any of them would have changed the outcome. That's where I end up.
Well, could and would again depend on the likelihoods or the probabilities. I think we may have pushed this one far enough, unless Hank wants to say something. But if one believed that the reports that you discussed before, that the CIA had been warning about, that here's a guy and he and his group are organizing and planning major attacks upon Americans, and they've done this at the embassies, and they've done this at a warship, and we have a 50% chance of killing him if we do this. Okay? Now today, or post 9/11, after we took a new posture, that would have been a target and it would have been destroyed. Frequently, there were people who have a 50% chance for somebody that's well identified as a high value target. Who would know?
No, that is not true. The Obama administration's policy, which I know well,
Yes.
was, near certainty that you know who you're looking at, near certainty of zero collateral, and extremely high probability that you're going to succeed. That was a Clinton. That was the Obama administration's policy.
Yeah, Michael, I think I remember you at the meeting at which Obama authorized the Abbottabad attack on bin Laden. Obama saying, I think it's about a 50-50 chance he's there.
But that's a policy call.
That's what I'm saying.
That's his call, right? And that was bin Laden. He was not going to let, the lack of specific intelligence stand in his way of going in to see whether bin Laden was there. Now, if it had been the number 3 in Al-Qaeda, who we thought was in that Abbottabad compound, you would never have authorized a raid at 50-50.
Okay, fair point. Cenk, you want to comment on this, or I want to go to the audience for questions about takeaways and opportunities for each of you? We'll do 1 minute roundup of the other lesson or clue I didn't think of. Do you want to weigh in on this one, Hank, or you're good? I can't tell.
No, let's go to the audience. I'd like to hear what's on their mind. Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to go to the audience here, and then I don't quite know how to do the Zoom part. I'll leave that to you, but this gentleman, please, and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Daniel Solano, National Security Fellow. Did the events in 1993 in Somalia, with the tremendous loss of American servicemen and trying to capture Mohammed Aidid, factor into the administration's use of boots on the ground for the rest of that decade, and instead using over-the-horizon kinetic methods?
Yes, it's the short answer. That is, was the Clinton administration a little more hesitant about putting American soldiers into places where they didn't have a coherent plan for what to do with them? Yes, and quite rightly. But I don't know that I don't know that really explains their choices about Afghanistan later in the decade. The chronic complaint for people who wanted to do more about Al-Qaeda than we were prepared to do, and people told me this, former Clinton administration officials and people from the Pentagon would say, well, the military would give us the Normandy invasion plan, or they would say, well, either we lob cruise missiles from a submarine in the Arabian Sea, or we do Normandy invasion. Those are your two choices. And my own view, and at the time I was working on this in the 9/11 Commission, was that wasn't good enough. Is that there were creative options that could have been devised at the time with what people knew at the time that were more creative than that. That might have involved pressuring Pakistan or this and that, but there were middle grounds, and there were people you could find here and there in the bureaucracy who were trying to churn more creatively on these issues. But they were really quite junior people in the bureaucracy, in OSD, or people like a Mike Sheehan, and so on. So I don't think the reason for the disinterest in that creativity would then go back to Somalia. I think there are reasons for that lack of creativity but they somehow, I think, run deeper and are more cultural than that, and I can't put my finger on them. What I do sense is a general distaste and disdain in the Department of Defense for this whole category of operations. One of the things that I regret about the whole way the debate about 9/11 finger pointing has evolved is that a lot of it consists of finger pointing between the CIA and the White House. CIA fault, no, White House fault. When actually DOD was the big muscle mover in this story, and DOD in both administrations, Clinton and Bush, could hardly have cared less about this problem at the level of the very top of DOD, really right up to 9/11. There is some change on this in the Bush administration, that is in the State Department. The Bush administration State Department, Powell and Armitage, actually were very good on these issues. But the extreme continuity is Bill Cohen in the Clinton administration didn't care a lot about these issues, and Don Rumsfeld cared even less. And that had really large effects. And so there was not that interest in developing these creative options. The big operations people were worried about in the late Clinton administration, their big distractions were the Balkan Wars. There was also a major military operation against Iraq that was launched in 1998. People don't remember that the Clinton administration launched a limited war against Iraq too, and this was in 1998, and considered a big war against Iraq, looked at the planning for that and decided not to do it.
Good, very good reminder. Even though I'm sympathetic to the Pentagon on this issue, 1000% agree. So any other, I don't know whether Paul.
Actually, Hank might help, because Hank was close to the sort of the paramilitary bridge between CIA and DOD, and he would have more cultural insight than I do as to why the Pentagon was averse to developing more creative ideas.
Briefly, if you can, Hank, because we got one back here and then I'm going to go around, please.
Yeah, sure. I think a lot of it has to do with incentives. And this is something that President Eisenhower, warned us about, the military industrial complex. And I guess you could call it the military industrial homeland intelligence complex. It's the incentives, and Congress reinforces this. The incentives are such that you have an emphasis on technology, big weapon systems, big muscle movements. That's how people get promoted. That's how you get bigger budgets. And also there's less political and career risk in these more conventional areas. Look, this is a tough business. You go against non-state actors in tough parts of the world. There's enormous operational risk, therefore professional risk. And so just in terms of, I think, the overall structure, the national security structure, not just DOD, it's a risky business. And I just don't think there are the incentives there to encourage that in a big way.
So Paul, I see you at the back of the room with a question or.
Very quick question. So for me, thank you, Philip, Michael, and Hank. Fascinating discussion. Really appreciate all your comments. For me, the absolute core of this discussion, your comments, centers on the nature of the relationship and the nexus between intelligence delivery and intelligence consumption, and how on one side, intelligence providers can distinguish between intelligence that's just to inform and intelligence that demands action, and how you best get policymaker, decision maker attention there. And on the other side, enforce that. And on the other side, how do you create a better cadre of informed intelligence consumers that can distinguish, when they need to take action, when that bright flashing signal demands an action. Quick comment from each of you on that, and then over to Graham.
Okay, quick round on this, please.
Yeah, can I respond to this? Because I think it's a really important point. In the United States, there's a bright red line, thick red line between intelligence and policy. we grew up in the intelligence community and that's beat into us. And so you shy away from giving somebody a piece of intelligence that you believe demands action, and telling them that, right? You don't do that. It's very rare. So I think one of the things we need to think about is that bright red line. I spent 3 years inside the British intelligence community, and they don't do it that way. There is no bright red line. And I saw the value of that lack of red line. There's some downsides to it that have to be managed, but there's some upsides. So I think it's a very, very interesting point. And it's Paul that Paul raises, and it's something that should be discussed and thought about.
Let me jump in here and reinforce that, Michael. I had the unique opportunity to be a field case officer for the bulk of my career, and then later on involved in the Afghanistan campaign, where the covert action authorities were truly unprecedented, and the covert action in some ways helped drive the policy, which is not the way it's supposed to be. Policy should drive covert action should complement policy. But in the immediate wake of 9/11, that was frankly not the case. And during the maybe 20 meetings I had with President Bush after 9/11 in about a 10-11 month period, that red line pretty much disappeared. I exceeded, in concert with George Tenet, though that the brief, because the president was asking covert action policy questions. That, combined with my relationship with General Franks at CENTCOM and the SOCOM guys, it was really a blur of intelligence collection, analysis, covert action, military campaign, and policy. And it was I think unique in many ways, but it also may have underscored a big part of that success in that first year in Afghanistan. And I also should mention what was also unique was an incredibly flat chain of command. I would, with George Tenet, would go meet with President Bush, first at Camp David, later on Situation Room, Oval Office. And I would go back from those meetings and get on the secure line to different team leaders in Afghanistan. So you're talking about less than an hour from the commander-in-chief to team leaders in Afghanistan, and synchronizing this with CENTCOM. That was important. And then finally, maybe I can mention that if you look at the relationship between the intelligence collector and the consumer, and then later on, and I have Phil to thank for this, Phil and Secretary Rice had the opportunity to serve in the Department of State as an intelligence consumer. And I really firsthand learned how much responsibility that was, to be demanding, to be precise, and to ask the right questions. And I would love to see some kind of interdisciplinary education assignment between policymakers and intelligence professionals to break down those barriers. I was fortunate enough to experience that. And I think I was a good on the policy side because I was a very demanding intelligence consumer, because I understood it and I knew what to ask for.
And I agree with both of those comments. I think, notice what Mike Morell said about the strangeness of the supposed line between intelligence and policy that exists only in the United States government and not in any other government in the world. And even in the United States government doesn't exist in the US military establishment. If you look at the origins of that line, they are historical and sociological and highly anomalous in comparison to the way this is done elsewhere. So back to Paul's question, when you think you want to influence policy, is the job here to sound the alarm louder? No, the job of the intelligence community should not be to think of itself as the best alarmist. Its job is to be a scout and a navigator. That's what enables and empowers policy, scouting and navigation, not the ability to sound alarms.
Okay, I think unfortunately we've come to our witching hour here. And I want to say great appreciation to Philip and Hank and Michael for the whole day, and to Paul and the organizers of the Intelligence Project, Calder, Michael, and the team in putting together a very instructive day. They've given us a lot to take away and chew on. And I think this last session, if we have to pull out from it 4 or 5 clues and lessons from applying history, we've got our list here, and I think that'll be a step forward. And I think the item that you all were illuminating in the conclusion about this complex relationship between the intelligence analysts on the one hand and the policymaker on the other, and the communication between them, is one of the tasks that the intelligence project here has set itself to try to help clarify the complexities. And I think for trying to better understand it, appreciating that the way we do it is a little peculiar as compared to most of the world, and therefore worth some comparative analysis, I think, is another good clue from today's session. But let me say thank you on behalf of all of us, and we'll look forward to the report as it emerges and to more conversation with each of you. So thank you very much.